Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
It was a good time. Yeah, I'd be happy to have Rem on more often.
For
Um,
sure.
I would actually like to see if Rem takes Synth's invite to join the like philosophy podcast sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool. I need to like find more. I've had a really hard time recently finding time to stream just with like my personal life and like my girlfriend. She like wants attention and shit. It's fucking weird. I don't
Oh,
get it. Um, but yeah. So I totally forgot where I was going with that. Oh yeah, I'm trying to find more time to stream so that I can hopefully be more consistent about going to your like your round tables and all this other stuff, streaming on my own. But yeah. Anywho.
yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I just apologize. Lady Rain was talking to me in my chat, but I had yours popped up, so I
Oh
didn't
yeah.
see it. I'm sorry. I promise I wasn't ignoring you. What are the
I was
topics?
ignoring you, Lady Rain. I was ignoring you by not seeing that you had chatted. Therefore, I didn't respond to it, even though you weren't talking to me. That's how I ignore people.
Roundtable topics. Let's see. I may not have pulled enough topics for tonight, but let me see. Um,
Yeah, I
there.
should probably research things before I talk about
I don't. The thing is, I try to make sure I pull topics that I can give a quick headline, and it's like, what do you think?
it. Yeah.
Like reading
Yeah,
is
true.
obviously never bad, but um, there's a story about an Iowa man who stole a pride flag from a nearby church and then burned it in a strip club, I believe.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's so alpha.
Like it's that like that story is just kind of all over the place. I should like read over these again too.
Oh boy,
Oh,
he sure showed those uppity gays, didn't he?
yeah,
Oh man.
he God, burned it with lighter fluid and a lighter outside the Dangerous Curves Gentlemen Club.
Dangerous curve.
I burnt.
Ooh. Better
Yeah,
slow your car down. There's dangerous curves ahead.
yep. And he's quoted as saying, "I burned down their pride, plain and simple."
Imagine
Um,
being that like unconfident in yourself, like scared by gay people.
yeah. Well, you know what? He now has 16 years to think about it in prison. So
No shit, 16 years.
16 years.
Holy fuck. Okay. Ooh, I feel like that might be a little harsh, but you said he stole a flag and burned it?
Yeah. Okay. So his let me
Ooh.
find his charges because I think he was charged with three things. Um. Where's it at?
Ooh.
Let's see.
Look at this guy. I love seeing the pictures of the people that do this, like the gay haters or the white nationalists, like the subreddit Behold the Master Race. Seeing the people that think they're superior to others inherently, and then you see what they look like, and it's like, oh, all right, yeah, you're superior to gay guys because
Yeah, it's so
fucking
dumb.
ridiculous.
I can't find all the charges. But he was charged with arson as a hate crime. So he did live
Yep.
in one of the states that has a hate crime law,
Yeah,
which
that'll do.
most do. And then he got an extended sentence for being a habitual offender.
Okay.
Yeah,
I still tend to think that burning a flag shouldn't get you 16 years, but I mean, I would have to do more research into what he was actually charged for before I can say that that's like excessive.
yeah, it was. I think it was in a different article I saw. It was something like criminal or inappropriate use of fire.
Inappropriate use
That's
of
I'm trying to
fire.
remember. It was inappropriate, but it was something like that. And then a hate crime, and then as a habitual offender. But yeah,
Well, don't do that shit then, I guess.
yeah. Gonna talk tonight? I'll try to poopy. I've been trying to talk more. I think part of the reason I did so well talking more on Friday is because I was literally drinking.
I went back to one of my Killer Steven streams and I was watching it and I could tell I was drunk. I was like slurring my words. It's like, fuck, dude. I shouldn't get so drunk when I'm on those things.
Um, I would tip. Oh yeah, so just the one who walks through fire, which is an ironic name for what we're talking about. I
Yeah, for
typically
real.
agree that burning a flag itself shouldn't, but I think there's a difference between like burning a flag in protest of government and burning a flag as a hate crime.
Yeah, to tell people like you don't belong here, get out of my country, blah blah blah, whatever. I still like I don't know, I still just viscerally I still have a problem with that, but I would have to look it up to actually know more about it.
Yeah, there was I should I got I'm so bad I keep wanting to say like people I know in real life's name. Um this like a friend that was helping me to build like a dating app It was, I think it
Uh-huh.
was OK Cupid, one of those that asks like some hundred different questions. And one
Yeah.
of them is, which do you think is worse, burning a book or burning a flag?
Ooh, if I have to give an answer to that, I say burning a book 100%, but I mean it depends on the book too. Like,
Agreed. I think burning a book is worse.
yeah. And it also depends on the flag. Like, does the flag represent like a group of people or is it like a nation's flag? Like, is it because I would say that it's probably worse to burn like an LGBT flag than it is an American flag because one, you're trying to make a certain group of people feel uncomfortable in their home, and one is usually an expression of like political free speech against that like nation.
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like it's too reductionary to just say like burn a flag or burn a book.
Yeah, you're right, and that's just how the question was posed. I actually wrote that down. That's actually a decent like conversation starter for a roundtable.
Yeah, yeah,
So
for sure.
I might use that again in a bit.
Do it. Do it now.
Oh God, what was the other thing? Oh, I don't know. Maybe this actually is another one. It'd be a decent roundtable topic because and I'm sure there's an answer for this. I want to know why it is that people that are very religious are on the right. Because when I think about like qualities that, especially Christianity, because it's America,
Oh yeah.
talk about, that usually, to me at least, seems to be more left leaning. But of course, I'm going to be biased, and
Oh, for
that.
sure. I'm trying to pull up a picture of something that kind of lays out my thoughts exactly about this, but hopefully I can find it. But yeah, sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, no, Jesus was a pretty radical left, like socialist who like destroyed capitalists, like who destroyed like people for selling clothes in like his father's home, you know, and like he was pretty much like the opposite of what modern Christians,
What? Where'd my
at least
webcam go?
modern evangelicals tend to like vote for. Yeah, here we go. Be Christ-like this Christmas. Gather a crowd and inspire them to anarchism. Beat a politician with a whip. Help out your local sex worker. Preach equality. Like, yeah, Jesus was pretty radically left, you know. He I don't understand this whole idea that like Jesus was like, I got mine, so fuck you.
Yeah. Let's see. I went on ahead and shared it. We can go ahead and start getting in the whereby since it's only like a few
Cool.
minutes.
Yeah, for
If
sure.
you, yeah, if you do leave early, it's fine. If Grimace and Lady Rain are still around, you're welcome to join us too. You got the link. I need to figure out why my webcam is suddenly not wanting to work.
My shit, dude, my shit does that all the time. It's really annoying.
Yeah, it's like Snap Camera's just having a problem.
Dope, dude.
Oh,
Let's see if
now
I
it's
can.
working. It just took a sec. I don't know.
Hey, mine's actually working.
There you go. Get in here. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna cease the Discord call. We can just use whereby.
Cool, sounds good. Later, man.
See you. Okay, I think I'm good. I'm in here.
Oh, hello.
Can
Can you hear me?
I hear you?
Tiggity dope, dude.
Yeah, let me close that. Let
God
me
damn
change
it.
some stuff.
How's it going, Lady Rain? You're muted in here, so I can't hear you, but
Eh,
I
I'm sorry.
feel you, honestly.
I should actually probably, before we get started, I should probably run downstairs and grab a shower real quick.
Oh, go for
Now
it.
that I think about it.
I honestly probably should too.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, but I should.
Yeah, well, I look like crap anyway, so. Um, yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, we'll see you then. Let's see.
So yeah. Ooh, I need to shave. I should have got a haircut before I went to fucking out of the country.
Oh,
My hair is rough.
yeah, I don't like how long my hair has gotten, but I hate getting a haircut too.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of haircuts.
It's just, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna spend like 20, 30 minutes being awkward with someone.
Yeah. I've only been getting my haircut for almost 30 years and I still don't know the proper way to ask for what I want. So,
I hate that so much.
yeah. I'm
Oh,
always like short but not too short.
yeah, what I started doing is I always ask them like, what size did you use on like top and side? What size guard? That's it.
hmm Oh yeah, I'm just like 3 on the side, maybe.
Yeah, I
Sounds
think
good.
that's what I usually get. I had one. I went to a new place. He did 3 on top.
Ooh, getting the buzz cut.
It was I felt terrible afterwards. And that was right before my girlfriend and I went to a psychology conference. I felt a little bit better about my like topic not being accepted.
When I was in college, I was very broke, so I didn't even want to pay for a haircut. So I would just take clippers and shave my head, and that was my idea of a haircut. Wasn't very like fancy, but you know what? It got the job done.
Yeah. Let me see. Sorry, I have not been keeping up a chat. Hey, Doctor. Thanks for following. If you want my worldview, the right is a plague to the the right is a plague to the world, and they should not have a peg to stand on. Wherever they speak, they cause an ego spike. That's pretty much an argument of should we allow like very far alt-righters into like an open forum.
Are you asking me or are you talking to Chad?
That was like something Chad asked. I guess for me,
okay.
it depends, right? Because I can get some people like Brento Box can come in. I use Brento as my like example all the time. I'm sorry, Brento.
Because he's like a good faith right winger you can have conversations with and actually like get somewhere.
Yeah, like I know he's conservative, but he'll come in and talk to you, and you may like not agree on everything, but he'll at least talk to you and like have a conversation.
And he'll actually lay out his points instead of just being like, oh, you know it, all right, you know it, and if you don't, then you're a liar. I'm like, okay.
Dope. Yeah, and then
Great conversation we're having.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then there's like other people on the right, which I'm just not going to say names. I would not let them in the round table. Like they can have their stream, like whatever. They have their stream and I have mine.
For sure, especially if it's one that we're actually like trying to, because there's some like Killer Stevens. I love doing that because I don't expect any sort of like progress to be made. You know, it's just a place where I could kind of shit on these people, and I like having that forum. But yeah, if it's a forum like this where we're actually trying to have productive conversation, white nationalists, alt-righters, Nazis, whatever the fuck you want to call them, white supremacists, they are cancer to conversation. It is literally a part of their ideology to destroy any productive conversation. Because like you obviously cannot like back up white nationalism with facts and logic. So you have to distract. You have to basically not let a conversation actually go forward.
Yeah.
Obfuscate. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of who and where. Like some right people are totally cool, others aren't. And there's a difference between like what would be okay for people to say on my vodcast versus like Killer Steven, who probably has different like where he draws his line in the sand, which is totally fine.
He doesn't like have a line that he draws.
Oh, okay.
Which is like in its own way respectable. At least he's being consistent with his with his shit. So gotta respect him a little bit for that.
Oh yeah. I feel I don't watch his too much. Like most of the times I've actually watched have been when like you or like Frames or someone is on.
Yeah, I'll occasionally go into a stream and watch because I like Killer Steven as a person, even though him and I like disagree on most everything politically. I still like talking to him, and he's open to talking to whoever, and he can shoot the shit. So yeah, I like going on his stream, but yeah, usually there's just like other people that are on that I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna because Mark said he'd be in.
So, do you have a Switch?
I wish.
Ah, well, never mind. I was gonna say you should hit me up with your friend code off on in DMs, and then we could play. But you know what? Whatever. If you don't want to play Switch with me, then fine.
You know what? If you want to buy me a Switch, I'll play with you.
All right, cool. You know what? I will buy you a Switch by helping you save up $300, and then once you've saved that up, I will give you permission to buy one.
Yeah, I actually.
Well,
now
sorry.
No, it's whatever.
Well, now with the new like Switch Lights or whatever they're called, they're cheaper now.
They're cheaper, but I don't like. I'm never gonna use mine on the go, and I would rather like be able to look at a monitor.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought at first, is that I really wouldn't use the mobile part much. But now, even when I'm at home, like I'll be at home sitting in front of my TV where I can hook the Switch up and I'll just play with it in my lap. Just, I don't know. I like the undocked version a lot.
Yeah. Honestly, I was planning on buying one. And then like the holidays came, and I'm like, oh, my finances aren't exactly where I'd want them to be. Like, I would just rather like save and feel a little more comfortable. And I've got plenty
Yeah.
of PC games to play anyway.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. I have too many fucking games to play. Like Redbox is having a sale, and I was really tempted to go get Death Stranding and Kingdom Hearts 3 because it would have been a total of like $40 for both of them. But I was like, fuck, I could go buy those, and I probably like should, but when will I get to either of those games? Especially like if I start one, it's gonna take for fucking ever to get to the other one.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's
I couldn't even keep with fucking Jedi whatever game I was playing because I got obsessed with Madden again because I'm a fucking idiot.
yeah. I am so bad about not finishing games. That's why there's games on Steam I want to buy, but especially because there's a Steam sale right now. But yeah,
Yeah.
I have to beat Final Fantasy VI first, and then I'll buy a bunch to play on stream.
Oh shit, I never bought this. Whoops. I hope this isn't. I hope I didn't just dox myself. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't think I did. All right. I was on a buying page. I was buying my little brother a God damn it. Fuck. I was trying to buy my little brother a Steam gift card for Christmas, but I fucked it up somehow.
Mhm.
Let's see. I think I did. Anyways, I'm sorry. I got fucking sidetracked.
Nah, you're totally fine with it. It's yeah, I think I'm gonna pick up some like Jump King kind of games where I can like still like talk to chat and I don't have to be completely focused on like the gameplay.
Oh, interesting. I haven't seen this.
You haven't seen Jump King?
Wait, is this like Shovel Knight? But
No.
the
Uh,
main guy looks like Shovel Knight. Is why I
it's
say
the
that.
same thing. Yeah. Have you seen Getting Over It with Benny Foddy?
Oh, I've played that game.
Oh, it's one of those.
Oh, cool. So I'll never play it.
Yeah,
Got
it's one of those games where you're the only thing your character can do is jump, and your goal is to jump to the top of the castle and save the hot babe.
it. The hot babe. I love
They
it.
actually, yeah, refer to it like there's a babe at the top of the castle or something like that.
That's pretty funny, no lie.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, like Madden would be a perfect game like that, right? Where I don't really have to put any sort of like mental processes into the game and I could like stream it and talk to chat. But I guarantee there's no chat in the world that wants to watch me play fucking Madden.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Especially like with the lefty political shit I do. Surprisingly enough, there's not a huge overlap between lefty political people and professional football.
Yeah, it's Final Fantasy VI is that way, where I would like to be able to like stream it, but
Mm-hmm.
RPGs probably just aren't good to stream in general. Like it's not gonna attract people. Like my normal group won't stay, which is fine because it's totally different. But
Mm-hmm. Hell, I would watch that. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy games, though.
yeah, I'm enjoying six. I'm trying. I don't know if there's any way for me to hint at where I'm at without spoiling stuff, possibly for chat. It's oh god, I'm trying to think of something because there's one point. Um, there's no way to say it. I could tell you like a character died, but
I will leave it up to you then.
yeah, that's about the best I can do. It's okay. I
How
feel
many Final Fantasies have you played?
I have actually I believe I've beaten all of them except 6 and 12.
Ah, okay. I have 12 for Switch. I like it a lot, but I've never actually beaten it. I played it for PS2 when it first came out, but I've never actually beaten it.
I
Um,
Yeah, I played it on PS2. The biggest problem I had is someone mentioned to me like, "Oh, well, are you trying to get the Zodiac Spear, I think, which is like the best weapon in the game?" And I'm like, "I don't know. How do you do it?" And they're like, "Oh, it's easy. You just play through the game, but there's 4 random chests in the game you can't open." And like if you open them, the it won't spawn and you have to rely on like a 0.1% drop chance. So I looked online. I'm like, where are these chests at? And one of them is like right outside, like in your main path. Like you're gonna open it if you don't know not to. I'm like, that's really uncool of you. So I just gave up.
That's like I think it's Final Fantasy VII. I think it might be Barrett's one person's Ultima weapon is like literally on like a staircase and it's invisible and you just like have to be pressing the action button as you go up the staircase in order to get it. And then it's like There it is. Cool. It might be like Vincent's or somebody, or what's it? Is he Vincent? Is that his name from FF7? Vincent. I haven't played FF7 in a while. Yeah, Vincent. I wasn't dumb. Vincent Valentine.
Yeah. I mean, I beat 7. I beat 7 well after, like probably when the PlayStation 3 was out, so nowhere near its time. I was a little, like, underwhelmed. I still think 10 is my favorite, but 10 is pretty much the one I started with, so.
10's pretty good. 9 is still my favorite, but I like most of them.
I liked 9 a lot. 9's actually one of them I wouldn't mind playing through again because it's been so long.
I can play through 9 like whenever, and I will always love it. There's something about that game that it like is perfect. It's exactly like what I like in an RPG.
Yeah. Oddly enough, I guess one I technically haven't beaten is 10-2. If we're counting that.
10-2. Oh yeah, no, I haven't even played that one.
I played it because I love 10 so much. It's another one of those where you have to like go back to like each area.
I'm with you. Fire. Oh, sorry, I thought I muted myself. My bad.
But no, there's like so many little things you have to do in order to beat the game with 100%. And if you miss something, you can't go back. For the most part.
Yeah.
I even got a strategy guide, like the Prima strategy guide for it, to get 100%. Nope, they literally left out the first 0.1%. It's a stupid thing.
Funny.
Like, you're like chasing after someone, and there's like this off path you have to go just to see someone. Go talk to them. It's worth 0.1% progression. And if you miss that, you literally have to start over from the opening sequence.
Why do they gotta make shit so difficult?
I don't know. And a game like that, if they had made like a time travel system, like you could have I'd have been okay with it, but
yeah.
There's like no hints like if you're on the perfect progression or not, other than like looking at a guide.
Yeah, that's the kind of frustrating with those games is you like literally need a guide if you want 100% it.
Yeah. There is I didn't play this, but somebody like shared it on Facebook. One of the Castlevania games on PlayStation, you could like beat the final boss, and it turns out that wasn't actually like the final boss of the game. Like
I kind of like when games do subversive stuff like that.
Yeah, it was something like you have to find 2 hidden rings, equip them both, go to the clock tower, and you'll find like a hidden character from an old game in there who will be like, oh, take these glasses, they'll like show illusions, and then you go back to like fight the final boss, and it turns out it was an illusion all along. But if you don't have if you don't have the glasses, you don't realize like he's puppeted the big bad evil guy, and you just kill him, which is the bad ending. So yeah, if you don't do all of that, you go to the final boss, and you think you're done, but you haven't. You haven't actually explored half the game, because then they just flip over the castle and it's another dungeon.
Sorry, I missed that last part. I was typing to somebody. That's my bad. I should have been paying attention.
No, it's
sorry.
Okay. No, the game is twice as long as it looks like, pretty much.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. But yeah, I love when games do subversive shit.
I hate it when they do that, and it's like, oh, you literally have to restart the game in order to fix it.
Oh yeah, no, that's just fucking annoying. That's just bad game design.
Yeah. But like little like hidden things like Easter eggs and stuff like that, I think that's actually pretty cool. Like as long as the game hinted that something was wrong and you didn't get the right ending, I think I'd have actually been cool with it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm playing something for chat. This is probably my favorite song from 9.
Freya's theme?
Oh, Freya's theme is great. I love it. Freya's just great in general. I love this character.
Oh yeah, I had her. She was in one of like my main party members.
Oh yeah.
Hates Sega? Oh, I grew up with a Sega Genesis. Like I used to love Sega.
Either this or...
Did you PM me? Let's see.
Hey, I don't know if it's cool or not, but do you know Kiara Husk?
Oh yeah, she's been on before.
Yeah, I told her if we had room that she's welcome to join here. Sorry if it's like...
No.
If it's like...
No, send the link. It's cool.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I think they already have it, but let me see.
Yeah, I'll send it to her again.
Apparently not.
I got
Oh,
it
no,
here.
no, no, no. They joined Pixie's thing with Destiny
Oh yeah, that makes
on
sense,
Tuesday.
yeah.
That was it. That was
Yeah.
it.
She was just talking to Cheshire Cat the whole time, which is another reason why I hopped into Cheshire stream. Yeah, she was chatting with her, and that's like when RPG and all of his goblins were in there, fucking like, just like talking shit the whole entire time. Which like good for Cheshire Cat for getting those viewership numbers, but like, it's where conversation goes to die.
Hmm.
But yeah, One Through Walks Who Walks Through Fire. I love Freya's theme. This whole soundtrack is fucking incredible. Like the main theme song, which I know it's just like the Final Fantasy song, but it's really good in this version. Let's see. Oh, it doesn't have a breakdown of the. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Let's
that's
see.
not. I typed to the wrong person. Let me see.
Oh, this flamenco is really good too. I like this one a lot.
Flamenco. Oh, okay, yeah, Final Fantasy songs.
Yeah, sorry.
No, there's some like this is the songs in 10. Some of them are so amazing.
Oh yeah, the sound design is usually great in these games.
Yeah, it's Nobuo Uematsu does an amazing job.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's the one that did 9 also.
Yeah, I've actually gone to a bunch of those like Final Fantasy concerts, which
Oh,
I
I would
haven't
love
been
to
in a
do that.
while. Yeah. Yeah, there was one I went with a friend. We ended up because we I can't remember if it was in Chicago. I don't think it was in Chicago, but or St. Louis or something. We were like dressed casually because we were like going around town looking at stuff, and then we ended up like changing in like the back of the van because we couldn't find a place to change into like dress clothing for a concert. And then we get in and find out like hardly anybody dressed up for it.
Because it's a video game fucking concert.
Yeah, I figured it was still a concert, so people would like dress up a little bit. No.
You would think, yeah.
There were most of them were casual. There were a few people dressed up. There were a few people in like really good cosplay too. Made me jealous. I would have actually loved to have done like a Tidus cosplay if I had like the body for it.
I mean, hell, you can do anything technically, but I feel your pain there. I'm always like,
Yeah.
number one, I'm too ginger to cosplay anybody. Number two, I don't have the body to cosplay anybody.
Yeah, that is something I've actually like noticed. There's not a lot of because I consider myself like a husky guy. There's not a lot of people with like my build in like video games and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, same.
Most characters in video games tend to either be like really like on one side or the other. They don't do a lot of in between.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
You guys aren't husky? I think I'm pretty husky. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I'm
also
6'3", 230, 235 right now probably. So I'm not. I ain't small. I ain't huge, but I ain't small.
hey Mark.
What I do?
You might need to turn your mic up. You sounded really quiet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm from the South. I mean, I'm from Indiana, which is pretty much the South.
Hey, that's not the real South there, boy.
It's not the real South, but for some reason, Indiana thinks it's the South. I don't know.
There we go. You should be able to hear me now. For some
The one who walks through fire says that you or I should cosplay as Kina from Final Fantasy IX. I don't know if you know who that is.
I'm
Quina.
Wait, I think I know. Is that the Blue Mage? It is.
It's the chef mage.
Yeah, she's the Blue Mage. God, I'm trying to remember. I think she was like one of my main party members early, and then I swapped.
I think actually too, if I'm not mistaken, I think Kina is a guy or like gender. Maybe doesn't have gender. Yeah, it says in the wiki, S/he is apparently a genderless coup who specializes in blue magic and loves eating frogs.
Yeah, those stupid frogs.
I loved Kina.
Stupid
Such a
frog
weird
minigames.
fucking character.
Go as Majin Buu. Don't give me that Arachne. Lots of corn in Indiana. Darn right. Corn and soybeans.
Hell yeah. 89.
Daytona.
Holy crap. Man, I am getting a lot of... It's been probably like a year or two since I've played through Final Fantasy IX, which is... It's probably not long enough to where if I went back to play it again, I would just quit, but like I'm really tempted to go play it again. I love that game. It's so fucking good.
Yeah. It's absolutely good. That's why I want to play through 6. I do have 12 on Steam, so I want to beat that too. But I want to find some games I can actually play on stream first.
Well, get a Switch, and they have some pretty good
Oh,
Some
okay.
pretty good remakes of 12, 9, 7.
Oh yeah, I'll play it when you buy me one.
Oh, good point. Good point. Hey, once I start making some like fucking fat Twitch money, then I will be more than happy to buy you a Switch.
Yeah, I actually did. I finally got my first pay for check from Twitch.
You
Pretty-
did nice.
Yeah, pretty much all from like one dude gifting like 40 subs. But
I should get one soon. I've been streaming for like 6 months, and I think I'm due my first check finally.
yeah.
When do they pay out? Is it like the first of every month?
I mean, I just got mine. I think it's about like the middle of the month
Mm.
because they just paid the December one.
It's like the 15th.
You're like super low, Mark. I can
Yeah,
barely
you're
hear
still
you.
super low.
Again?
We can go to like Discord for voice and see if that helps.
Well, my mic should be. Hang on.
Yeah, like maybe you're using the wrong mic on Whereby. The 15th or the 14th. Thank you, Megan. Oh yeah, True Lover is saying the 15th. Yeah. It was pretty cool. Like obviously it's not like even if I got that every month it wouldn't be sustainable. But it was like
Oh,
yeah, that's like small celebration. My viewership has gone up too, but a lot of that's from like Destiny and that kind of stuff that's going on.
Nice, dude.
Hey, I mean I like getting
That's
more
still
viewers.
good.
Yeah,
you gotta get new
the
viewers somehow, right? Like
the
put yourself out
podcasts. Last Friday with like Rem and All Relevant, that got shared on some subreddits and I got a lot of viewership from that. So that's pretty cool.
nice, dude. Yeah, that's dope.
Can you hear me better now?
No.
God damn it.
I still don't think it's from your headset.
You don't think it's from my headset?
I mean, it sounds like clear. It's just very, very soft. Now I'm just getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I'm hearing some like rain or something.
I have a fan.
I don't think it's
I
from
don't
you
th-
though.
I don't think it's that. I feel like it's from Mark, even though I have no reason to think that other than he's having mic problems.
Mhm.
Mm.
How about this?
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
much better.
Okay. Yeah. I had to switch to the snowball, so I won't be able to mute myself, which sucks.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so
That's
my
fine, we can
headset
mute you.
mic has been weird.
Yeah, so you can just mute yourself on Whereby. Be easier.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I could do that. Ugh,
Yeah,
I need to.
that's whatever I do when I try to like shout out followers and stuff.
I've just been having like technical difficulties. I tried playing Rocksmith on stream and the latency was so bad that I just fucking gave up.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds bad.
Yeah, sucks. It's like there's nothing worse than trying to play an actual instrument when you got to play ahead of the actual song.
Yeah,
Very
that doesn't
difficult
work
to
out very well.
Nope. It works fine off the stream, but like for some reason on stream it's just so fucky, and I spent like hours trying to troubleshoot it. That was most of my stream.
Mhm.
Ugh.
Hey, so I need y'all's help. I got my girlfriend got me a Stream Deck for my birthday, and I need to figure out what to fill it out with. Because right now I only have I want more sound clips, and right now all I have is a rap air horn because I'm not fucking creative whatsoever.
You kind of figure it out as you go. Best way I can put it, and like I just keep adding stuff that I think I'll use.
Yeah. Like I have a switch between two scenes to where it's like my close-up camera and then just like my regular camera, and I like that. That's a pretty.
You're messing with
nifty
your hair,
little-
Leon. You don't have any hair to mess with.
I've got this like 1 or 2 hairs that are just not.
God damn! What the fuck? I thought we were supposed to be friends here.
He doesn't.
What? I have hair.
Compared to like
But
all
you're-
of what I've got to deal with.
I still have hair
Like-
problems too, just like 3 of them.
A good
For
look
guys,
for you,
this is
Micro.
pretty long.
That's a good
You
look.
like
That's
this?
I like the whole Jordy LaForge thing you got
Jordy,
going on there.
except you can see my eyes, so I'm like, I
Nice.
feel like I'm a knight from Berserk or something.
Yeah.
I just need the
Oh.
full like helmet on top, and then I'm good.
Speaking of night, have we all seen The Witcher yet?
I've seen the first 20 minutes of the first episode.
I probably won't watch it. I don't care about that.
It's really good.
I want to.
Did you read that article where the people were like, "We didn't like the first episode, so we skipped ahead to episode 5, and we thought that was bad, so they gave it 0 out of 10."
Wow.
Yeah, it was like it was from like Forbes or something too. I can't remember what
Good
website it
Sounds
was
Lord.
actually from.
stupid.
It probably wasn't actually Forbes, but it was from one of those. Witcher
Yeah.
review backlash. Let's see.
Like, what
There's
do
gotta
you?
be something
The
there.
choreography and the fighting and stuff is really, really, really good.
Oh, never mind. Forbes actually gave it a very good review. Entertainment Weekly. That's who it was.
Oh, yeah.
0 out of 100 after admitting to skipping episodes. They were just like, there were too many boobs in the first
What-
episode, so we skipped.
Does anybody else see that with Micro's face?
No.
What?
Oh, it's like pixelated on mine.
Oh, yeah, my camera's been doing that sometimes recently. I don't know why.
Oh.
It's not
I
doing
was
it on
like,
the screen.
Damn. What do you
That's
mean?
really
Does anybody else see that with Micro's face? Like, you mean his face?
Hey, bam! Hold on, gotta play my air
Oh,
horn
there
now.
it goes. There it goes. It snapped back into place.
Y'all don't hear it, but I'm playing an air
No.
horn now because of that sick burn.
Yeah, I don't hear.
Yeah, I want
if
to
you go
figure
to
out
my
how to. I know. I'm trying to work with Osiris to figure out how I can like play my sound clips through the headset to annoy the fuck out of you guys. 'Cause I've got some quality shit too.
Yeah, I know whenever like I'm in Killer Steven's like voice chat, he can like play sounds through his voice chat. I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? I want to learn how to do that.
He probably has a mixer and everything. Like he's
Why
got
do
like
you
professional
engage
sound.
with that individual?
With Killer Steven, I think he's fine. I don't like some of the other people in his like community, but I think he's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
He's generally willing to like have
Hey,
like
Wired, thanks for the raid.
conversations. Like
Thanks
some other
for
people aren't.
stopping by.
He
Yeah.
hasn't. We haven't had a problem with him.
Yeah, I
Best way
haven't.
to
At least,
put it.
yeah.
I can't stand him.
I mean, I don't blame you.
That's
Like,
fair.
I can see why you wouldn't.
I mean, I think him and Red Pill are up there on like.
Oh,
Red
I don't
Pill's
put.
a different story.
Yeah, I don't put Killer Steven on anywhere near the same level as Red Pill.
Who has
Giant-
taken to
giant-
harassing touring?
Oh God, because he couldn't substantiate his claim that climate change isn't real.
Yeah,
So
He was reeing at me on Twitter this morning too. I got in the fucking.
well, he's a giant sack of shit, regardless. But
yeah. He sucks.
I went at him in his chat and got banned because like I was like, "You're a coward." He's like, "Well, how am I a coward?" I'm like, "You delete."
That's exactly
All
what I
your
said on
clips.
Twitter.
Yeah.
That's exactly
He
what I
called-
said on Twitter, and he
You-
got fucking triggered.
Well, hold on, Mark. Hold on. And or Micro, not Mark. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all look the same to me. I
White
can't say that
people
because I'm
do.
native. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. All y'all white boys look the same to me. I'm kidding. Anyway, so I was like calling him a coward, and he got really fucking triggered because I called him a coward, and I'm like, you are a coward. He's like, well, all of you people, like Vivian and all you people, yeah, Wired was there too, I think. All of you people are like going on this crusade to get me banned, and I'm doing what I need to do to protect my channel. And I'm like, really? Protect it from what?
The fact that you
What?
say
If you're
Holocaust
not-
denial and shit.
Yeah. If you're not doing anything wrong, what are you protecting your channel from? From people reporting you when you're not doing anything wrong?
See, the
He's
problem here-
in chat.
The problem here is you're trying to apply logic to it.
Hi,
Yeah,
Red
yeah,
Pill.
Wired.
Hey.
Yeah. Red Pill should not be on Twitch. I would love to see him deplatformed. Especially now, it's like you want to make an enemy out of me. That's cool.
I
I'm gonna
generally
come at you now.
I generally don't
Um,
advocate for like banning anybody, but in general, if you're going to spread like fascist shit, then I don't know, deplatforming is effective. I don't know. I don't know how I
Canceling
feel.
isn't.
Yeah,
Deplatforming is.
I don't know how I feel about advocating for it because it's the idea that like if you advocate it for yourself or for other people, then if those people become in power, then they can easily advocate it against you. But I mean, it's effective. I know that much.
What is he here?
Yeah.
He's in my.
I have no interest talking to him. I
don't either.
hold the same rule. Like I don't talk to anyone who will waste my fucking time, and I know for a fact he would waste my goddamn time. Like he calls me a coward. He can call me a coward all he wants, but just what
the
am I
one
gonna do?
That. Well, I mean, look at it this way: when you delete all your clips,
I'm just as
delete
tough
all
as
your
I was
VODs.
earlier, Red Pill.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, is he actually in chat?
Yeah.
Stop by my chat.
Yeah, he is. Here you go, buddy.
He's saying now I'm so tough. It's like I said the same shit to you earlier. I said you're gonna waste my goddamn time. I don't argue. I don't talk to people in bad faith. It ain't about being tough now. I was tough then. Like that's a rule I hold with a lot of people.
Mhm. Stream
Yeah,
goes
I mean,
every time
I
you
got
do.
no
Yeah.
fucking-
I don't know. I think it's funny.
I
Like,
got no issues with seeing him tossed off the platform because he's a giant sack of shit.
I think
No.
it's funny when people like him use like the "I have more viewers" thing because, like, I guarantee it wasn't against terms of service to like smear shit all over me and like all over my face. I could get hundreds and hundreds of viewers, but it
Yeah,
doesn't mean
probably.
that what I'm doing is like beneficial or has any sort of quality to it. It just means that I'm smearing shit all over myself and people think it's funny to watch.
Yeah.
What
But I
channel
mean, like,
is he on
when you're-
now?
when
The
you're-
third
like,
one?
If you're not doing,
Fourth
if you're
one?
not doing anything wrong, why have your VODs on sub-only mode? Why delete your VODs and why delete your clips? If we're on this crusade to get rid of you, which I'm all for getting rid of you now because you're a giant sack of shit. Then if all of that stuff is readily available and open to the public, then if people report it and you're not doing anything wrong, Twitch doesn't do anything.
Well, a part of people like him's discourse, right, is that you're never,
Yeah.
you can't ever pin them down on anything they say. It's always
Yeah,
that
that's true.
culpable deniability, the ability to say, "Well, I never said that exactly. Oh, I didn't
Yes.
do that."
Well, like literally, I've got proof of him doxing a trans woman. Her and I have literally like recorded him trying to like dox her, and he's like, "Well, I'm not doxing anybody, but I did some research and I'm just trying to find out who these people are, you know, for reasons to like protect myself, but I'm not doxing anybody." I'm like, "You're such a sack of shit."
You know what? I
And
don't think
maybe, just maybe, all the trans streamers on Twitch wouldn't be coming at you if you weren't a transphobic pile of shit.
Yeah.
You know what
And
though?
also
I don't think he's
incredibly
even worth
racist.
talking about. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
What, Micro?
said
let's
he's
stop
probably-
giving.
Yeah, he's probably not worth talking about at all.
No.
No.
We should
he's
probably
not.
move on. Yeah,
He's not.
he's a racist. He's a homophobe. He's a white nationalist. Like, what the fuck
Yeah.
else do you want to say? Like, just move on. Oh, and he also gets really triggered whenever there's rules to his stream, and then somebody votes you off due to the rules of the stream, and then he says, "Leftists are silencing me." Anyways, let's
Hey,
just move
go
on.
back to your echo chamber and cry, buddy.
Toodles.
Anyways, what's up with you guys? How are y'all doing?
You know, okay.
Isn't it tossed
Doing
to say things about other partnered affiliate streamers? No?
Eagle versus.
We're not allowed to
Octopus.
talk about other people?
What?
Especially when they're in chat?
What the
Fuck off,
hell is
Megan.
this?
Come
Eagle
on.
versus octopus?
That was the topic we ended on last time.
Oh, I saw that video. Like, what's the time to? Oh.
Is that a thing?
Yes. So, the video is pretty much some fishermen found a picture of a bald eagle was in the water, and an octopus was like trying to like suffocate and drown it. I don't know how the octopus got a hold of the bald eagle, but it did. So the question is, do you save the bald eagle? Bald eagles are not.
Personally, I do, just because I like bald eagles, but like I don't know, yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
they're not endangered. There are acts protecting bald and golden eagles, but you're not harming them. You're just kind of letting nature run its course.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a like minor like defiance of nature topic.
Oh shit.
yeah, that's what I say. Is like don't intrude on nature. For one thing, if that octopus is snatching an eagle out of the sky, just imagine what it's going to do to you.
True.
Like, nope, sorry, buddy, you're gone. Bye.
Peace.
Yeah.
I see Emily's here. Hey,
But yeah, I don't know. That's
That's my girl.
a weird situation, I guess, to like to think about. Because I don't know, viscerally, it's like, oh, I should protect the eagle. But then it's like, well, if I protect the eagle, then I'm taking food away from the octopus. And the octopus, if anything, is probably more comparable to like a human or to like an intelligent animal than like a what's it called?
Eagle.
Octopus or eagle. Yeah, sorry, couldn't get my words straight. I'm like reading two different chats. I'm trying to get a fucking point out, and yeah,
Ignoring.
Trying and failing. Good job.
I know, basically.
Prime directive applies here. The octopus is.
Give him hours of content to rant about later. Cool. Yeah, true.
Yeah. You
He's
say
on this-
rant, I say whine.
He's on this thing about calling me fat all the time. I'm like, all right, dude, whatever you want to say. I don't give a shit. Anyways, why are we back? No, stop. Don't give
Yeah,
him any.
No.
Because he's in the chat.
Yeah, I know. That's what he's
just
doing.
He's in
Sad
the
boy.
chat being a
But
little
see-
bitch, all
no.
fucking triggered.
This is what he
Hey.
wants, though. This is what these people do. They want to obfuscate. They want to change the topic. They want to get you like constantly moving different ways. So yeah.
He was on a burner account in Tourings after he got banned, talking about how different races have different Brian sizes.
Brian sizes.
Now that is
Yeah.
against Todd to like legitimately be all up in the whole like race realism shit. Like
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
And
I
you're
mean,
just silencing free speech.
bigger Brian's,
just
man.
silencing free speech by like telling you that if you legitimately believe that there are brain and skull size differences between the races, you're a fucking retard.
No. He didn't say brains. He said
Sorry,
Brian's.
Ablius language. You are a fucking smooth-brained chud piece of shit. How about that?
No, he said Brian's, guys. He said Brian's.
There's different sizes.
They have
I'm
bigger
not talking to
Brian.
Mitch. I'm not talking about Mitch.
Well, if if you have what's the Fuentes meme? If you have X amount of cookies and X amount of ovens,
Oh god.
oof, big old
Yeah.
oof.
Because I don't
Big
fucking want
deal.
to. That's fine.
Yeah.
What?
I say why? Oh, we lost one. Okay, I'm
lost
sorry for
Wire.
asking
My
you how
word.
you're doing.
Boomer.
Was it something I said?
No.
I was thinking you had mic issues. Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't mic issues.
He talks about Pitbull problem. Yeah,
Okay.
that's something I knew about.
Fuck the pitbull problem. As somebody who is not a racist and
love you,
also like
Gillang.
a big advocate for pit bulls, this whole
Mm.
pitbull thing is fucking ridiculous. Especially when people like Nick Fuentes, who have literally no understanding of evolutionary science or facts at all, try to espouse this bullshit. By the way, Nick Fuentes is now a dinosaur denier as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep.
Dinosaur
I don't
fire.
know. When I see
Yeah.
that, I go, I don't really believe that. You can't really believe that. You don't know where those came from.
Giant lizards. You want me to believe this?
Yeah. Like there's not already giant lizards still in the world. What the fuck is an alligator, right?
Shh, you're going against the narrative. The narrative is all that matters.
Yes, the narrative is all that matters.
Yeah. You've literally a prehistoric monster that like takes over golf courses in Florida, and he's just like, dinosaurs, what the fuck? I don't believe in them. What the hell? Jesus Christ. Oh, I love it.
fun.
I'm glad he's getting dragged finally, though.
Fuentes
Yeah,
for the
that-
bullshit
that
he
sh-
did to Shapiro.
Well, that
With
and
what?
the MTV thing.
I don't know the MTV thing. Oh, he did an interview or something, right? With like an ex-white nationalist or something, or was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
the
so.
white nationalist was like, all the shit you're saying is all the shit we used to say. It's like there's no difference at all. It's like, so you can't even call yourself anything other than what this is. This is white nationalism. He was like, oh, but I'm Latino. It's like,
Hey, you know what?
So?
I'm
Free
fucking
speech,
Latino.
motherfucker. I am
I-
well within my rights to say that I would love to see you deplatformed, but I haven't actually told people to go after you.
Yeah.
I am literally just as Latino as Nick Fuentes is. So does that mean that I can say everything that he says and it's okay?
Fucking, I guess. Free,
I
my free
guess so.
speech. My free speech.
it's a
My free
it's a new
speech.
world. It's
Yeah.
a brand new world,
Uh,
guys.
that's the thing. Like, I'm actually like a pretty big like proponent of free speech, but that doesn't mean that there's no sort of societal repercussions for saying whatever you want to say, right? Like,
Yeah.
people can come in and say, "Hey, that thing you said is really fucking stupid." That's
People
not
do
an
realize like
infringement.
the whole free speech amendment like protects the press and protects you from retaliation from the federal government, and that's
Yeah.
like it, right?
And you could probably convince me that like having these giant tech platforms be the arbiters of what is good and not good, it's probably a bad thing, right? But to pretend that like you're somehow being censored because you can't yell the N-word on YouTube, it's like, come on, dude. Come the
Yeah.
fuck on.
Like, and that's the thing too. It's like it's not even a perfect right to everything. You can't, it is limited. You can't say anything you want. you can just say a lot of things and not get any repercussions from the federal government. But like, shit, you can, like, if you walk up and you threaten somebody, guess what?
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, you're probably gonna get arrested.
So if you don't mind me bringing this back up, one of the people in my chat, Grumpelstiltskin, is asking what the Pitbull problem is. So the Pitbull problem is that they'll use, kind of like Nick Fuentes uses cookies. He'll say, well, I have 8 million cookies or 6 million cookies, but I only have this amount of ovens. How could I cook this many cookies in this ovens? As like a way to talk about like the Holocaust. People will say, well, pit bulls are just predisposed to violence. You know, pit bulls make up 13% of dogs, but they do 50% of bites. Pit bulls, you know, their brain is just made this way to where they're aggressive. And they're basically using Pitbull as like a dog whistle, funnily enough, for like black people in particular, or for other minority groups, which is really bad because, again, as a anti-racist and as a Pitbull like lover, it's bad on every single level. Like everything that they try to say about Pitbulls is just inherently wrong, and everything they try to say about minority groups is just inherently wrong. Leon.
What?
I got bored of him.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah,
Oh,
bored,
Mark, that
bored.
was you.
600 seconds.
No.
You're
Did you?
infringing on his freeze peach.
Yep. I'm just like,
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Kiara.
Kiara.
How's it going?
It's about time we're in the same place and able to talk.
Finally.
Finally, I know, right?
I just defeated free speech. Yes, I did.
Just defeated. That's
The
amazing.
left destroys free speech. You goddamn right.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
I just totally destroyed free speech.
Yep. Next, I'm
wait,
going
let
after
me-
the
let me
Second
try.
Amendment.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me try. My free speech.
Free speech.
Ah.
I don't know. I love my peaches frozen.
What?
I don't know why I keep playing with this like Swiss Army knife that I keep just pulling out and playing with. I don't
Free speech sounds like freeze peach. I want my
It does.
peaches
Oh.
frozen.
Very
Oh,
much so.
I didn't catch it. Thank you.
By the way, Micro, thank you for the support in Cashier Cat's chat against fucking Red Pill Gaming.
Oh, for sure. I don't like white nationalists. I don't like white supremacists. I don't like Nazis.
Yeah.
I don't like fucking all the. I like Cheshire Cat a lot, but her community is just overrun with white nationalists. So
Yeah.
I gotta put my 2 cents in there at some level, you know.
Ja,
Ja,
definitely.
Wie geht es dir heute, mein Liebstes?
Geht mir sehr gut, vielen Dank.
Danke schon.
9.
I don't speak Elvish.
Do
That's-
She
hot?
just
You don't speak Elvish? You speak Leon? German.
Sounds Elvish to me.
You're speaking in German.
You know,
You are
I lo-
such.
nice.
I will
Thank you
say-
for the compliment.
Like,
I
yeah.
always wanted to be an elf.
in his defense, a lot of the languages like that are based on like other languages, like the
Fair enough.
oh god, what was their names? Khal Drogo and all them in Game of Thrones.
Mm.
Yeah, right.
Their language is based off of Turkish. So now you
Yeah, it
know a
makes sense.
thing.
For example, if you compare Elvish to Gaelish, for example, or Old
Yeah, the
German,
whole thing.
yeah, like that is very, very, very similar.
Mhm. Vet man er te hoogreed uit de negen en er al degen.
Wait, was that Gaelish or was that Dutch?
Iala galegi.
I'm gonna say that's Gaelic.
Yeah.
Gaelic. I haven't spoken it in forever, so I'm probably wrong, but you know.
Yo puedo hablar un poco de español.
Sí, un poco
Not
de
really.
español. Estoy bien.
Ah, sí. Voy a Chile. How do you say tomorrow? God damn it.
Mañana?
Mañana. God damn. I'm losing my
Hasta
fucking Spanish.
mañana. Mañana.
Voy a Chile mañana.
I don't remember a whole lot.
Es la tierra de mi madre.
No, nihongo ga wakarimashita.
It's Japanese.
Noname watashi wa Kiira desu. Hajimemashite.
Kawaii Desu?
Kawaii desu. It's des. It's
Oh
this.
wa moshinderu.
No
Oh
idea.
my wa mo shinderu. Nani?
Nani?
Watashi wa shinatsu. Captain Falcon. Falcon Pan.
All I know is Yuga wa gataki wo kurau. I also can sing the what's it, the South Park song where it's like Kikazuru taisetsu na mono, protect my balls.
Nice.
I love that shit. This is more fun.
I don't speak any
This is
other
more fun.
language.
Yes.
Right now.
Let's
I don't-
fighting love.
Let's fight dying love.
This is what
Oh,
Unity
God.
looks like. You just start speaking
is,
different
this is true.
languages.
Good times. So, is everybody ready to have a Merry Christmas if you celebrate it?
Holidays.
Yeah, I think so.
We're still fighting the war on Christmas here.
Oh, good point.
Oh,
Not gonna
I
let that
forgot.
prevail.
Hold on, let me get my. I
Yeah.
need to get my weapon in the war on Christmas.
Okay.
this weapon kills fascists.
This machine kills fascists. Hell yeah.
Yes.
Hold on. I
Oh,
gotta
that's
get on
right,
my-
machine. Yeah.
Well, actually, since it's winter time, what we should do is sing Katusha from Girls and Panza, right? Rasvatali ablani grushi papoli domani nedrekoi vihachi na prieg Katusha na vishoki breg na kretoi vihachi na prieg Katusha na
This round
vishoki
table is so weird right now.
It is very weird right now.
Things are just happening right now.
These goggles detect Starbucks cups with crosses on them. And then I can
Wait,
take
wait.
out
what leftist unity looks like.
I can
Yeah.
take out a Starbucks cup with a cross on it from 300 meters away. There's a baby crying outside my window.
Fucking
This is what leftist unity looks like.
Yeah,
Alright,
this
here
is
we go.
yeah.
Okay,
leftist
that's
unity.
better. That's much better now. So
shit,
Wow.
I could have put my my snap camera on.
Are we doing the whole mask thing?
You
I
do
don't know.
whatever you
I'm not
want.
sure.
I-
Oh, I gotta.
I
Go.
At
just-
some point
I
in my
just
life, I
put the
planned to do
clown
that
mask.
actually, but yeah, I never got to it.
The clown mask is for when I have no idea what's going on and I have nothing to add to the conversation.
Whenever I go do Antifa
That's actually
protest,
pretty good.
this is the mask I wear. Fascist detected.
You know, we should all play. We should all get together
Mhm.
and play Stigmata. This signal kills fascists. The tabletop role playing game.
Nice.
Not heard of it.
I have not
Yeah.
either.
What
That's
have
good
you
stuff.
brought us into? Sorry, folks.
Thank you.
What is
Oh
that?
my
Is
God.
that a Fallout mask? It looks like a
Yes.
Fallout. Oh, okay.
Oh, that's good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's getting
Yeah.
like a really cool effect on stream.
Yeah, shit, it is.
I kind of
Mm,
like the
mm.
effect, but
Mm.
Oh, that is.
Oh yeah, because it's kind of green.
Fuck.
So here's
I-
the three of us right here. Here's the anti-red pill gaming trans brigade. That's apparently we're on this crusade to take him down. The three of us.
Wow, really?
And
Really?
well, we need Ev. We need Vivian.
Did he
in
say
here.
that?
Yeah,
Did he say
yeah,
that?
he did.
Okay. Okay.
Micro.
Nice. Nice.
Discord DMs.
I like it.
See what you think of this.
I mean, I'm always down. I'm always down, but I can totally understand if nobody else is.
Okay, what
here's,
are you
here's
talking
what
about?
I'll say.
Now you have to
It's
share.
it's your stream, Leon.
It is Leon's.
Somebody
stream.
wants to come in.
Uh
Yeah.
oh.
Fuck no.
that's why I'm saying it's
Uh-oh.
probably better off not to.
I am always
Oh,
down.
no.
I am
No.
always,
At least
always down.
he's gonna get like dogpiled by all of us.
For sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm always down. I've tried to talk to him one-on-one and he won't do it, but like, I'm always down.
I've never
Oh,
talked to
fuck
Red Pill.
No.
This is actually like this right here. I think it's my first time actually acknowledging him.
Oh, I bugged him in his chat
But-
Yuck.
yesterday. It was really
Yuck.
funny.
Did you see when he banned me yesterday?
Ooh.
was good,
I
wasn't
don't,
it?
Is
I
that
don't know
Wire
why,
trying to come
Dandy.
in?
Or yeah, because you were
Oh,
trying to defend
hey.
yourself from transphobes.
But hey, if he actually comes on, I can finally tell him right here in the conversation how I debated him. And he fell for it. I fucking debated you.
Fucking debated.
If we do let him in
What
though,
did you do?
he's just gonna derail conversation and just talk about like how we're like doing what's good for him because we're talking about him and blah blah blah. Which
Yeah.
he kind of like.
I mean, true.
We shouldn't spend too much time talking about him because it's kind of like just circle
Yeah.
jerky, I guess, at a certain point.
It is,
Um,
yeah.
But yeah,
Yep.
I do
But
love like talking with him though. It's a very interesting look into the mind of like an alt-writer.
He's so
Yeah.
he mauled
I
so hard
asked
every
him-
day.
I asked him about his VODs actually because he always deletes his VODs and clips that other people make of him, because there was like one scene a few days ago where I was in his chat. He was talking about something. I was writing a comment like going like, okay, oh thank you, oh hey, Red Pill Gaming, oh hey, I just wanted to say thank you so very much. I really appreciate your content. I'm watching for a long time now, and you really have helped me change my perspective. You know, you helped me change my perspective on conservatism, because right now, I really think that conservatism fucking sucks. And he read the entirety of it, and then he paused, and he was like, looking. Well, thanks for the compliment. Thank you for watching my stream so long. And he already knew it. He already knew I didn't watch the stream. He's like,
Yeah.
and then I was like, I got to debate it, and I clipped it actually, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, he deleted it, and he
Yeah.
deleted the VOD. So, that was funny though.
I I made him mauled because I like just made fun of him because he was talking about like whites being oppressed and shit like that, and I was like, "Oh,
fuck,
you're
shut
poor
up.
white oppression." You, and then he fucking like timed me out for I forget how long, but I thought that was pretty funny. I thought that was funny.
White people
The-
oppressed. Yeah.
the one
sure.
thing,
Oh, oppressed.
the thing that got him banned in Turing's chat was he's like, white people are, we all know that us white people are oppressed. I'm like, no, we are not.
No, you are not.
No.
No, but guys, there was that one article about that lady in Illinois that said white people sit down. Like, come on. If you don't see it, you're
Wait,
fucking wild.
Wait, wasn't there?
We're
I
so
saw. God,
insensitive.
I can't remember where I was yesterday, but someone on their stream showed like this news report of like a guy who was like in American Idol or something, and then who was called like who was in a fast food restaurant and who was called White Boy or something. And then he went on that interview on that news report, and he talked about it, and at some point he fucking cried, and I was like,
Poor oppressed
Bitch,
white boy.
are you for
Poor
real?
oppressed white boy.
It's like the billionaire
Oh,
that cried
God.
because there was like anti-billionaire prejudice. Like,
Hey.
riches of unfathomable sadness. Feed them to me.
My
Yeah.
wine cave. My wine cave.
I'm still so surprised that nobody of them yet came up with the term well-phobic. I'm so surprised nobody did that yet.
Oh, somebody
going
came
to
up
come.
with the term. Somebody
Them
came up
just,
with the term.
sorry.
Don't call them billionaires. They're the moneyed class. Yeah.
True Leveler, how's it going?
People of wealth.
Yeah, no, it's going fine. I can't really be around for long, but I just wanted to come in because I feel like, someone has to come in and defend Red Pill Gaming a little bit. So I'd come in and do that for him.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Wow.
This is gonna be
I
good.
just wanted to say, like I used to be a socialist myself until, I started watching his streams, and ever since then I've just completely changed all my views after a very significant event happened in my life. After that I started watching his streams. It's been a really good experience, and yeah, I just want to say he's a great guy, and I will be watching more of his streams in the future.
Got him.
Okay.
When that horse kicked me in the head, I wasn't sure whether I was ever going to recover.
I was waiting for the shoe to drop. I was waiting for it. I'm like, he's got more. He's got
Wait,
more.
didn't somebody do that with Nigel Farage?
Yeah.
I saw that. This was so hilarious. This was so good. I was like, oh, they motherfucking debated the shit out of you.
Debated.
Oh,
Get
thank you
wrecked.
for that. Thank you for that. What a
That's good
silly
stuff.
boy.
That's good stuff. I mean, you have to have been kicked in the head by a horse to believe half the shit he believes. Like,
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
you just have
let's-
to. That, or, you know, maybe like me when I was a child and I rolled off the bed and hit my head on the floor. Like,
Yeah, well, you know, like.
Yeah.
Here,
I
I
Hey,
do-
is there-
somebody who should
is
come
there-
and defend them a little bit because you know we're all kind of backpiling on
I
each
say
other.
I do want to get to some topics.
I was gonna say, is there
Yeah.
literally anything else that we can talk about?
The only thing I'll say is I'll know that there's lead in my water if I start agreeing with him.
yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
And by the way,
Only I can make
you
that
know-
Bring on the
joke.
topics, boys. Let's bring on the topics.
Yeah, I want to bring
You
on the
know,
topics.
RPG. Just one last thing. You know, RPG. Whenever you ask yourself how deplatforming looks like, this is it. Smell my farts, bitch.
Toothless Snooky comes.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, yeah, I want to. Yeah. The one thing I'm just gonna throw this out now. I don't
Welcome to
like
free
I'm-
speech. I'm allowed to say what I think about somebody.
no,
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of like talking poorly of someone and not giving them a chance to come on and defend themselves. But I don't necessarily want Red Pill Gaming's like influence on my stream, so I don't want to.
I know.
Yeah, that's the
I
thing.
want
I
him
want to
on.
go ahead and wrap this up
Leon?
because this has been going on a bit.
I know, we should just stop. I want
Yeah,
him on
yeah.
just to
Let's-
talk to him
let's
because, ooh, I
change
love it.
topic.
But yeah, it's probably not. There's no productive discourse that ever comes out of talking to him. So,
Yeah, of course
No.
not.
Yeah.
Frick.
No.
all right. So, anyways, Leon, what's up?
Topics.
Okay. Yeah. So this one I brought out to Wire. This is from like a dating app. I'm not kidding. I it was a dating app years ago. One of the, it was OkCupid where you get like 300 some questions. Ridiculous. So super like generic topic. Which is worse, burning a book or burning a flag?
Burning a book.
Yeah.
Burning a book.
Definitely. Flags
Burning a
are
book.
mostly
Fuck a
worthless.
flag. Don't burn
Flags
flags.
are
Well,
just
okay.
symbols.
So
You
Leon
want
and
a
I were
flag? Get another flag.
Hey,
Yeah,
no
Leon and I were
problem,
talking
Wire.
about this
I'll see you.
earlier.
We
it-
mass produce them.
Leon and I were talking about this earlier. I would say it really depends on a case by case basis because like first of all, how do you like objectively say like what's worse, a book or a flag? We generally would say that like a flag isn't as bad because a flag like represents like a nation instead of like a type of people or an idea. But like somebody like Leon and I were talking about burned like a gay like a LGBT flag, and they went to jail for it.
Oh wow! Holy shit!
All right then.
That actually, someone
I'm-
went to jail for burning a LGBT flag.
Leon would have to.
That's another topic we can bring up too.
Sorry, not
me-
laughing
Okay.
about this. Sorry.
Sorry, I got thrown off.
Yeah.
But
I'm,
yeah, so like I don't know. I generally would say probably don't do either, but I don't know. There's
Yeah.
plenty of good times to burn the American flag. Like that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
very
Well,
valid thing.
wasn't the LGBT flag one that he'd stolen from somewhere?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a lot more to it than just like
Yeah.
he
Oh
burned
yeah,
the flag.
yeah. If you're like stealing people's property and shit, yeah, of course you're gonna get
Yeah.
in trouble.
Yeah. So what
And then
happened?
destroying people's property.
yeah.
yeah, so
burn,
what
burn
happened-
your own flag if you're gonna
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know the full details of this, but I'd assume that like yeah, you can burn your own flag. Want to go out and buy one? Probably a waste of money, but fair play.
Yeah.
But you know, taking someone else's flag and then burning that is it's pretty standard.
That's a criminal act.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
they
bad.
actually they stole
Petty
this from
theft,
outside a
petty theft.
church actually.
Oh.
So there's a
Well,
church in Iowa.
trespassing, vandalism, petty theft, technically a hate crime. You know, there's a whole bunch more to it than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he went and grabbed the
Hmm.
flag and went and burned it outside of the Dangerous Curves Gentlemen's Club.
Curves.
Yeah, he's quoted as saying, "I burned down their pride, plain and simple." But he's been sentenced to 16 years.
Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Wait, did he end gay pride? For all my LGBT friends in here, are you just destroyed? Do you have no pride in yourself any longer?
We
I'm
stopped.
gonna look.
Oh,
this
Yeah,
up.
we stopped.
You
Yeah,
stopped?
we just, no, remember, we've only got Pride during June, during Pride
Yeah.
Month.
Oh,
Yeah,
true,
right.
true. Good point.
No Pride the rest of the year.
It's when the
Only pride
corporation.
during
All the
Pride
rest of the time, shame.
I'm a motherfucking take my trans flag off the wall and put it over my shoulders right now.
Do it.
Sorry, y'all have been destroyed. Like
You'll
I'm
have
sorry.
to burn
That's,
me too.
that's how it goes.
But yeah, my take on this is like burning a book is burning knowledge, and less knowledge in the world is a bad thing. Burning a flag is burning a symbol.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
thought you were
that's
going to say
nothing
less
but
knowledge is a good
general.
thing. Sorry.
What's that?
No, I just looked this up. I think
Here we go. Transness intensifies.
Um,
This intensifies.
Oh, what's
Hell
up, Drew?
yeah.
I was going to say, my first thought on this is that obviously 15 years seems extremely excessive. I mean, like it is an excessive amount of time
Yeah, that's right.
for someone to be in prison. So just looking this up, I mean, this is the first thing I find is on Snopes of all places, but apparently the reason why he got such a long sentence was because he was convicted of arson, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years. So he got the maximum sentence, but because he'd previously had 2 felonies, he was designated as a habitual offender. And so that sentence was tripled from 5 years to 15 years, which seems ridiculous to me. I mean, that's kind of like the 3 strikes sort of rule,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
kind of
like.
stupid.
So
Yeah, we have
the-
mandatory
Leave a
minimums.
significant portion of your existence to living behind bars.
Yeah, well, so what from what I read, he was actually charged with arson as a hate crime, because a lot of laws have different like additional penalties for hate crimes.
Yeah, yeah.
Not Indiana,
course.
but most states.
By the way,
okay.
I want to put that out there because, like, as you all know, I'm a huge fan of history and especially German history, and so there's of course there's like a good reason why people in Germany are not that keen on book burnings anymore.
Yeah, for real.
And the thing
Why?
is,
I'm
is
just-
that why am I
I'm
not?
really curious as to why that would be a thing culturally within the nation of
I'm
Germany.
sorry. I had to do it.
It's okay. No, but seriously, there's nothing in wait. Nothing happened between 1935 and 1945. But no, seriously.
Yeah, we were all on vacation.
We were all on vacation.
Nothing happened.
No, but to be serious here, that of course that is one part of what led us to say that we probably shouldn't burn books anymore. And the fact of the matter is another thing, and I think that the issue with Mein Kampf in Germany is a very good example, because many people, for example, think that Mein Kampf in Germany is forbidden, which it is not. Actually, well, since about 4 years, it's been copyright free anyway, so everybody can reprint it and redistribute it, because it was never illegal it was never illegal to possess in the first place, and it was never really illegal to read also, of course. The thing why we say we shouldn't burn books and we shouldn't get rid of some certain material is that it can still have a value to teach people about it and to teach what it's about. And especially in case of books like Mein Kampf, that is pretty important, because if you ever actually read Mein Kampf, then you will notice how fucking terrible it is. You will notice how
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
I just heard that it's a good read to like figure out how to manipulate people to get into power. Like it's a how-to guide in a lot of ways for that. And then the rest is just fuck the Jews, basically.
Yeah,
Clip it.
So,
pretty much. But I would argue in that case you would find a lot better literature on that. For example, reading L. Ron Hubbard gives you probably the same incentives as something that most people ignore, that if it comes to undermining a state and taking control in a state, then reading L. Ron Hubbard is just equal, if not worse.
I mean, just sorry.
And yeah, so the thing is that it's a poorly written book. It's essentially an hours and hours long speech, because Adolf actually never read it himself. He just dictated it to Rudolf Hess, who was in the cell with him, and so it's just an hour-long speech, pretty much, and it reads like that, and it's terrible to read. But it still teaches us, how fascism works, and it still teaches us, for example, that even in the 1920s, even long before fascists actually came into power, people could have known what was coming, like the whole thing with Lebensraum im Osten. Living space to the east. That whole thing was already written in Mein Kampf, and people could have known that, and people could have seen it coming. Excuse me. And out of that reason, I was I was for a very long time opposed to the fact that the Bavarian Ministry of Interior had the copyright to Mein Kampf in Germany, because after the Allies won the war, they came to Munich, and the copyright for Mein Kampf back then was in the hands of the yes, I'm trans. That is my transgender flag. And that was the copyright was in the hands of the publisher of the book from the NSDAP. That was the NSDAP book publisher. And so the Allies didn't know what the fuck to do with those copyrights, so they just gave it to the Bavarian provisional government, or the provisional government at that time, and that went on to be in the hands of the Ministry of Interior in Bavaria. And they just didn't wanted the book to be published again. So they just only allowed a certain amount of publications, and then only in commentary, with commentary in it, but never the entire book. And yeah, I mean, the thing is that I argued that, the book alone, that doesn't make anybody fascist. If you read that and you are a fascist after reading it, then you probably were one before.
Yeah.
Because I read it.
Yeah.
Does anybody find the idea of like Hitler narrating a book like really funny? Like, as Franzo, I have all these ideas in my head, but I didn't know where to put them. Would you mind picking up a pen? And it's just like, oh, I really hate these Juden. They're just so annoying. Oh, I went to go try and buy a bagel at the local store, and it was full. I had to wait like 7 minutes in line. All I wanted was my bagel. I just wanted to get in and out, but they wouldn't let me. Oh, have you read this book about them?
Yeah. The thing is that it's like it's not that big of a threat, and it never was, and I think that people just overplayed that and gave it more of a myth and made it into more of a myth that it should have been in the first place. So it was just complete horseshit, and everybody who knows who ever read that thing knows that. So I'm opposed to burning books, because we can always take a lesson out of it, one way or another.
What's kind of an interesting sort of development that's happened since the start of the war on terror is that although obviously we have this kind of idea about freedom of expression and about like people should be able to read whatever they want, etc., a lot of states have introduced laws that in a way have silenced people's ability to access information, because obviously one of the things that they want to do is cut down on access to things like materials from I don't know, like like ISIS pamphlets and things like that, right? Like there's legislation that countries have, like anti-terrorism legislation, that can see you prosecuted if you possess this kind of material. And I'm not passing any judgment about whether this is the way to do it or not, but what's kind of interesting is that this has had a impact on not just obviously the people who are sharing this because they're extremists, but it's also had an impact on academics as well. So I know that in the UK, in my own country, we've had instances of academics at university who have been researching acts of terrorism, and as part of that, they obviously look at different things that are published by these different organizations, and they've been questioned by security services, they've been questioned by people to, and, they're not generally speaking prosecuted. I think there's maybe been a handful of cases where it's gone close to that, but it does have a sort of chilling effect on it. So, and again, I'm too tired to pass any real judgment on it, but it is something that's happening right now. Like this really extremist material is being suppressed, and you might think that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but yeah, it's I don't know. I could go back and say something about the initial thing that started this off as well. I think that reading the case about the guy from Alabama, as I already said, 15 years is that's like totally disproportionate. It doesn't serve any sort of it's not a reasonable sentence for somebody for the crime that it's not. I'm trying to think of a good way to word this. It's not proportionate to the crime that he's committed. Although burning a flag in an arson attack because you hate gay people is awful. But like, it's a consequence of this rhetoric about being tough on crime. You know, it's like we need to be tough on criminals, so we'll introduce laws like 3-strike rules that mean that if you prosecuted for 3 things, then on the 3rd thing you get a massive sentence, that sort of thing. So it's kind of interesting to see how that can impact people in these sorts of cases. And I think this is one of the cases that's going to be passed around now by all these kind of right-wing people, and they're going to say, look at freedom of speech in this country, look how dead it is. They're doing this. Obviously, it's going to be taken 100% out of context. But what's kind of interesting there is that the reason for it is partly due to their own drive to be tough on criminals. So there's a little bit of irony there as well. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say on that.
Yeah. Does anybody else have some comments or something they want to add to that one?
Well, it just goes to the biggest. It's like the most American type of sentence, like always overdoing it. Mandatory minimum sentences. Throw more people in prison. That's why we lead the world in incarceration. Like it's absolutely insane.
I believe angels are real.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
But like,
Have you ever seen an undisguised angel? It's horrifying.
they don't have genitals. Anyways,
Angels are genderless.
Dun, 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 dun.
It's the trans
But,
agenda.
yeah,
It's the trans
it's the
agenda,
trans
yeah.
agenda.
Yeah, the left
Oh,
is
Yeah,
trying
it-
to
it-
destroy Christianity
This
by
is how the
turning
left
angels
will
Yes,
silence
it,
me.
it turned.
genderless.
It already turned every angel into a fully automated armored trans lesbian. And once we reach the conclusion of the immortal science of Robotnicism, the machine god Empress will do so with every human as well. Thank you. It's part of the trans agenda, by the way, RPG, if you're listening.
Yeah, forced
You
feminization.
can quote me on that.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't
Forced
have free speech
feminization.
anymore.
Your
I
free
just thought-
speech has been destroyed.
Yeah, my free speech
Yeah.
got destroyed. I don't have any
But
free speech.
on a serious note,
I am listening. Can I respond with my? Please respond. I sent you angry message. Please respond.
Debate me. Debate me.
Come on.
Debate me.
yeah, let's go on.
Yeah.
I think that we, at the same time, where we, for example, I think that we should not ban any books. I think that it's always our responsibility to handle certain topics in a certain way. Like if we just leave people reading Mein Kampf and then not talk about it and not commentate it, that's also not a good idea, in my
it
opinion.
can be a slippery slope for some people who are already like due to their circumstance and upbringing and surroundings and stuff could be not predisposed, but a little more easily brought into that far right ideology, right? So
There's to give that a good example, there is a German cabaretist, I would call him, who in the 2000s pretty much had a big tour throughout Germany. He's called Serdar Somuncu, and he was going around reading Mein Kampf and reading from Mein Kampf. But when he did that, he didn't just fucking read it and then nothing. He commentated it, and he made a comedy. He turned it into a comedy program, and you can say about that whatever you want to, but it kind of reached its goal because it pulled attention towards it in terms of how ridiculous the stuff is that's in there. It pulled attention towards it by also taking its myth of being the book that you read and then you turn fascist. And I think he also he said that constantly. He also convinced a lot of people who were fascists to go to him after the show and then go like, did that guy really write that into that? Yeah, he fucking did. Like a lot of completely stupid things that are in that book. And this is something that I think that in one capacity or another we should do, like the kind of enlightenment that has to go along with it. However, I also would say that if we're talking about fascist propaganda, then we have to acknowledge then today's fascist propaganda, although it shares very much characteristics with what we had a few decades ago, it has evolved and it has become something different. And
absolutely.
Yeah, and that we honestly, the last thing we have to care about are books. That's not how fascists get other people and drag other people down their rabbit hole. That's not how
fascists are already literally walking down the street with swastikas and flags and armbands
and rats and fucking all
yeah,
that. Shit,
just look at the Proud Boys of Atomwaffen.
At least where they're allowed to.
Yeah, where they're allowed to. Yeah, my free speech. No, I'm sorry. That's not how this works.
Something I've noticed too, not noticed, but something that was pointed out to me earlier in a post that I read was like, there's a reason why people feel like there's a reason why somebody would say Nazis from back in World War II times and all that shit, like classical Nazis, right, or whatever, are they're bad, right? And they're not, but they're not the same thing as modern Nazis. I think a big reason why there's this distinction between classic Nazis and neo-Nazis is neo-Nazis look back on the history of extreme violence, genocide, and just absolute disgusting outcomes and things like that. And they go, hey, we should do this again and do it more.
Yeah.
And that's what really sets them apart from, like, because they have the hindsight, yet they still go, hey, that was a good idea, hey, that was great, we should do that again, we should do that some more. And it's like, holy fuck, like, surely obviously to humanity generally speaking, these weren't new ideas back in late 1930s, 1940s Germany. These weren't new ideas or human behaviors, but this is still pretty fresh. If you look at the extremely small amount of time between then and now, speaking on a broader scale, so like being able to look back like less than a century ago and go, hey, yeah, we should do that again now, like, that's holy shit, like that's like a special kind of fucking evil, like.
All right, I've got to go now, I'm afraid. I only wanted to pop in for a little bit before I left, but before I go, I just wanted to say, imagine being so mad about being banned from a Twitch chat that you create a new account so that you can continue shitposting. That was really
wow.
Yeah, we see you,
really,
I didn't even notice.
I called him out like as soon as he started fucking posting. I was like, "What's up, RPG?"
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Boy.
Desperate, salty boy.
Very.
I didn't even ban him. I just timed him out for
salty boy.
I just timed him out for 20 minutes.
Yeah, account it was created 21 minutes ago. It starts continuing the same comment. Oh, he even says he lives in New York. Okay. Yeah, I'll see you guys around. Have fun.
Adios, Leveler. Always fun talking
Bye.
to you.
Yeah.
Next time, nice to talk to you. What a salty boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, what else is there?
So I have a really hot take that I want to talk about.
Oh, sure. Do that while I'm
hot take
fixing
time.
stuff.
Okay.
Time for
I think that veganism is colonialist guilt.
Could you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, like you're gonna have to walk me through that.
What exactly do you mean by
I already
guilt?
So
to be fair, I already know probably what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can kind of feel it. I've
really okay. Do you want me to
heard this take
do you
before.
want me to continue forward with this?
I mean, why not? Why not?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah,
I mean, some
yeah.
people don't. Some
Yeah.
people don't.
Okay. I the reason I think that veganism is colonialist guilt, for example, as a Native American, is I think a lot of this is rooted in a complete lack of understanding of Native American culture, Native American history, how Native Americans handle animals when we hunt and when we do things with animals. The concept of like different ethical views, like where you might think that hunting an animal and killing an animal isn't ethical. We do. And I think it's
Or at least it can be.
Well, it can be, yeah.
Yeah.
For example, I'm forbidden from hunting for sport. I'm not allowed to do it. If anybody within the tribe catches me doing it, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, I think hunting for sport is totally immoral.
Yeah. And
I would disagree with that, but we don't have to talk about that right now.
Okay.
So I have a real huge problem with people that hunt for sport. Particularly as a Native American, like spiritually, I have an issue with it. Morally and ethically, I have an issue with it. But like as a hunter and as a Native American, for example, you're taught, not trained, wrong word, taught to make sure that the shot that you take is the shot that you have the best likelihood of making sure that the animal doesn't suffer. It is just gone.
And to make sure that you're able to utilize it as best as possible.
Yeah.
Without like ruining a part of it with
you're not supposed to. Yeah. It's about taking ethical shots and hunting, for example, is like a cross shot where you take out both lungs, spinal shots, things like that, where the animal just drops. You don't want it to run away bleeding. You don't want it to suffer. And when we take the animal, you're supposed to use all of it that you can. The pelt, the antlers, the meat, and it's a big spiritual thing too for Native Americans. But where did veganism start?
I don't know.
Where did it start? And I think like modern veganism here in the United States is very much like sort of buried in colonialist guilt.
Technically, it started with Indian culture.
Did it?
Yeah, I think so. I may be wrong, but I think it started with Indian culture because some of them started avoiding products from animals. I know like Hindus don't do anything with cows for starters, but I think there's a vegan contingent in Indian culture. But then again, you could also make the case that the British adopted a lot of Indian culture. They colonized them, so that can go full circle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I would actually consider it colonial guilt, colonial vegan guilt, rooted in a lack of respect and understanding for Native American land or indigenous people's land, like all over the world too. Go ahead.
Can I just put that in? So I'm just I know that people have a problem with Wikipedia, but if you don't trust what's written in there, you can always check the sources. That's why they're named after something. So it actually says that this goes traces back to the Indus Valley's civilizations in 3,300 to 1,300 BCE in the Indian subcontinent.
Okay.
So this praxis has been around a very long time, but modern veganism, quote, veganism established itself as a significant movement in the 19th century England and United States.
To just deflate myself a little bit about being correct on that, the only reason that I said that was because of a Simpsons episode. So we'll just go ahead and get me off my high horse.
It sounded right though. So
yeah,
I guess
I don't mean to delegitimize my point, but
so I guess some issues that I would have with this take are I know vegans personally that are only vegan because they think that the way that we treat animals is immoral, and so they think the eating of animals is inherently immoral. And I guess I just don't see where a colonialist mindset, colonialist guilt comes into that.
Mm-hmm. It does kind of sound like a naturalistic argument, which I know vegans
Well,
absolutely
and
hate.
to like engage with somebody in chat, which is always my thing. I specifically stated, like, I clarified that I was talking about modern veganism here in the United States, and my feelings on it, like being rooted in it being a lot about guilt. And I'm just gonna say, and I really don't care what people think, that I don't place animal life above human life. I don't, and I never will. And if people have an issue with that, I don't care. You know, like, I legitimately don't care. I mean, I've literally been called a rapist and a murderer because I like to go hunting, and told that I'm no different from ISIS and, you know, no different from,
Wow,
you
that's a
know, like
spicy
radical Islam and all that because I hunt and, you know,
Christ.
and eat meat and all this other sort of stuff. And it's like, I'm Native American. It's part of my heritage, my culture, and my spirituality. You can fuck right off. And I'm
Yeah.
going to keep doing it. And I really don't care if you like that I'm going to keep doing it or not. I really, hold on a minute.
The magical hand with the snacks that comes for you.
Hell yeah.
Are you selling one?
That's the good life right there.
Magical
Somebody
hand
opens
with
your
the
door
magical snacks.
and just hands you a
The
cookie.
magical
It's like,
cookie.
yeah, that's the shit.
Mm.
That's the real shit.
Cookie.
I got cookies. I like completely fell asleep at my
And
sister's.
Megan,
Have my
Cherokee,
popcorn.
Cherokee on one side, Saponi Lakota Sioux on the other. I'm like 35% Native American, somewhere around in there. Not all culture is good, though, not even if it's from a minority.
Wait. Do you have high
Well-
cheekbones?
Mm,
Just
I don't-
checking. Just
I don't
checking because
know.
it has to be.
do I have
Oh.
to, like...
The Elizabeth
to-
Warren thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I was Native American because I had high cheekbones.
That pissed me
Listen,
off
no.
so much.
Is that a
Oh my
Stop.
god. It's like,
Fucker.
look, I don't
Stop.
care if you claim Native American heritage. I care if you claim it and you're not actively trying to support the a tribe, be engaged, learn, study, maybe send money to the tribe, you know, bring your patronage to the tribe, like speak openly about Native American issues, you know, like stand up for, you know, things like the Standing Rock issue. Like, if you claim Native American heritage, cool, I guess, but at least try to do something with it. You know, like, for example, me being Native and being on Twitch and being open and vocal about how Native Americans are being attacked and assaulted and disrespected and arrested and treated like terrorists when you know, people like Standing Rock say, hey, you know, this pipeline's gonna burst. They all fucking do, always, and you know it's going to. And the cops
already
are
did.
like, you know, no, you're terrorists. We're gonna shut you down and send dogs and paramilitary forces at you, and it'll be fine because the corporations, you know, America, of the corpse, for the corpse, and by the corpse. And sure enough, it breached 3 times. The most recent breach was in October. 26,000 acres of land. Sure enough. Hey, by the way, could you not poison our water? Nah, what do you know, you know, dirty you know, natives with your spiritualism and nonsense.
I know that one.
Don't bruh me if you're bruhing me. Oh,
Mhm.
yeah. That's headline news, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just muted my headset so I could listen to RPG Mauled on his channel about us.
Is he?
He's live right now complaining and jerking off
About,
Jordan Peterson at the same time.
Anyway,
I didn't
moving on.
even ban
So,
him.
you know,
I
staying
just
on topic,
Very
please.
funny.
Yeah,
sorry.
Topic,
It's really
please.
funny.
Hey, Leon, moderate.
I didn't even ban
Please
him.
not go there again.
So
Enough of that.
sad.
Yeah.
He's so sad.
It's so
I didn't
funny.
even ban him.
We should just
It's
not
okay.
talk about him. At
Yeah.
all.
No,
We should just
I
not
don't.
talk about it.
Let's avoid that topic.
Just
We should just
so
not.
silly.
And maybe Leon should moderate.
I'm gonna check DMs.
Still,
Leon,
if
I
you're
think you're
watching his
doing great.
stream, please
Thank
clip
you.
all that
I'm
shit and
just
download
messing
it
with you.
because he deletes all his clips and his VODs. I'm not gonna say anything more about that.
I would really like to see what he's
There's-
saying, like what he's going to complain about us. But yeah, he deletes all his VODs because coward.
Let's come on, let's
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about
Let's
anything
move
else.
on.
Anyway,
Anything
on this
Uh,
topic.
else?
So on this topic, my question to vegans, like here's the big question. If you were forced to choose between, say, an injured dog and an injured human child, and you could
Okay.
only save one or the other, my thought process is that most vegans would let the child die.
No, okay, I got to stand for vegans here because I have some good vegan friends. No, most vegans will say that's a stupid question. Of course, we'd go for the human. We're not going to let a human die for a dog. Like most vegans, there are some like, you know how people say that all leftists are SJWs, blah blah blah. Sure, there are some like SJW level vegans out there that'll be like, we're all the same, man. I would save, both of them. But like the vast majority of vegans are like, I just don't like factory farming, and I think it's unnecessary to kill animals for food, so I just choose not to do it, and then they go
Right.
on with their day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would argue that there are a lot of people with coming up with the point of quote unquote speciesism for a fact because that they would say like, well, if we save the human, you think that the human is better, and so speciesism and blah 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 blah. Like I don't agree with that. I think that it's a rational thing for us to go with our own species, which is human.
The reason I bring that up, Micro, is like I said, I have literally, legitimately, unironically gotten into fights with vegans who literally said that I was no different from ISIS.
Oh, for sure. No, there are some really dumb people out there.
People who say like eating meat is not better, or butchering animals is equal to the Holocaust,
Or
they can go fuck themselves
ridiculous.
because that's just relativizing
Oh,
the Holocaust.
yeah,
Like,
like-
yeah, that's that.
Sorry, Emily, go for it.
I was just
I-
saying, anti-fascists are the real fascists, like
True.
shit like that. Like, fuck.
No, I have a couple of close vegan friends, and one of them, like, I love him to death, but he likes to say that we're like committing genocides against animals, and I'm like, no, literally not the definition of a genocide.
Yeah,
If we were
yeah.
committing a genocide against animals, then you would all have your vegan utopia because there would be no animals left.
There would be
Yeah,
no.
we would eliminate them from the gene pool.
Yeah.
That's the point of a.
I'm just-
oh my god.
I'm tired of I get a lot of like really bad arguments and bad faith arguments from vegan people, which like it kind of frustrates me because for the most part, like I'm in line with vegans. I think vegans are probably right. Like I really do. I
Yeah.
just don't care enough to like stop eating meat. You could probably get me to stop eating pork by some point, but like I'll never stop eating chickens. Chickens are dumb as fuck. I don't give a fuck about chickens.
True.
I'm gonna eat
True.
chickens.
Fuck chickens. They're
Yeah,
stupid.
I mean in a certain way, yeah.
But like my hang up with veganism is always that like the two things that they use as substitutes I don't like, beans and mushrooms, and also they haven't gotten cheese right, but like some of the stuff is all right, and I've been very lucky with my vegan friends. Like they don't throw a fit at all. And I mean, my big thing is I try to think of them when I do things. Like when my grandmother died, my cousin is vegan, and so, or no, vegetarian. So I had to make I couldn't think of anything else to do. I was a little distraught, so I wanted to cook. So I made pasta for everybody, and I was like, oh shit, Adam's vegetarian. I need to do one without meat. So like I made it with like mushrooms, and like cooked the mushrooms and put it in it and made it specifically for him and brought it to them, and they loved it. So like I try to be accountable for that, but like that day I was probably a little crazy and dealing with a lot of shit, so that's a little different. But
Well,
you know,
I would also like to like maybe quantify and clarify a few things here. First of all, I do believe in animal cruelty, right? I do believe that if you are cruel to animals,
yeah,
there's something wrong with you.
yeah,
um,
definitely.
Then you need to
I
go
just had
gulag.
to- I'd like to get a thought out without somebody else.
Okay.
Okay. Animal cruelty is something I have an issue with. Being a trophy hunter is something I have an issue with. I have an issue with industrialized, slaughter of animals instead of like free roam type things.
Yeah,
I believe that we have a lot of opportunities and a lot of options to balance out our diets and to lower our intake of meat and bring in more, like for me, for example, having a proper meal would involve some meat, but also vegetables on the plate. And not as much meat because maybe we've got some other starches and other things with protein and other things like other vegetables on the plate. I believe there's a lot of stuff that we should be doing. I'm a huge proponent and advocate for vertical farming. I'm a huge proponent and advocate for aquaponics, which if people don't know what that is,
that's good.
I was talking about this.
That's cool shit.
Yeah, aquaponics is like growing fish alongside growing plants on the top of the water, and they kind of like symbiotically help one another out, and it's really, really amazing. I'm a huge proponent of rotary farming, internal year-round rotary farming, and I think we have like maybe the ability to subsidize rotary farming. There's several new technologies on the market right now which would allow all of us, for example, to have this big rotary sort of device in the house that would allow us to grow crops year-round without pesticides. I think there's so much to be done here without dictating to other individuals what they can and can't eat and what they should and shouldn't eat. And I can tell you, the quickest way to get somebody to look at you as a vegan and go, fuck you, is to attack them for not being vegan. I call them militant vegans. Thankfully, like the biggest vegan that I know on Twitch isn't. I'm going to shout out Nicole / Bad Bunny because I think she's absolutely amazing, and she's probably going to absolutely never speak to me again if she ever sees me saying this stuff. But she's not a militant vegan, and she does seem to like legitimately want to like educate people about veganism and do it in a way that isn't extremely antagonistic. And I think that's a big issue too. Like if you're trying to educate anybody about a stance that you've got, the easiest way to get them to shut down is to be extraordinarily antagonistic with them, right? Yeah. And instead of and I think like maybe to me, like maybe veganism is also akin to a sort of a religious type of thing. Like, well, it's cool if you're vegan, but I'm not. Don't push it on me, and I'm not going to push it on you that you can't be vegan, right? Like if you want to be vegan, but don't tell me that I have to be.
Well, they would argue that like obviously like that killing of an animal, they would argue that like saying like, oh, I'm not a murderer, right? But you do what you're doing. That's like how they would equate it in their head, which I can kind of see the general idea. Like if you do think that killing an animal is not tantamount to killing a human, but it's still taking a life, then I can see why they wouldn't be cool with being somebody who's not vegan. But they need to understand that if they're not going to be cool with people who aren't vegan, then that's going to affect their personal life. It's probably going to lose friendships. You're probably going to limit yourself on your ability to make new friends or to do things, which, if that's a part of your ideology and you're okay with that, that's cool. But you can't blame other people for not wanting to be a part of that, even if you think you're like morally in the right. Like you just have to be prepared for these consequences.
Yeah. Right. True.
Yeah. I also give credit to Eva a lot too. There was one night that I was just kind of listening to her stream and their stream. I'm going to screw that up. I'm going to try not to. And they were talking about that and like really educated me on a lot of things. I asked, typical meat eater questions. Like I tried to avoid this specific ones because they were all over that beforehand. It was like before anybody says this, that, and like I brought up I can't remember what it's I brought up lab grown meat, and they weren't couldn't quite give an opinion on it yet, understandably because we're not there yet, but lab grown meat is something I'm pretty interested in.
I actually was talking with I can't remember who it was, but I was asking, would lab-grown meat be considered vegan? I feel like it would, just because vegans would understand that the utility of considering it vegan would be better. But in order to make lab-grown meat, and this is all a hypothetical, but I would assume that there would need to be at some level some animal killed to like create the first cells or whatever, or not even killed, but used to create the first cells. And most vegans say that using any animal product, is non-vegan. So if you're using animal cells from a living animal in order to create this non-vegan meat, and I'm assuming like you just take a clump of cells and then you can create all the non-vegan meat you want from that, or the non-meat meat. You know what I mean? All the meat from that. Would it still be considered vegan? Technically, no. But if you want to be like a utilitarian and say, does it end the suffering of animals? Then you probably should consider it vegan, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I guess it's just where like sorry, Mark.
That's okay. I was just gonna say it just seems like a really contentious subject with vegans, and it's understandable because it's both breaking the rules and not.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
Oh.
And I just have an issue with placing animal life above human life, not equal. But I don't place animal life equal. But in the same term as in the same sentence of not placing animal life equal with human life, I never abused my dog, right? And I would go out of my way to keep him happy and healthy and safe and fed and loved and played with. And God help anyone that would attack him before I lost him a couple months ago. And, like especially animals that we've come to socially accept as beasts of burden or animals that have use to us. Horses, dogs, pet animals, cats, birds, things like that. What, Micro?
Oh, sorry. Somebody posted something in my chat that was really funny, so I thought I would read it.
So that's my take on this, and a lot of people don't realize that, like again, in Native American culture and Cherokee culture. To give you an example, like there were animals that were considered sacred. Brother wolf, for one, rattlesnakes, for another, were considered sacred and not to be killed. There was entire rituals to this. What's going on, Kiara?
Sorry, I just clicked on the link from Macro. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just interacting with my chat. Like if I laugh or anything and at a weird time, it's because I'm interacting with my chat. Sorry.
I'm not gonna speak for all natives. I'm speaking for me. Like I don't. I don't personally believe in reincarnation. And I don't personally place animal life above. Like maybe I would be willing to say possibly like equivalent to, but not really. But still, even as somebody who doesn't place animal life above human life, you should still respect animal life. And needlessly being cruel to animals and needlessly killing animals, for trophy or for sport, is not things that I condone at all. And for example, Cherokee tradition, a hunter would abstain from intercourse for 4 days before the hunt and 4 days after the hunt, and they would also like bathe in the rivers. There was rituals and other things, prayers, chants on the hunt, praying to the wind and to the long person, the god or / goddess, I can't remember, of the river, and Noti, Noatua, if I remember correctly. I haven't spoken Cherokee in a very long time. So I think there's a lot to take into this too. Like if say for example I go out and I hunt and it's just me and my rifle and I don't have like a scope and all this other stuff, and I'm going out with the intention of taking one animal life to provide for my family for months, and my goal is to track that animal, kill that animal, to use all of that animal and to make sure it doesn't suffer and doesn't hurt and isn't in pain. Is that really unethical? I mean, obviously vegans would argue yes, but I wouldn't
maybe
argue that it is.
sometimes, okay, so again, I'm gonna like kind of stand here for vegans, even though I'm not one. So the general, I gotta go soon too, guys. But the general argument is that like we don't need to kill animals now to live. If you're like living in a countryside and you need to kill an animal to live, most vegans tend to be like, look, you're a human, you gotta live, do what you need to do. The general idea, especially for like reducing cruelty to animals, what vegans would say is, well, killing an animal is the ultimate form of cruelty. What I would say to that is like, if we're actually like utilizing the animal, then I don't really care too much, as long as we try to give them some semblance of a life, and then we end their life as painlessly as possible. That's why I don't like halal or kosher slaughter, because you slit the animal's throat while it's still alive and conscious, which seems unnecessary to me. But if we can do anything we can to kind of minimize the pain and suffering that they experience in their everyday life, I would be okay with that. But vegans, yeah, they would basically say that everything that you say about not committing violence or cruelty to animals, they just extend that to what we consider food animals, and they would say that your choice to extend it to some animals but not others is arbitrary. And just because
I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, I'm just kind of devil's advocating here.
Yeah. And also, like, when people talk about like the health benefits of veganism, it's not sustainable or practical for everybody. And there are health issues to be concerned about with veganism, including like having B12 deficiency and things like that. So there are some health issues, like you will have to have additional intakes of things that have, I think it's like certain fatty acids or things like that you know, you might also have to intake, you know, vitamin supplements and things like that. Or you know, find something underneath the vegan umbrella that provides you with the things that a normal vegan diet doesn't. And there are some small, compared to the good, there are some small health concerns with veganism, just like there are small health concerns if you only eat meat. And again, like I've said multiple times, like I'm not a person saying only eat meat. You know, I believe humans are an omnivoric species, and we should be a balanced one at that. And we have a lot of opportunities economically, technologically, to you know, take the burden off, to lower industrialized farming and agriculture, to lower its impact on the planet. Imagine if you could, for example, grow crops in your house, in your basement year round. Like, just, you know, if you wanted to grow fruits and berries and vegetables. Sorry, you got to go, Micro?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to leave. Love you all. This was a fun conversation. I'm glad we talked about stuff like this. Hey, everybody in Leon's chat, you should go to twitch.tv/micromacrotx. I do a lot of high energy chud thumping is what we call them. We shit on right-wing people that say stupid shit. And yeah, I don't know. I talk about left-wing stuff. I'm about to raid. I dropped something. I'm about to raid Leon. So you can follow me there. But yeah, it'd be fun. I'm not going to be streaming until the new year because I'm going to South America. But yeah.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, my mom's Chilean, so we're going to Chile.
Oh, cool.
Oh, be careful down there.
Oh yeah, we were going to go to the cities, but then we were like, hey, how about we go to the wilderness where it's far away from everyone?
Yeah, I have a friend that
if you're
updates
down
me on
there,
Chile.
Yeah.
Go show some solidarity for our comrades and their fight.
I want to protest with them, I really do, but I also like having both of my eyes. So I'm like,
Yeah.
Not saying you don't have to partake in the demonstrations. Just, you know, it's good when people see that, you know, people on the outside are on their side. And
yeah, for sure. No, we stopped by Hong Kong recently on my way to Bali, and I really wanted to go take part in that, but we literally had enough time to get off our plane and get on another one, so I didn't get to. But whatever, I probably shouldn't be protesting in other people's shit. But anyways, I love you all. Y'all have a good night. Adios.
Have a good trip, man.
Later.
Well, do appreciate y'all.
what's going on? Why are you laughing? I want to laugh.
Oh, our RPG alt account saying that Emily is so ugly. Like, what the f? And I'm like, that's cool. Good job. I personally, like,
I was on my way to it. Leon beat me.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm typically okay with people coming in, like, if they want to say bad stuff about me, but I at least try to be somewhat predictive to guests, even though I'm probably too lenient most of the time.
Yeah.
But that one was that was a pretty clear, like, nah.
I mean, if someone wants to say I'm ugly, they're welcome to be wrong. It's not a big deal.
I mean,
Nice.
I mean, No
Nobody's
sexual
perfect, right?
harassment here, M, because we're friends, but I wouldn't kick you out of bed.
By the way, since this is a hot take podcast or a hot take round table, what about the hot take that I had the other day in Lexi's stream?
Oh, what hot
which
take was
one?
that?
Said that I said that attractiveness can be a privilege or is a privilege, and that we should acknowledge that.
I thought that you had a legit shit take. I'm sorry.
What I'm just interested in what you thought my take was, because you seemed like really pissed at that, and I was like,
actually kind of
okay, I
annoyed
want to
with
know.
you. Yeah, I was like actually legitimately like, I need to talk to Kiara about
What do
this.
you think? What do you think? What the point was? Like, what was your issue with that?
To be entirely honest, I don't know if you know, but I ended up talking with Lexi last night, drunk and super depressed. I don't remember.
Time, but yeah.
I don't remember. I don't even remember. All I remember was that I thought that the take was bad at the time. I don't even remember what it was.
Pretty much, I
So
just
maybe
had
if you
that.
could quantify and clarify. I don't want to be pedantic.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I completely
I
understand
think-
what you were saying with that.
I think I
claim.
know what she's saying.
So we were I don't know what we were exactly talking, what was leading me up to talking about the thing, but it was essentially that I said that, it was about, attractive cis woman on Twitch streaming, and like people making the argument that, oh, booby streamers, blah blah blah, this and that, and them getting more attention. And I said that, like, it's to recognize that a lot of attractive cis women who start to stream on Twitch often have a easier time gathering a bigger audience. Thing negative, however, in terms of against them, was that, attractiveness, that attractiveness is a privilege.
I don't agree.
In some cases that we should recognize that. But again, it's a bit more nuanced than that in terms of really their fault, but more of the fault of a culture of objectification, for example.
I can dig on that.
It's still a privilege in the same to me, in the same sense that, for example, a wealthy nation is a privilege. Being born white is a privilege. Being born cis male is a privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Also things that we cannot decide.
Yeah.
We just don't go, or I'm ugly now, and then it is like that.
Yeah.
Born with, and they're still privileged, and we still acknowledge them, just like I would say we all here acknowledge that being white is meaning you have a privilege.
Yeah, I actually agree with that take.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that attractiveness is also a privilege that people should realize more. But at the same time, we also viewed it with a system of objectification, especially of women.
Yeah, lady, you
a
said you
couple things.
disagreed.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think attractiveness is a privilege, because it's entirely subjective. Where I would think someone is attractive, somebody else wouldn't. Also, like for example, I might find people attractive, and the people I find attractive, like give you an example. My spouse thinks that what the hell is his name? Hold on a minute. Hey, honey, what's the Australian guy that you think is super awesome and sexy?
Thor?
The guy that played Thor in Oakenshield?
Chris Hemsworth.
No, not Chris Hemsworth. The guy that played...
I didn't say Chris Hemsworth.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
He is super awesome.
No, Thor, the guy that played Thor in Oakenshield.
Oh, he's not Australian. He's
Okay,
British.
he's
That's
British.
Richard Armitage.
Richard Armitage, yes. Okay.
He's British.
Right. And you think he's just the most like sexy thing on the planet, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay, you're wrong. Anyway, you're wrong.
He's
Bye.
one of Chris
Bye.
Hemsworth is
Bye.
one.
Bye.
Oh,
Wow.
You're wrong. Oh my
Wow.
God. Bye.
When Hugh
Bye.
Jackman's working out.
Bye. I love you. Bye. Okay. See, that's what I mean. Like I don't think Richard Armitage is all that attractive. She
Yeah,
does.
he looks like a serial killer.
I'm not blind. You're just wrong.
Eddie has the voice. How can you go past
Bye.
the voice?
Bye.
Yeah, he looks like a serial killer. I'm looking at his pictures right now. He's creepy.
He's a little. Yeah.
I would say I would counter that with, for example, against our stance, who oppose our stance that being white is a privilege, would also say, well, being white is not a privilege because I don't see it that way, and everyone sees it that way. But
Well, the again, I don't see attractiveness as a privilege because it is entirely subjective. Versus saying, for
agreed
example,
upon it can still be agreed upon majority of people, for example.
I disagree. I
You
disagree.
do not. You disagree that it can be agreed upon a majority of people that someone is attractive or not.
It would have to be a rather large majority, like for it to really matter. And
A majority is a
So, like,
majority.
I-
Like if it's 50%
for
of people
example,
in the
take-
country agreeing upon one person is being attractive or not, then it's a majority.
okay, so what has my not being attractive ever stopped me from obtaining? Because I'm
No.
not attractive, and I know that. I never have been, never will be. But like, what is it? Did it stop me from getting any of my jobs? Did it stop me from getting into the military? Did it
No.
stop me from getting bank accounts? Did it cause me to
No.
be abused by the police? Like, you see where it's like it to me it falls apart and it falls flat on its face. It's like, okay, well, when we're talking specific,
Subjectiveness, then taking your case only is entirely subjective as well.
how
point in
else
that
am I
case.
supposed to like engage with this, but not from an internal perspective?
Can't prove non-existence, right? About how does this not affect you? How am I supposed to oppose this, or how are you supposed to prove that in the first place? It's hard to say that. And
No, I couldn't get a job as a model, but I don't want a job as a model. So, but that's a very specific industry in which attractiveness and beauty. Again, I think a lot of models I don't find them attractive, especially if they're like, 80, 90 pounds and look skeletal to me. I don't find that attractive at all, but people do. So,
neither do I, but a lot of people still find them attractive, because if that wasn't the case, then they would probably not be hired as models. That's just how we do. That's just how a
Right.
certain people or certain aspects of people have been attractive over the years, over the decades, over centuries. We all know that, like, attractiveness changed over time. Then, so yeah, of course you have a point when you say it's kind of subjective, because yeah, we've seen it change over time. Then why we've seen a picture of what is attractive and what is not attractive also has to do with a majority of people, or people agreeing stances of what is attractive or not.
I'm not going to agree on this. So, I'm sorry that that's it. I'm sorry that I'm having nothing but shit takes all day, but I don't agree. I don't agree.
You don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize for that. That's okay. But I'm just saying that you're right that it's subjective to many people what's attractive, and yeah, absolutely. Like the things that I find attractive in people might be completely different from someone else. So yeah, objective. That it's still possible that a majority of people agrees on a certain picture of an ideal person being attractive at a certain point in time, like if I take a look at beauty standards over time,
Mm.
it's pretty simple to see that because there were different beauty standards over time, and people who were born hitting that beauty standards more than others were privileged at that time. That might change when that beauty standard change, but it's still a privilege at that time. Just like, for example, it might change that German right now is being privileged for me, and if tomorrow, of course, that's horseshit, but if tomorrow Germany is not wealthy anymore and becomes very fucking poor, then it's not a privilege anymore.
Hmm.
The things can the basis on which we judge that can change.
Okay, so
While
let me
it's
let me
still
ask you
being a
this.
privilege.
Let me ask you this: if being attractive is a privilege, what about attractive minority individuals?
That depends. Do you mean, for example, especially when it comes to people of color, Black people in America, for example, attractiveness in the sense of or of white culture?
Well, Native
Yeah, because
Americans, African
Western
Americans,
beauty standards, right?
right?
Like,
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, no. Let's talk. Let's Native Americans, African Americans, transgender individuals, people that are non-binary, for example. You know, other ethnicities or minorities, particularly the entirety of the LGBT experience. We could argue that being attractive as a woman is different from being attractive as a man. And this is why I do not agree with this, because there's way too much else to bring into this to just say unequivocally attractiveness is a privilege. Well, if it's
Being as a is being attractive as, for example, someone who's transgender, does that have more negative consequences than, for example, let's say non-passing trans women?
well, I'm a non-passing trans woman, and I literally can't go to the bathroom in public without having something happen. So, like,
Is favorable, right?
it would be to me, yeah, but I know other trans individuals that don't give a shit.
But that has to do with attractiveness, right? In
Right.
terms of how you are recognized as a woman and how not.
Right. But would we say that there's more privilege in being an attractive white man than there's privilege in being an attractive African American man? Would we say there's more privilege in being an attractive cis het female than being an attractive passing trans woman or a attractive yet non-passing
these
trans?
are intersectional and layered
Yeah.
things that it's hard to make a argument one against the other when there are so many other issues at play within that question, right? Like, so like, oh well, what about a beautiful African American man versus a beautiful white woman? Well, there's
Yeah.
racism tied into that. You know what I mean? Like,
First of all, that
yeah.
it's a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah.
If you really want to make examples, then I guess you should probably take examples from the same group of people, because that makes the most sense in comparing attractiveness or in figuring out what is considered attractive or not. That's why I also said that, like, if you want to go with of color, if you think of attractiveness in the sense of
Feel free to bring that up, right?
passing as white, if you want to call it that,
Yeah.
people who
I'm
who
white
white
passing because
white it up,
yeah.
or if a black person is more beautiful in the standards of black culture, which I would also deem absolutely attractive. To me, that doesn't really make a difference, but judge that differently, and then it's a bit hard to compare that to each other. But because there's those factors to be thought of, no matter how attractive you are, you always will be privileged in some certain way and some certain aspect of life. In that case, like just passing trans women being more privileged than non-passing trans women. That's something I very much criticized when it came to the ContraPoints thing. ContraPoints complaining about people using they them pronouns when she was around. Yeah, of course, but she's a very, very well passing trans woman and often does not have the problems of non-passing
And she had the
trans people.
money to, get
Yeah.
surgery to pat even.
And
I'd like to hear
it's
from
something
Mark.
like
Yeah, I want to hear Mark's
um,
take,
privilege
for
man.
sure.
Honestly, she's covering it all. I think the only thing that I would add is, yeah, there is an idea of like the traditional beauty standard, which is usually, baked in like a Eurocentric view.
Yeah.
I definitely agree that that's a thing. And I mean, I have witnessed such privilege, and I mean, I I've become aware that as I got older, I got more attractive. And when I was younger, I was kind of a awkward looking dude, even throughout my 20s. Until I started getting gray hair, I didn't start looking kind of attractive. But like, I've
apparently
noticed a
women like the
change.
salt and pepper look on men.
Yeah, it shocked the shit out of me. Like for the first time in my life, people think I'm younger than I actually am. But like, I've noticed the way that people talk to me is like kind of different for the most part.
Right
But,
there.
yeah.
Ostibits.
What'd they say? Sorry.
Ostibits. Actually, that helps. That helps.
And yeah, I was gonna say like skin color is a big thing. I mean, I
Yeah,
know that pretty well with my
absolutely.
wife. For skin colors in the eyes of the law, for wealth, your privilege, your ability to live with consumer goods, lifestyles. For cis privilege, your privilege in the eyes of society. Also true. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
like,
why I
I
wanted to
agree
bring
with all
up
that.
these things are intersecting.
I was
and
mostly ignoring
overlapping.
a lot of the more antagonistic, abusive comments rather than engage with them. But having Asta put that to me, that helps understand. And I don't think Kiara like specifically went into any of that. Like, or did I not hear it? Like talking about like what you're privileged in, like what environmental section.
Already mentioned one, for example, when it comes to passing trans women or not, because whereas, for example, trans women will not get as many bad looks or as many dumb comments when they use women's bathroom. You will get a lot, and like one example of where attractiveness gives some kind of privilege.
Okay, I see your point.
Mhm.
I'm not sure I entirely agree with it, or maybe I should say that I don't think attractiveness privilege is something that is on the same level as like, white privilege in regards to like racism. Like maybe I don't place the same, what's the word I'm looking for? The same level of stock in it.
That's okay, and I think that's a fair assumption, to be honest. But that doesn't mean that it's still that can't be still a privilege. For example, I give you another
be a
example.
smaller
If you
one.
go to another example, if you go through on some kind of gaming event, for example, there are often hostesses, with the stands of different publishers, developers, whatever, and those are mostly cis women who are very attractive. You will have a harder time being considered not attractive by today's beauty standards standing around there.
All right. Well, yeah. I don't. I would like to thank Ostibits and Channel for helping add to what Kiara and Mark were saying. So.
Yeah. I actually I got to take off for the night. I got something going on. Maybe I'll be back later. We'll see.
Did I do something?
Everybody have a good night. If not,
no.
Oh no.
Oh.
No. It's nothing with anyone here. There's other stuff going on.
Yeah, he did
don't worry
DM me
about it.
earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Bye,
But
Mark.
I'll see you later.
Very
Have a
nice
good one,
talking to you.
everybody.
Bye.
Good to
Have a
see you
nice
as
night.
always.
Mark.
Meanie.
Yeah, let me
Twitch.tv/MarkMonkey.
That's what I was.
I'm watching, guys. Follow.
Yeah, there's a shout out. Yeah, for anybody who's not usually around here, I recommend you like check out the Twitch links for all of our guests. So I put their names in like a bolder font because the small whereby stuff is hard to read sometimes. But
Yeah, Mark has a really cool stream. I recommend it.
I do too.
Let me. Oh my god, I'm getting stuck on everything.
So I mean, I guess I could see where you're coming from, Kiara. Maybe I've just never seen it. Sorry, Leon. What's
no,
going on?
it's because I had like just fixed all the like nameplates and everything.
You
mine
just
was
fixed all the
consistent.
nameplates, and here's
No,
wild mind
fucking
waves.
Mind waves.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
What's going on?
We're doing pretty well tonight. It's a fun-
Not too much. I just got back from grocery shopping, so it's been a chill evening for me. Yeah.
What'd you get?
Nice.
Just Soylents and other good tasty foods, you know.
Cool. Soylent Green is people.
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything else guys want to discuss on that or no.
Well, I mean, Mindwaves is here, so maybe he can jump in now.
What were we talking about?
Kiara had brought up on Lexi's stream that attractiveness is privilege, and I disagreed. I guess that's the TLDR version. Is that good enough?
I mean, it's TLDR, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think that got it.
Very much so.
It's very TLDR, but
Yeah.
And
I definitely think that I think that it's interesting to look at how societies have like concepts of beauty have changed so much throughout history and vary from society to society due to like a number of different reasons. I think people that fall under what the larger, I guess, society, I hate saying society so much, the larger society believes is attractive often, I feel like do benefit somewhat. And then those that don't fall under those conventional like beauty standards, I think do face a lot of I don't want to say like I guess discrimination, right? Yeah, I don't know if it's like the most like worrisome form of like privilege, right? But I think I think there's some truth to that, yeah.
Okay. My disagreements with this was that I've outside of like the modeling industry, I've not seen like personally dealt with, and I've not seen any studies, though I did just have some studies linked. I wish I could shout out the person who was kind enough to link those studies when I asked for them. That was good stuff. I am reading them, so I do appreciate you sourcing that. I don't know who it was. Hopefully they can speak up in chat so I can thank them again. But because I do like it when people can, you know, and like one of them was a legitimate study too, as a doctoral thesis. Oh, TPY and John? Okay. And like anecdotally and personally, of course, I've never really noticed attractiveness like stopping people from getting work, causing people to like the I guess the whole thing of like somebody that like an attractive woman getting off with a warning instead of a ticket, like, yeah, but if she broke the law, and, you know, it's like you're welcome, Frames. Like, I've never seen attractiveness be anywhere near as much of a problem as, for example, the fact that African Americans are much more likely to be abused for their skin color. And then, you know, we were talking about attractiveness being subjective, how, you know, like some people find some people attractive and other people don't. You know, there's examples of people like publicly on Twitter saying like, you know, they don't find African American people attractive at all, you know. And then we talked about like intersectionalism, like attractive African Americans versus attractive white people, like, well, who would have more privilege in that sort of a situation. And it was like, this is why I was really finding it hard to like agree with attractiveness being a privilege, considering there's so many external factors and so many like variables involved in attractiveness.
I don't think it's so much unequivocally a privilege as it can be a privilege. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's very like depending on the situation. And like you said, Lady Rain, like what kind of work you're trying to get into, like modeling is a good example of
modeling
where
is a good
that would
example. Sure.
definitely be a privilege.
The only instance of like this type of discrimination I've ever even heard of is, and I would have to look into this because I haven't seen the studies myself, is that I guess that like people that are conventionally considered attractive are more likely to get called back or asked for interviews on like jobs and stuff like that. But again, like that's something I'd have to look into.
Yeah.
Leon doesn't ever talk during these. You know that.
Okay. There's some stuff on Discord I'm trying to take care of, and I've been paying attention to chat because chat had a lot of fun and was very excited earlier. Let's just say that.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's some drama stuff, but we're all okay.
Oh no.
We're okay here. I'll tell you off stream. We're trying not to bring it up anymore. Check out
Right.
Dangerous City. Yeah. That's fine.
Reasonable, yeah.
Yeah. Did anybody else have something? I got a weird like climate change in Holland topic, which I thought was interesting to bring up. But
okay. I don't know how we're supposed to like debate it or hot take it or whatever, but go ahead.
The reason this seems so interesting to me is because this seems something like that could not happen in the United States.
I'm just poking fun, Leon. It's all good.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm just poking. It's all good. Because you normally don't talk, so
I try, but to be fair, I have definitely been paying way too much. I don't want to say paying too much attention to chat, but I've been paying a lot of attention to chat. Save that topic till I'm around. You're killing me, True Leveler. You're killing me. See if I have anything else. Because yeah, that's definitely going to be something that True wants to talk about. But I think that was mostly it. I had a few other topics I'm going to save for later. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Mindways, do you know what the plan for Big Brain is tonight, or what?
I ended up canceling it. The planning just didn't end up working out. I had a couple guests cancel on me, and I already had a spot that I needed to fill. Plus, I was gonna like have to like host it on somebody else's channel, and I figured it just wasn't worth stressing over. So
okay,
we're not doing it today. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I got a few people that said they might come on around 10 then instead, since that's the time we reserved, but we'll see.
Yeah, I encouraged a lot of the guests that were gonna come on to the show instead. So I think that'd be good.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Let's see. Oh, who is this?
Here's a hot take.
Sure.
And since there's been so much drama between me and Mindwaves, right? I don't like your hat, Mindwaves.
I have a few more beanies. Should I try them on for you?
Sure, yeah.
Did you like mine?
Did I like your hat? No.
Wow, canceled.
Hats are
canceled.
Canceled.
All right, I came back.
I've been
I came back
canceled
very
every
briefly.
time I'm on this stream. Like, whatever. I don't really care.
Hey Leon, I came back very briefly to talk about the Dutch thing.
Hey, True Leveler, you probably already know what topic I'm talking about, right?
You're talking about the climate change court case.
Yeah.
Supposed to sleep.
I've been known to sleep. I don't always sleep.
Don't worry. I'm happy that you're back.
Oh no, I came back for this because like most of the topics people talk about on these things are like American politics and things like that, but I actually know a bit about this one. So.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get into it. So, pretty much, I'm just going to read this from the news article. So, the highest court in the Netherlands has upheld a landmark ruling that defines protections against the devastation of climate change as a human right and requires the government to set more ambitious targets to cut greenhouse gas emissions as a result. Not something you would expect to hear in the United States.
No.
Yeah, this case was actually brought on appeal. So originally it had been in the lower Dutch courts where the pressure group had already won the case there, but the Dutch government appealed against the ruling, stating that basically they didn't agree with the substance of it. So it's been appealed to the Dutch Supreme Court, the highest court in the Netherlands, and they've said that it's a human rights issue, and basically, basically with Article. So like, it's the first time that a court has ever said that basically there's like a human right to have a clean climate in this sense. It's a really significant case. It's going to be really important in the future. It's the first case of its kind. So that's why it's exciting. Effectively, they're saying that. Effectively, they say in the case that the Dutch government has to cut its greenhouse gas emissions by, I think, like 25%, and if it fails to meet this target, they're breaking the law because they have a human rights obligation to do so, and they're basing this on Article 2 and Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. That's the right to life and the right to family and private life. So yeah, that's why it's interesting. It's just like really significant because. Up until now, we haven't really. There have been kind of cases about like things like pollution and human rights and those kind of very specific things, like people living in specific cities where there's specific localized issues. But this is the first time that the court's recognised it in terms of human rights, and that's what's interesting about it.
I don't mean to undermine your spiel there. It was really interesting, but I do want to say: has anybody ever told you that you sound a lot like Three Arrows? You sound almost identical.
Yeah, I'm very British, so.
Yeah.
I just want to say that this is a prime example of attractiveness being subjective, where Captain said that I had Mindwave looking worse, and I think he looks better. I'm just saying.
Okay.
See, attractiveness is entirely subjective. I like this beanie because it's almost a purpley pink kind of a thing, right? And I didn't like the other ones because they were either boring or gaudy and extraordinarily outlandish. Like the orange one is quite gaudy. Very tacky. The orange one is very tacky, Mindwaves. I'm just saying.
I agree.
Fedora on and a tippet.
Well, you put a fedora on, you're just wrong anyway. Like, it's okay.
You should see my prom photos. Oh god.
Oh no. Oh.
Now I'm curious. Now I'm curious.
True. So I'm just curious because I'm an American again. Does this have anything like any impact on like the EU as a whole, maybe, or is this just for?
It only binds the Dutch government. It's a ruling in the Dutch national courts. But they rely on the European Convention of Human Rights, right? So they rely on this international treaty to come to this decision. It's only a national ruling. It's not going to create obligations for any other country out there, only for the Dutch government, but it might influence decisions taken by other courts. So if you've seen the Dutch government make this ruling, you might be sitting in another country in Europe and thinking, hey, maybe we can make the same sort of argument in our own national legal systems. So we'll probably expect to see similar cases being brought in other countries within the European Union, perhaps, in other places outside of that as well, and it'll be based on the same sort of arguments. So although it's only a national ruling and it's not international, it's still significant because, like I say, as far as I know, no court has ever made a decision like this. So this could be kind of like the first one that could really unlock the floodgates of this. So it's an interesting development, and that's why it's kind of exciting. There's been a lot of interesting stuff that's happened in international law recently. The International Criminal Court has opened I think they're doing their preliminary investigation into Palestine and Israel, which is going to be a very spicy topic.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
See, indeed.
Very, very, very. But just on this, I think this is it's like excellent news. I know it doesn't sound like much. It's like, oh, okay, a court said a thing, but it could have. It's a nice piece of news before Christmas. If you're concerned about climate change, I guess. If you don't give a shit, then you don't give a shit.
That, for example, there is a chance that, for example, this goes to the European Court, the High Court, which means that if they, for example, would decide that this was correct and this would go for the entirety of the countries within the EU, and this could be
not to be really pedantic about this, but it wouldn't be the European Court. It would be the European. Well, there's two European courts. There's the European Court of Justice, which is the highest court of the European Union, but this would be the European Court of Human Rights, which isn't the EU. It's separate from the EU.
Yeah.
The only reason to be pedantic about this is because in my own country, we're having a lot of arguments about this in relation to Brexit. And I have to remind people that these human rights laws, they're not actually got anything to do with the EU necessarily. So, like people are like, oh, we'll leave the European Court. And you're like, okay, well, which fucking one do you mean? There's more than one. So.
But it can definitely set a precedent, and I honestly think that this is something that might happen in Germany as well, because our highest court is in that regard. They are most likely to make a decision for that in the Netherlands.
Well, it should hopefully encourage people, and it doesn't have to just be within the European Union. I know it was based within the framework of European human rights, but you could apply the same set of arguments to any other kind of international human rights treaty along similar lines. It's kind of easier to do it in Europe because of the way the kind of strength of the regional human rights system in Europe is a lot easier to apply, but I'm sure the same arguments are going to be made in other countries outside of Europe as well. So yeah, it could have a huge impact. And honestly, like with things like the Paris Agreement and things like actually enforcing environmental standards to cut emissions, we've had a great difficulty doing so. So maybe this is a good avenue to explore, you know, in terms of human rights. And you know, I'm probably sounding way more optimistic than I should sound. I mean, it's one court case in one country, but it is really significant, like unironically.
Is this the first nation to do so?
It's the first time a court's made this kind of argument and accepted it. There are cases about human rights and about the environment, just not about like climate change. Like, yeah, there's like a case in Russia that was between the European Court of Human Rights, which is about the environment specifically surrounding a town where there's like a factory and, you know, that kind of thing, right? But this is bigger than that. This is like expands upon it. You got to keep in mind that, like, if you look at the European Convention on Human Rights, that there isn't in that like a right to an environment, right? There's not a right to have a clean environment. So you've got to fit it in somewhere else. And basically they were saying that this is part of the right to life, Article 2 of the Convention, also part of the right to respect for private and family life, which sounds like a weird one. I could probably, if it wasn't like 2 o'clock in the morning, I could probably explain why they found it as part of this as well. But yeah, they included it as part of that right as well. So yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Definitely be interesting because I guess this does in a way set precedent for this sort of ruling to happen legally, but like just generally for other nations. It'll be interesting to see what other nations, if any, follow ruling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether the Dutch court is going to appeal it or anything else. I'd be interested to see if the European Court of Human Rights itself would accept the same arguments, because it's not been made to them. It's been made to the court in the Netherlands, but perhaps eventually a case will get to them as well, and that would be even more significant if they agreed with the Dutch court. But you know, it's like, oh god, there's so much bad news. You know, there's like so many things that are just awful. So if I can, you know, I can cling on to this one bit of good news and be like, oh, I know a bit about this. So it's nice to talk about something other than Brexit. That's kind of why I didn't on, you know.
Understandable.
Yeah. That's why I had to come on. Like, even though it's like 2 o'clock in the morning and I got work in like 6 hours, I still had to.
No, you've got Brexit. We've got impeachment. They're like the topics that can always just continue to be talked about, right?
Yeah, and you know, this is what I want to talk about more. I want to talk about the human rights stuff. So this is what I did at university. So that's what interests me.
No, I think it's a good thing to study.
Motherfucker.
Impeach.
He's already impeached, though.
Impeach the
motherfucker. We don't need no what. Sorry.
Yeah, see, we can always just go on it.
Finish that.
Sorry if I haven't had more like topics that are like towards your area more often. I'll try to do a little.
I mean, if you wanted to talk about something that the other thing I mentioned, I'm sure people have opinions on that.
The other thing.
What other thing that you mentioned?
The International Criminal Court is opening its preliminary investigations into alleged war crimes committed within the Gaza Strip and the West Bank.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about that myself.
Same.
If you ever want to get together with another EU streamer or another streamer from the European region, So to discuss some topics there, I'm always available. You can drop by my stream or shoot me a DM, and we can do something together. That would be pretty nice because I don't think we haven't been talking so far.
I mean, to be fair, like I haven't streamed much in this last week because I streamed on the election night and I got very drunk, and then after that I've just been at work. So yeah, that's kind of it.
Well, if you ever want to set up something, have a conversation on stream, just like I said, shoot me a DM.
Yeah, sure.
In Discord or something. Then happy to do that.
Yeah, I don't know loads of stuff. I know about like international law a bit. That's why I did my degree in. So that's not what I like to talk about mostly.
Is not a member of the ICC, right?
No, they're not. They aren't a signatory of the ICC, which is why it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But Palestine is. So this is based on territorial jurisdiction. So the allegate. So under the Rome Statute, the court of the ICC has the authority to investigate things that occurred either within the territory of a signatory or conduct committed by citizens of a country that has signed the Rome Statute. So actually, another investigation that they're doing is into what's going on in Myanmar, which is interesting because Myanmar has also not signed the Rome Statute, but Bangladesh, which obviously neighbours them, has. And specifically, this relates to refugees. So, like the flee of refugees from Myanmar to Bangladesh, and they can investigate stuff that happens in Bangladesh because Bangladesh is a signatory. So, that's how they're kind of justifying that.
Yeah, this is
jurisdiction.
a very interesting dynamic, considering because impeachment as well, isn't he? Right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to big this up.
He was facing criminal prosecution.
Criminal prosecution, yeah.
Which good because he's a sack of shit. But yeah,
on top of this, having Netanyahu claim that there's no jurisdiction in this case for the ICC, I don't know. It's just it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Just real quick, Captain Urges asks, war crimes committed by Israel or the Hamas government? I'm actually, pointing out it's actually both. They aren't investigating either one or the other. They're going to investigate all potential war crimes that have been committed in Gaza and the West Bank. So that includes those committed by the Palestinian leadership as well as those committed by Israel. So it shouldn't be seen. Well, obviously, it's going to be painted this way, right? Like that's how it's going to be presented, but it is an attempt to investigate what's happened and at least try to do so from as neutral a standpoint as possible, insofar as just who's done what, really. Not like, oh, one side is more at fault than the other, because it's about prosecuting individuals at the end of the day, like the individual people who've done war crimes. Though, again, I don't want to sound too optimistic. I don't think very much is going to come of this in the long run. There's absolutely no chance that anyone who's indicted will ever be arrested, unless they do something really stupid, like travel to a country where they could be extradited back to the Netherlands to face prosecution by the ICC. So yeah, it's interesting that they're doing this, and it's the legal arguments are interesting about whether they have the jurisdiction or not, and whether they should be able to even launch this kind of investigation. But you're not gonna see people being held responsible as such. But it is kind of good, I guess. I mean, I don't think you could say with a straight face that war crimes haven't been committed in the West Bank or in Gaza. But maybe there's someone out there who wants to debate me on that. Just pop on over to my stream. Kidding.
I mean, I'm sure some people say that. I could imagine one or two.
I could imagine a few.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of like a legal argument. You'd have to get into what is a war crime, what actually constitutes a war crime, and then get into all that kind of stuff, and it'd probably take hours, and you'd lose all your viewers by the time you finish because it'd just be really boring.
Well, I was just going to ask, is there anything that can take place is there such a thing as a war where something close to a war crime doesn't happen at all? I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying it almost seems inevitable.
Seems kind of reductionist and dismissive.
How
No,
many
I'm not
times I
trying
want
to
to hear that
reduce
phrase? Everything is fucking reductionist now. Sorry, go on.
Well,
I'm not trying to reduce anything. I'm just trying to say that it probably did happen because that's probably something that's inevitable.
But the point of the ICC isn't to prosecute all war crimes, because prosecuting war crimes is the responsibility of each nation. So if you sign, so each country has an obligation to prosecute its own war criminals.
Oh
So
my god.
if the U.S. Army soldiers commit a war crime, then the U.S. has an obligation to prosecute those soldiers for committing that war crime. The ICC exists because it's supposed to deal with the most serious and grave breaches of international law and humanitarian law, including times when governments don't prosecute war criminals. So, if they fail to do what they are obliged to do. So yeah, no, of course there's no such thing as a good war. Like,
Right.
the soldiers who commit war crimes, the point is about making sure that these things are as limited as possible. So like, trying to prosecute the people, hold them responsible, because there are, ironically enough, supposed to be rules in war. I imagine people, you find that a very strange concept, but it's true. And that's what the Geneva Conventions are, and that's what all these other things are. So,
Yeah, it kind of threw me off when my military ID had a Geneva Convention signifier on it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that every single country in the world has signed all 4 of the Geneva Conventions. There isn't a state that hasn't signed up to those obligations.
Which, by the way, also kind of answers your question of which international law, because that's kind of the international law pretty much every country on Earth goes by.
Yeah, not only that, but you don't always need an express treaty obligation either, because and this is getting into really technical stuff, and I don't want to go into it too much, but such a thing as customary international law exists. Just Kogan's preemptory norms. So for example, like, genocide is a crime against humanity. There is a convention against genocide, but crimes against humanity aren't explicitly defined. There isn't an explicit definition of what a crime against humanity is, but they are illegal in international law. And that's part of customary international law. It's part of state practice.
I thought
one of those other
the
pieces of international legislation or international law is also the Treaty of Versailles.
Yeah.
I thought the UN had defined genocide at this point. I thought they
No,
actually
the UN
had a
has
definition
defined
for it.
genocide, but they haven't defined crimes against humanity. So the category of crimes
Genocide be a crime against humanity?
It is a crime against humanity, but it's
Crime
one that has a
against humanity is
definition.
broader.
Yeah, crime against humanity is is not an exhaustive category. So there isn't an absolute definition of everything that constitutes a crime against humanity. But you can point to examples of things that definitely are, and genocide is one of them. So, but there isn't a definition of what is a crime against humanity other than the things that we know are or have been prosecuted, like the things that are listed in the Rome Statute as examples. And then there's other things as well, like war crimes. A war crime isn't the same thing as a crime against humanity, for example. But this is kind of getting technical. It's not really it's not really a point of anything as such. It's just kind of technical stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you behave, chat?
Even if we had like an exhaustive list, I'm sure we'd come up with new crimes against humanity. Like even if we had them all listed.
Well, yeah, I mean, people are quite creative.
Yeah.
Ingenious in ways in which they hurt other people. It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah, they are very much so.
But like,
The
yeah, like
capability of the human mind.
Even then, like, actually, I'm not going to get into that. There's too much. I think I was going to talk about the issues with the definition of genocide used by the UN, but I'm not even going to get into that. It'd take me too long. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Can I ask you? Did you expect the UK election to go the way it did?
Yes and no. I expected that Corbyn would lose. I didn't think he'd do as badly as he did. So I predicted that he'd lose, and I said so on my stream. Very happy that I did before I got that right. But the level of the loss was quite a bit more than I really expected. I think it was really quite awful. For God, yeah, that's something else we could talk about for hours.
Let me see.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know, Leon, if
No.
you've got another topic or something.
No, it's fine. I actually like the rest
Like
of my topic.
honestly, I don't have much to contribute to it, but I do want to
Yeah.
say, regarding all right, so being from the UK, have you heard of really unrelated to what we were talking about, but well, kind of. It's related to like a but have you seen Flowtie? Have you heard of him?
Yes, I have. I've heard of him. I've never listened to his music.
Okay, so apparently he went on tour and he had a like a lot of pushback for having the head of Boris Johnson, like a fake head, obviously, right? But like on stage, and like he would hold it, and like he has this his whole album, I think, is Britain Isn't Great or something like that. But what are your opinions on that? Like, or have you heard of this?
Yeah, I know I've heard of this. I mean, fair play to him. You know, like Britain isn't great. It's fucking awful in a lot of ways. I agree with him. I mean, yeah, the conservative hypocrites get very upset about their man being insulted on stage because they feel like he should be respected, but at the same time, they say that they value the idea of freedom of speech. You know, like he's not threatening him. You know, nobody genuinely believes he's going to go out and actually behead Boris Johnson or whatever. But
Well, was it like a Kathy Griffin beheading thing, or was it just like a head, like a representation?
Head with like fake blood on the stage that he
Okay,
would
so
carry.
it's like a beheading, yeah. It's like
Just switch the parties and see if you feel the same way.
Right.
But I mean, like, yeah, he's a rapper, and he's most of his songs are about political stuff. You know, it's like it's kind of mounting that molehill stuff. I mean, if you want to talk about another British rapper, we had the controversy from Stormzy in the last couple of days. That's been mind-bogglingly stupid.
Stormzy.
Which one was that again? Like, what's the controversy again there?
He was interviewed by an Italian newspaper, and he was asked whether he thought that the UK was still racist, and he said definitely 100%. And then a bunch of newspapers and TV channels reported him as saying that the UK is 100% racist.
In terms of everyone in the UK being
Bad
racist.
framing. Holy shit.
Yeah, you know, it's the
That's
most
rough.
uncharitable way to frame it, because he was asked, is the UK still racist? And he said, definitely 100%. And then the news, you know, like ITV News, they said, Stormzy says that the UK is 100% racist.
That's pretty much
Hmm.
exact same shit that they did with Shank from Young Turks in the New York Times or so, I think it was, when with the whole interview with David Duke, and then his sarcastic remark, painting it as, yes, him seriously starting fucking David Duke, and yes, of course you're not a racist. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yep.
Earlier, and to be honest, in many cases, and exclude the British media in that at all, because that is just deliberate to turn that shit into propaganda, you know.
Well,
and
pretty typical of conservative media.
That, for example, what the British media did, especially on for example, when it comes to trans issues, in a while ago, then I would say, yeah, like this was not just an accident.
Well, yeah.
Wait, lady, you don't think that like left-wing media would twist people's words or take them out of context?
I'm not
that have
engaging
to
you
do with that?
at the moment with that.
Hold on.
Okay, I
Just
think
before-
I think that's
I mean,
something
that's what
media
Jen-
engages
What
in.
aboutism?
No.
Yeah,
no.
literal
Well,
whataboutism.
But we were talking about the media, and you said that's typical conservative media, and I'm like, I think that's just typical of the media.
Just
Like-
before we get into that, though, like I do want to say one thing that's really ironic about it, because as part of this interview, he elaborates, and you know, he's saying like, well, people don't take it seriously when black figures such as myself, they say that, you know, there's racism in this country, and if anything, the way that this news has been framed kind of proves his fucking point, because they didn't take it very seriously. They twisted it for.
Yeah.
And I'll also say as well that ITV, which was one of the main channels, not even the British right-wing gutter press did it as well, but ITV isn't a particularly right-wing news station. It's just average run-of-the-mill kind of crap news. So I have no idea why they decided to do it like that. I kind of think they just did it because they wanted to get a dig at him, or because they thought they'd drive engagement or something like that. It's pathetic. That's the only word to describe it, really. It's pathetic. And if he's saying that people don't take racism seriously in this country, and then they twist his words to imply something entirely differently, that's yeah, whatever. It's stupid. It's very stupid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to bow out. I'm gonna get going and have some dinner.
Yeah, thanks for stopping
Bye,
by.
from me, aren't you?
Fuck, I'm sorry, Synth, but I'm like shit.
So scared.
Brain is going to fully encapsulate my brain and devour it, and I can't have that tonight.
All of the knowledge.
Good night, him.
All right, y'all have a great night. Thanks again
Good
for
to see you
having
again.
me.
Take it easy.
Bye.
I hope you're still alive, and yeah, I hope, because for you, fucking joking and coughing there, and I was like, I hope she makes it. I hope she
No,
makes
I'm
it.
good. I'm good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
I'm like
it's,
editing.
I guess just to kind of address what I think Branta was saying, I do think that that you can point to examples of left-wing media being dishonest. That could probably do it.
Oh yeah.
I know that an example of a traditionally left-wing newspaper in the UK would be The Independent. They have one of the worst websites in the world, though when I say that, I mean that their website fucking sucks. I hate using it, but at the same time, it's just as clickbaity as anything else. I do think that the UK has a particular problem with right-wing press in the sense that the newspapers that predominantly engage in this kind of thing are, generally speaking, on the right. So we're talking about the Daily Mail, the Daily Telegraph, the Daily Express, just to name three examples. The Sun for a fourth, but that I can't speak for any other country because I just don't know. I don't know how it is in the US with regards to that. I know obviously about Fox News and kind of the surface level detail, but I don't want to speak as if I have like the authority to say, because I don't watch American news.
You're not missing much.
Yeah.
Well, really easy way is just to go on a site like PolitiFact, and
But
you
yeah,
can
no,
look up like different
left-wing
news
media is
organizations.
as capable of being dishonest as right-wing media. That's kind of trivial to say, I think, but it's definitely true.
Yeah, and I think what's more important here, whether conservative or liberal or even leftist, I guess, it doesn't really matter. Most of these outlets were all like they don't give a shit about these politics. They give a shit about maintaining the establishment, the status quo, right? So
Yeah. Well, it's the business model of it. Like, there's this old joke that says, like, it's amazing that there's always enough news to fill the newspaper every day, right? And it's like, you have a 24-hour news cycle, you have to churn things out. So you have to make something out of nothing, right? So they'll do that at any opportunity. But it'll just fall right under. It'll get churned out in the next news cycle. But yeah, they'll smear shit.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't want to just sound like it's cliche, but it is what it is. It's,
Fair, for example, especially in the US, I would say that it is hard to say to talk about a left-wing media. There's a left-wing media to begin with. If you would argue with CNN, for example, I would tell you that just as right-wing in terms of they're also just capitalists. They're liberals, but they're still capitalists. Like left-wing media in the US, at least not a big one.
You mean like
Our left wing is capitalist. The vast majority of Democrats, the left wing here, are all capitalists.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're calling them left wing, but I don't really see
Fucking
Hillary
communism
Clinton
isn't even on the fucking spectrum.
Right.
No. So what's happening here is that we're different definitions of what is left. I think what Kira is talking about is leftism, or leftists, right? Which
trying to co-opt
a degree of anti-capitalism. You can't be a capitalist and be a leftist, but that doesn't mean you can't be left. Of course, you can fall under the left side of the Overton window and not be anti-capitalist. A lot of liberals are. A lot of progressive liberals are, right? We have a lot of progressive liberal media outlets, like I guess TYT or I guess I don't know. Like
but
even
it's hard
then,
to
like
come up
none in
with
the
a good one, right?
mainstream. They're pretty much all alternative, I think, right? Like
Yeah,
That's exactly what I mean. If you talk about leftist or if you talk about left wing, that is exactly what I mean. You know, being liberal doesn't mean already that you're left wing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been on this planet 35 years, and when you say left, you mean Democrat, and Democrats are capitalists. So the whole idea of trying to co-opt somebody who says that they're left and then now they automatically have to be a communist or whatever the fuck, like it's a little dishonest. It's a little fucking crypto.
It hasn't always been true, though. Even Democrats were not always the liberal party.
No,
they were
weren't.
once the conservative party as well.
Well, yeah.
Okay, but there's never been a communist party, though, right?
States?
And that, like a realistic
political.
party.
In America?
Like the like the Democrats were never communist. The Republicans were never communist, right? Or the Whigs.
What has been like a majority party before, or?
I'm talking about as far as like being on the left or having like a spot on the political spectrum. It's never been like
Communist Party in the United States. You know that, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about like an
there's
active
also
party,
been like a hamburger
working-
party.
Right. Yeah. Spaghetti monster party. You know?
You're talking about like real politics here, right, left, two-party system. It's always
Okay,
fucking
I got an
capitalist.
issue with you saying talking about real politics here because
Yeah,
you're coming
like
off extraordinarily rude right now.
ridiculing everything.
Oh, good. Good.
Just before this goes down some kind of rabbit hole, I would like to politely suggest that in other countries it's not exactly that way either. I mean, the UK, in my own country, isn't exactly a two-party country as such. It's kind of a three-party one in some ways, and there's a left and there's a left and there's a right, and the sort of ideas that would be considered left here are not exactly the same as what would be considered right in the US. So it's understandable that what people consider to be right and left would differ, and I don't think anybody's got a monopoly on which one is the most correct definition.
Considering like the the Liberal Party in Australia that's actually right wing.
Yeah, but that's more of a just kind of. Oh, right. Australians are weird people anyway. They've been on the underside of the earth.
My spouse is Australian, that's why I bring it up.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm joking.
Don't these terms come from the French Revolution as well?
They do,
as far as like considered left or right is obviously changed throughout the years. So it's really.
Just to give like an example, like something in the United States which would be an incredibly left or right diverse issue would be the issue of abortion, and I think generally speaking, pro-abortion stance would be pro-left, would be in left position versus anti-abortion would be a right position. In the UK, that'd most likely be the same, but also abortion has been legal in the United Kingdom since 1967, and it's outside of Northern Ireland, which is its own fucking. Which is his own fucking thing. I don't want to go into Northern Ireland today, but I don't actually want to go into it ever. But yeah. What I'm saying is it's a massive cultural issue in the US, but comparatively, it's not such a left-right issue in the UK. If you said to someone in the UK, well, if you're anti-abortion, if you're pro-abortion, that means you're left-wing, then a lot of people say, actually, no, that's not true. That's not right at all. I'm a conservative and I don't give a shit about abortion. Or, well, not that I don't give a shit about it, but I'm fine with it, You know what I mean, right? So, yeah, it's just the weakness of words.
I mean, barring the fact that communism is a leftist, left-wing ideology.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
And there are no actually like fully
get.
legitimate communist countries in the world right now. Like, despite whether they call themselves communist or not, they don't actually put a lot of communist ideology into practice.
Per definition.
Per definition, yeah. So, I mean, like, China's about as communist as the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea is a democratic nation. So,
yes.
Whatever. I mean, if we're going to talk about stuff that we don't actually know anything about.
Well, I mean, I wasn't really getting so much into that. I was just saying that, like, when someone says something is left or right wing, it's kind of, the context matters, I guess. But yeah.
Context does matter, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that from an American point of stance, it's maybe that all Democrats are left or left wing is maybe a thing of today, which then again wasn't always the case. At the same time, if you consider
there's no party over here that describes itself as communist or pro-communist.
So that was just in relation to the discussion that we were having about the parties in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if
you
ask Trump,
watch it
Democrats
from
are
an
all
American
communist.
standpoint, that today that is maybe correct, but that wasn't always the case with Democrats as well. For example, especially with the radical Republicans back in the era of the Civil War.
Well, that and the Communist Party of the United States of America was formed in 1919 and is still active. So
I've been muted.
And it's fucking worthless, and nobody gives a shit about them because they have no political power, and they aren't on the fucking left here. Because you're fucking trying to dismiss people who identify as being on the left as being fucking communists.
Here's the thing.
Sorry, leftist. Sorry, yeah.
We accept that, even if we say, okay, yeah, sure, maybe the Communist Party in the United States isn't worth a shit, isn't, politically relevant, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I was just protesting the fact that Kiara here wanted to identify it being...
We're protesting the fact that you were straw-manning me.
Can I talk here? Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Grimace.
That I see this tendency among Twitch streamers that you're not on the left unless you're a communist, or the left you can't call yourself a leftist or whatever being on the left and being a communist. I'm honestly like sick and tired of hearing it in discussion.
Well, I would say that
there needs to be some kind of pushback.
With it.
I mean, there's a lot. Look, there's a lot of misunderstanding on the difference between left of the Overton window and which is left-wing politics. There's a difference between that and leftism or leftists, right? And oftentimes both sides are guilty. Both, everyone's guilty basically of conflating the two. I think people on the left oftentimes, or people that are leftists, oftentimes aren't very and they'll refer to leftism or leftists as left-wing politics.
It seems like a sneaky fucking way to try and co-opt people into your beliefs by saying leftists are communists. Does that not occur to anybody else? Does anybody else have that feeling when they hear that?
I
didn't think about that, but that's actually that might actually be something I might do now. Now that you say that.
Well, so to somewhat agree with Grimace.
Can you stop with your fucking straw-manning?
Yeah, let me talk. I'm actually trying to talk.
You, Leon, not you.
You're not allowed, Leon. All right.
Oh. Okay, yeah, after I realized I was muted for the past 10 minutes.
I specifically told him in chat he was muted.
Thank you. I was getting upset. I'm like, why is nobody listening to me? No.
You were muted, you boomer. God.
Yeah, that was very okay. I will.
Okay, anyway, go ahead.
I don't know if I 100% agree, but I will agree. I've heard comments recently on Twitch about how the people on the left are the people that are Dem sock and then further left. And that, to me, someone who's a sock dem, that at least implies that I'm actually not I'm not liberal or left or whatever. That kind of implies I'm more centrist or maybe even conservative, depending on how you take it. And I don't know. I don't necessarily feel very great about that. I don't it's never been a personal attack or anything.
Okay,
but
can I just hold on?
Let's go with who said that.
I don't want to throw out any names on this right now. These are people saying.
Well, for starters, Leon, when we're talking about left wing, we're talking about communism. We're talking about socialism. We're talking about libertarianism.
I'm not.
Communism is a left wing political ideology, Grimace. You can shake your head. You're still fucking wrong.
I'm fucking left wing. I'm a fucking capitalist, and I fucking hate communists, and I hate all those fucking things you just said. And I vote Democrat.
Is
my
a
entire fucking life.
political ideology.
So
you're
legitimately
fucking wrong.
Okay, this is a
you
perfect...
sneaky fucking communist. I'm on you.
No, please. Can I just drop a big hard centrist take in the middle of this conversation?
True, what's up?
honestly, like debating about what is and what isn't true actual existing leftism is a massive waste of time. And if people want to describe themselves as leftists, then they should feel free to. Like if you're a social democrat, if you're a democratic socialist, if you're a communist, if you're a socialist, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like if you want to describe yourself as being left, then go for it. Fair play. What should presumably matter is ideas and what you actually believe, and comparing ideas against each other and seeing which ones are better. Actually just debating about, is democratic socialism actually left wing, or is it actually right wing, or is it centre right, or is it centre left, doesn't really get you very far in terms of anything.
You're so full of shit.
Well,
not you, Leveler.
Okay.
Oh,
not you. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, not you, Leveler. Sorry.
Okay,
sorry.
Yeah, that was that timing.
But yeah, I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong. I'm just saying that I'm being a filthy fucking. You can all call me a centrist now for saying this, but
I mean, I do agree. I think that like there are some people out there that to prevent people from like labeling themselves leftist if they're not genuinely like anti-capitalist, as a means of kind of like purity testing people.
Mm-hmm.
Today, my opinion is it doesn't fucking matter. A fucking Nazi trying to claim to be a leftist or something, then I'm fine with it. It doesn't really affect me or my movement, right?
Yeah, but what about tankies claiming to be leftists?
They're just authoritarian leftists, aren't they? Right?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you want to see who's leftist or who's not, window. That's what it's there for. That's why we still consider social democrats leftists as well as communists. Deal with it. The thing is that we have a spectrum just exactly for that. Everything that goes more, for example, towards opposing capitalism, social reforms, and so on, is probably further to the left. The further you go to the left, the further you will go towards on a socialist line.
I don't understand this.
And
going
just because somebody is a libertarian, for example, or liberal, doesn't necessarily mean that they oppose capitalism in any way. They could just be a fucking ANCAP, and then they're definitely not leftists. Is that many other things? It's a spectrum. Point of that Overton window. That's why it's a pretty good thing to nail down what is and what not. For example, Jill Stein would still be kind of a leftist in that case. Still capitalism and is for social reforms in a certain way. That's why that's why I'm so fascinated with people claiming that, SOCDEMs aren't leftist. I literally never heard someone say that. Literally. And I'm not saying that. And I'm on the bottom left corner of the spectrum. I'm as far left as you can get, and as far libertarian as you can get, probably. That is why I'm so fascinated, because I never actually heard that say somebody. I don't really like every kind of SOCDEM, for example. That is okay. I'll consider them to be leftists. And if you don't like communists, then fine, don't like communists.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Do you think someone like myself? I'll use myself as an example. I'll be the scapegoat here. I'm a leftist. I consider myself a SOCDEM, but maybe I don't like communism. Whatever.
No offense, Leon, but you sounded like you're like in an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting there. Hi, my name's Leon. I'm an alcoholic.
I don't know. I didn't look at the proof on this drink before I bought it, and it's pretty strong. So we'll see. But no, even as a leftist, do you think I should have some responsibility to defend communism because they're also leftists, though?
Considering what I know about history, hard to say that. The thing is that, there is actually been always a history of just alone revolutionary socialists and leftist reformists. So in that way, social democrats. By the way, and this is where it's very nice to get German history, because you all get to know a lot about that as well. For example, and revolutionary socialists have always been opposing each other on some way or another. Just even if it's just for the question of, hey, can we reform our way to socialism, or do we have to have revolution? That's okay. That has literally been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Wait, are you saying the end goal is communism or socialism on the left?
No.
I'm not. Can you re-explain? Maybe I didn't understand.
That.
You're cutting out a little bit. Sorry. Can you start over?
So, social democrats, or what is considered to be social democrats, and how they got their name, and so on, mostly through the SPD, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, it's always have opposed, for example, revolutionary socialists, and preferred often to work with conservatives in order to form a government and reform a existing system towards more socialism, or towards socialism in the end. But that differs. That doesn't mean that every social democrat does that. It doesn't mean that every democratic socialist does that, and so on. Some do. Some support communists more, others do not. I wish, for example, that in 1918 the Social Democrats would have supported the revolutionary socialists in Germany, but they did not. That's the interesting part of Germany's history in that case. Instead, they went against the revolutionaries, and they sided with nationalists, and they sided with the military and with aristocrats and conservatives to put down the revolution. That's how it is, and that's why I'm saying this has literally been going on for more than 100 years, and it's probably not going to change. And it's okay to say, I'm a social democrat and I hate communists. If you want to hate communists, then go hate communists. Nobody is forcing you to. And the end goal of social, not necessarily socialism. But for example, to some democratic socialists,
they talking while muted.
For some democratic socialists, for example, the end goal could be that they want to maybe reform their way to socialism. I don't necessarily think that will work. But for example, in the case of South American countries who could have been successful if there were not, well, we all know that. And yeah, there is a difference, of course, and you cannot like leftists if you want to.
Okay.
But that still doesn't make them less leftist. Opposing capitalism.
You said anti-capitalism. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, you're finishing.
Capitalism more and going towards social reforms more will get you further on the leftist spectrum, on the spectrum to the left of the Overton window, and essentially the end of that spectrum is communism. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're always going from one end spectrum, for example, towards the end of it.
On the left. We're talking about national communism, national socialism, statism, democratic socialism.
Can we be careful with the national socialism talking about on the left?
I know, but national socialism is technically considered authoritarian left.
Oh, you don't want to defend that?
Yeah, that's authoritarian.
Oh, I want to say it would be historically and saying it's on the left, and that's it.
It's still considered a left-wing political ideology, but it's a more radicalist, authoritarian left-wing political ideology.
We can all agree here that the Nazis weren't leftists, all right? Don't worry about it. Who do you disagree with what Kiara said?
I specifically disagree with her saying that like being on the left is opposing capitalism in some kind of way.
I think that's not what she said.
She said that. She literally just said that.
I'll let Kiara defend herself, but I just want to say my interpretation of what she said was that the left-wing spectrum starts off with basic like wants for reform and social justice, and then it goes into maybe wanting to reform capitalism to save it, and then the further along you go, the more anti-capitalist you end up being, and like the end goal of that towards all the way to the end of the left.
You just made that jump I was talking about.
This isn't to say that if you're left wing, that means that your end goal has to be communism. You can define where you want your political ideology to end at, right? Like as a democratic socialist, for instance, I believe in communism. I think I just want socialism, right? So I wouldn't be all the way at the end of the spectrum, but I would be towards the end, right?
Sure. And I'm a democratic socialist, but also a left libertarian as well. And I'm more in that area of left libertarian, anarcho-socialism, DemSoc area. And I'm just like Mindwaves.
You're going to be an ANCOM soon enough.
I know. Anarcho-communist on the way. But I'm also like not end goal for communism either. Like my end goal is for socialism. So, it's the same sort of thing, that what's on the left versus what's on the right. And traditionally, the way I understood is a lot of right-wing stuff, conservatism particularly, is focused on capitalistic ideologies, which are at complete opposition to socialist and communist ideologies. Like capitalism in and of itself is very much antithetical to a lot of socialist, libertarian, democratic socialist, communistic, and anarcho-communistic sort of left-wing ideology.
Wait, let you go in first.
I wanted to hear Leveler, as
sorry.
well.
I actually was just going to say that I'm going to bed.
Right back.
So, sorry for interrupting just to say that, but it's been fun, and hopefully I can do more stuff like this. I haven't been able to because of my work schedule, but if anybody wants anyone on your podcast to complain about Brexit and confuse people with nonsense and legal talk, then hit me up on Discord.
Yeah, and that's what you're known for, right? All you ever talk about is Brexit, nothing else. That's the only thing you're interested in, right?
I played Dwarf Fortress and I talk about Brexit, but no, I do hope we can all agree though that we can all be leftists so long as you're not a member of the Liberal Democrat Party in the United Kingdom. Other than that, though, then
I think I'd be all for Labour. All for Labour.
No, I'm joking again, but it's been fun. I've enjoyed it, so I'll see you guys again.
Yeah, I'm glad I got to hang out with you for so long, True Leveler.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
See you.
And again, I should preface that my when I was talking earlier, I said, and literally, as far as I understand it, which means I could be wrong, and I'm willing to be wrong.
There's this point in this conversation that I really want to identify, especially what Mindwave said specifically, that you can be a little to the left, right, and just be about like identifying market failures, making some corrections, working with capitalism. So you go a little bit further, and then you're anti-capitalist, and you want to destroy capitalism, and you want to work against capitalism. I'm wondering where the fuck that break is, because I feel whatever that break is when you're not left, you're a fucking communist.
Communism is left. Jesus fuck.
You keep saying that, and you still haven't identified that bridge to communism that I'm talking about.
You know what? Just
a graph. I'll actually get a graph for you.
Fuck the graph. I'll believe you if you tell me really? Where Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but a whole fucking political spectrum graph is just made up by somebody.
Well,
everything that's coming out of your mouth is made up too.
What axes of the political spectrum? What do you think that the axes of the political spectrum mean?
No, I get it. I know exactly what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like that jump from being a reformer of capitalists to identifying market failures and like passing legislature to correct it, and being fucking anti-capitalism. There's a fucking jump there that I don't understand how that's still a part of the left. Like, how does that spectrum keep going?
Oh, okay. So you think it should be like a third? Third side sounds so dumb, but if you think it should be considered and labeled a separate entity.
Yeah, because as soon as I hear this this whole I don't know, all these fucking like eat landlords or the fuck you guys go on about, like I don't feel like that's the left. I just feel like it's a fucking bunch of like communists.
Yeah, so I think it's probably really important when you have those conversations, like distinguish that. Like if someone asks, like, do you want to eat landlords? You just say, no, that's a communist idea or whatever, and I'm SOCDEM or whatever. Do you use any title to describe yourself other than left political.
They don't taste very good without gravy.
No, I don't.
Leave my dad out of this frames.
Hey, well, your dad.
My dad's a police officer landlord.
What does that got to do with gravy? Oh, I get it.
Okay.
Leon.
I don't
Leon.
really want to eat. I'm actually. I started further left than I am now, and that's because of Twitch.
Oh.
You just.
If you guys want some real hot takes, coming
Come
up.
back, baby. Come back.
Canceled.
Brento,
Leon,
what's up?
Grimace just doesn't want the left or the Democrats in America to be like inevitably associated with communism, because most people in America are not communists, and it feels like in the conversation, it's like more and more and more when people say things like, "Hey, if you're on the left, like you have to be anti-capitalism." It's like that feels. I think he feels like it's maligning the left wing in America.
Okay, so we.
Well, I mean, okay, sorry, Leon. I had an example though.
Oh,
because
go
a lot
ahead.
of people say that Bernie Sanders is barely left. You hear that all the time.
I hear that, yeah.
And I wouldn't say that I agree with that.
Yeah, but I hear it like all over Twitch. Like,
Compared to the rest of the establishment Democrats,
left.
he's very much left.
Yeah, for sure.
He's very left compared to the rest of the
left.
Establishment Democratic Party right now.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like I agree with that. I agree, Bernie.
Which is particularly why I'm voting for him, because he's far much more of a leftist than the rest of the Democratic Party is.
Mm-hmm. Grimace, when you have these kind of feelings and issues, is it when you're like talking on Twitch or when you're talking in like real life?
It's Twitch. I don't fucking know communists in real life.
Well, and that's sorry.
It's pretty obvious you don't know anything about communism to begin with.
No. It's because communism and stuff isn't something you really see in real life, right? Because it's such a small thing. But on Twitch, we tend to talk a little more openly, right? We have a lot more people that are going to be openly communist, even socialist, which I would say is more realistic of our population. But I would still say it's very minorly so. I think maybe this is like an issue with Twitch.
Yeah, I think this whole thing like arose with Kiara making the point that you can't be, I guess, a leftist was the term, and like be okay with capitalism. Like you have to be anti-capitalism.
Okay.
And I think that's like a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, Kiara, do you believe that? Do you support that statement?
I already said that this is a spectrum. What in terms of this is a spectrum do you not understand?
Oh, sorry. You said somebody who called themselves a leftist and was still okay with capitalism. Isn't that what you said? Because I feel like that's what started this whole conversation.
That is not what I said.
Okay,
well,
dude, that this is a spectrum.
I mean, you said this afterwards, and I'm still waiting for that identifier from being like actual, like pro-capitalism and reforming to being anti-capitalist and being a communist.
You keep saying it's a spectrum, but you're not actually telling us if pro-capitalism is actually leftist.
Pro-capitalism is very much right-wing ideology.
Once again, there is a spectrum. Ideologies or ideals in some way. The more left you are.
Oh, you see what I'm talking about?
So there are capitalists who are leftists.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. If
you want to actually let her answer?
Well, the more you oppose it, the more left you get. Doesn't mean that you have to completely oppose capitalism in any way to be considered left in the first place. Be, for example, simply wanting to regulate capitalism in some certain ways and then supporting socialist reforms. I also mentioned that. Add to that,
what neoliberals are.
The further left you get.
Okay, so opposing capitalism is like a property of being on the left. Like how much you oppose capitalism depends says how far on the left you are. Is that what you're saying?
Cater, yes.
Okay, my point stands.
I mean, when we're talking the differences between ultra-capitalism or anarcho-capitalism or traditionally more right-wing capitalistic ideologies, the more you oppose capitalism, the farther you start moving. And a lot of left libertarians and anarcho-socialists and DemSocs and SocDems are far enough left from ultra-capitalism to be considered people that should vehemently oppose capitalism in most of its situation. But neoliberals like Bastiat, for example, are people who believe, if I'm not mistaken, and Mindwaves knows a lot more about this and is a lot more educated on this than I am, but neoliberals are also people who believe in capitalism, but believe that capitalism as it is in this country is broken and does need a lot of fixing, and it's more of a belief in fixing capitalism and saving it from going to that sort of how do we put it, that dystopian future of ultra capitalism where everything is ran by the corporations. Like, if you don't have money to pay for the cops, they don't show up. If you don't have money to pay for firefighters, they don't show up. If you don't have money to pay for medical care, then EMS won't show up unless you're like subscribing to an EMS package. Like, ultra capitalism is like yes, yeah. So like ultra capitalism is almost dystopian in its like political ideology and right wing ideology in this belief that everything should be a commodity and everything should be sold, and there should be no regulation whatsoever, and the true free market should be able to do whatever it wants, whenever it wants, however it wants, without anybody being able to stop it. And the farther left you go, the more you oppose that ideology, which is people, for example, like you, that support capitalist, and even me being a DemSoc, libertarian socialism, that area, and wanting socialism, I don't fully oppose the baseline ideas of capitalism. I'm okay with currency, I'm okay with trade, I'm okay with market, I'm okay with economy, but I think there's a lot of issues with like hyper or ultra capitalism in this country, like the fact that there's a lot of money coming into politics that's coming from people, particularly on the conservative side of things, that are like, hey, I'm going to pay you to vote against any regulation so that I can pollute and get away with whatever I want. Like, we've got a lot of that sort of stuff going on. So the farther left you go.
So would you say you oppose capitalism or you're for capitalism?
Me, I oppose capitalism.
You oppose capitalism?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like, you think it's bad?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then why do you identify as a DemSoc then?
Because democratic socialists do oppose capitalism. They're on the left.
I feel like you just said the exact opposite of that.
Yo, Grimace, it's like, from what I've understood, like, it's like, I think it would be the other way, right? It's like, you'd think Democrat socialist would be more Democrat with like less socialist, and then Socialist Democrat would be more centrist, but it's
Democrat. It's not socialist Democrat.
Social Democrat.
Thank you. That's the thing. Yeah,
they believe in like stronger social safety nets and stuff like that.
Yes,
within capitalism.
exactly.
I oppose hypercapitalism. Like, I oppose unfettered capitalism without any restraints is what I oppose.
So in many cases, for example, capitalism works on the system of a private economy and private property. The less
probably don't feel comfortable with monopolies.
Well, yeah. So but I was asked if I oppose capitalism, and the answer is yes, I do. I oppose capitalism as it exists currently. Like, what? How are we talking past each other here? Are we
the
like?
Difference here, that a lot of even people on the right can oppose monopolies, but it's for different reasons.
Yeah.
We oppose monopolies because we see them as a consequence of capitalism. Other people see it as like a bug in the system, not a feature, right?
Yeah.
So,
for example, the socialist aspect that I also mentioned when I talked about this, because there is not just capitalism or for capitalism, there is also the social aspects. For example, with a lot of SocDems, wanting social reforms instead of a state that turns towards more socialism in general and towards more socialist ideas. Because, for example, one of the basic differences in socialism versus capitalism is the stance on private property. Private property, the more everything is privatized in a economy, the more capitalist it gets. The less privatized it is, the more socialist it gets. Like I said, it's a spectrum, and that's why also people who would be who are social democrats would be somewhere near the center, but not necessarily. But they are closer than, for example, democratic socialists like, I don't know, Bernie Sanders or AOC. she
it's
would
entirely
be a much
okay from my perspective, Grim, for you to be a left leaning and be okay with capitalism and see that there are issues that need to be fixed, whereas a more conservative leaning individual that's extraordinarily pro capitalism, which I don't even think Brento is like
What?
in that spectrum. Like you're not like super hyper pro capitalism without any regulation or restriction, right? Like I'm asking because I don't
capitalism
know.
requires restrictions. You have to have
Right.
restrictions, otherwise people will just dump toxic waste on anywhere. You
Right,
can't do
right.
that. It's impossible.
And I would argue that's a more leftist leaning ideology because there's some people that do believe like unfettered, unregulated capitalism is a good idea. Like no regulations, just
Sure.
let people do whatever they want to do.
We're looking at you, all right?
Yeah. What, Mindwaves?
Looking at you.
Yeah, and caps, anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That has a lot to do with regulation or deregulation as well. So there's a lot of components, is what I'm trying to say. Excuse me sometimes if I not nail it directly, because it's after all still my second language. I'm German, so yeah.
Speaking about these concepts is very hard because within the academic sphere where everybody has like a shared understanding of like these terms and like the meanings behind them, it gets very hard to determine like when someone says left, what exactly are their meanings. So
That's my problem with it. I feel like the people within it don't even agree on the terms.
Sure, yeah.
Most people don't. That's the problem with being human. None of us agree.
Especially
Sorry,
when the
Synth, I didn't mean to
communists
talk
try
over you.
co-opt terms
That's
to
why it's
resist
hard
people.
to follow it though as like a system when you don't even know what system you're following because every person you talk to says something different.
Yes, but I would argue that for many cases there are basic definitions that you can easily follow. For example, when it comes to communism, that people go ahead
Synth
to
didn't get a chance
wait,
to
let me-
get out what she wanted to say.
Hey, go ahead.
Basically, not what I was gonna say. Keep going so that I remember it. Sorry. Piece of shit, nah.
Yeah. Hey, we're only using.
Oh, hey everyone, how's it going?
Hey, Lance.
Hey, Synth, I just want to let you know your mic does this thing. If someone talks over you, it like cuts out.
It does.
I don't know
It's
why.
weird.
Yeah.
So when people are talking over you, I don't think they're purposely doing it. Like your mic mutes when someone talks over you.
Oh.
And you also break out a
shouldn't be
lot,
doing
and
that.
you're kind of quiet, so it's hard.
Are you guys?
To, like...
Are you doing all this exclusively through Whereby?
Yeah,
Or
we're just using Whereby.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
weird.
through Whereby.
Hey guys, I gotta head out. My wife's calling me. I might be back on later. Thanks for the
Right.
chat.
Yeah, thanks for
Later,
stopping
guys.
by.
Bye.
Oh, bye, buddy. I remember what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
It's pretty weird to me that like you can talk to like 5 different communists or 5 different socialists and get 5 different definitions from them. That like and then like sometimes the baseline, sometimes like I don't know, like some socialists, weird ones like don't even want strong safety nets or whatever. Like it's not universally applicable, and it seems like from person to person it varies. So like it's very hard to nail down like where the left is. Like that's like almost impossible. Like that's the huge problem that like
Hey,
capitalists
Synth,
run
it's the same
into
thing
because
as
they never
gender
know
being a
what you mean.
spectrum. By the way, it's literally the same thing as gender being a spectrum.
Exactly.
That's
You
why
can
there's
be on
capitalists,
many points of
ultra-capitalists,
on the scale.
anarcho-capitalists. That's why there's socialists, democratic socialists, social democrats, libertarian socialists, pure socialists. It's a spectrum, which is what Kiara has been trying to say for like the last 60 minutes. That's why you get 5 different answers, because those people are in different sections of the spectrum.
By the way, this is something that also a lot of people tend to forget. When you talk about socialism, then socialism essentially is a term that has a lot of different political ideals into it. For example, most anarchist ideologies, also play into socialism. For example, not every anarchist and not every kind of anarchist is also socialist. Like ANCAPs are not really socialists, but on it. So socialism is often more of a term to collect them all, to bind them all. What was the ring thing again? However, well, it doesn't matter. But there are a lot of things that lot of things, a lot of definitions that are pretty much set in stone. For example, when it comes to communism, when we ask ourselves the question, well, when is communism achieved? And it's pretty fair to say that we only have to stick to the Communist Manifesto if we want to have that definition. Which is also why I very often say that theoretically and per definition, communist country on earth yet.
Yeah.
Reach the definition of communism in the first place, and that's the main source of the definition.
I guess
So
my thing is,
I just got here. So can you fill me in? What exactly are we debating or talking about?
We're discussing whether or not people on the left can support capitalism, or whether or not being on the
like
left
if social democrats should be allowed to be considered leftists?
No, well,
what is or
broadly.
is not
More broad.
left wing or considered left or leftist, and making these sorts of like distinctions.
Yeah, whether being on the left is anti-capitalism by sort of definition or nature.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say something very unpopular right out of the gates. I want to embrace SOCDEMs a little more. I want to give them some hugs because I think they're so close. You know, I think they're important allies. I don't.
Verraten, Sozialdemokraten.
Oh, so wait, are they not leftists then?
I think they're as close to left as you get in terms of like being close to a like leftist political ideology, right? They think the solution is more band-aids, more help and support, but their hearts are in the right place. They want to help out, right? They want there to be social safety nets for marginalized
Answering my question, I asked if there are capitalists that are leftists.
There's capitalists that are leftists. Yeah, that's a tough one to answer.
Sounds like a no.
I think an interesting question here is I think to get to the root of it, like
what is a capitalist?
I would ask, like, what to you, Lance? What's the difference between being on the left and being a leftist?
Being on the left and being a leftist. I think it's true that leftists are by definition anti-capitalist, or at least they want to move to a post-capitalist society. That's another way of putting it, right? Like, I don't necessarily want to be like an anarcho-primitivist. I don't want to reduce into some kind of strange agrarian state. But I would like to evolve to a post-capitalist society, and I don't think that by definition would make me not a leftist, right? I think it's hard because just saying the term left on its own, that's a very broad term to say, right? There's a lot of different things under that brush. But I would like to hear from other people, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. So
I heard somebody say
by
SOCDEM, so I had to show up.
Shut up, Micro.
By definition, leftist is necessarily anti-capitalist. So then, wouldn't you know the question to whether or not capitalists are leftist? No.
Oh, so are you asking me whether I imply that capitalists aren't leftists? Yeah, I would say that if you are by definition a capitalist, if you want to help maintain and promote and keep the capitalist machine turning, then yes, I would not say that you are a leftist.
By the way, what would your definition of a capitalist be in that case?
Mike. Oh, sorry. Oh, are you asking me? No.
Okay. Capitalist would just be someone who opposes basically some free market form of like currency exchange and wealth. Some form of free market.
Who opposes some
form of free market?
Are you guys getting a lot of penises spammed into your chats right now? I'm getting like hundreds and hundreds of penises in my chat.
My chat's
not more than usual. No, but I wish I was.
Wow, this is really aggressive.
Nice.
No, but like,
have you seen Lance?
This is someone is spamming like ace. How do you pronounce that? ASIC when it's like when you draw things. ASCII. Yeah, someone's drawing like non-stop ASCII penises, gigantic ones too. Sorry. Anyways, that was totally distracting.
You have a degenerate chat, Lance.
It's not my chat.
I'm kidding,
it's new people
obviously.
dropping in.
Here, Tree of Logic said that we on the left do not get enough dick or pussy, so haha.
Can we not talk about Tree?
Hey,
please.
Yeah, please. Yeah, sorry.
I don't know
Let's-
anything about
let's
her,
go on.
but I've heard some pretty bad things.
Let's move on.
She banned me in her chat.
She too much already.
Oh yeah. Don't
Yeah.
even. No, we're not getting on that shit again.
Yeah, Tree banned me in her chat before I ever set foot in it because of things I was saying while she was talking to Pixie. Before
Nice.
Pixie and I started talking.
Really? Oh,
So
wow.
yeah,
That's not fair.
she banned me in her chat before I'd literally ever set foot in it.
Badge of honor.
Yeah, it is a badge of honor. I'm like, cool, I got banned before I ever even set foot into your chat. Cool.
Hey, speech agents.
Yeah, I know. All that free speech that she would never let me have. I cry censorship.
Okay. Was there anything else?
I was preemptively silenced. So much for that free speech.
What?
Okay.
You stopped.
Let's go on.
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody else had something else they wanted to say on that before we moved on.
Yeah, I just wanted to like finish the point that I was starting with.
Oh, please go.
So like I like I said earlier, I used to be further left. I feel like fundamentally I'm still the same. Like I still feel like socialism would be way better than what we have now, for sure. But I just right now especially I don't see how it would work in practice because I hear so much opposition with the people that are in it. Like no one really seems to agree on how we get there. So I guess I call myself more of a sock dim in practice to try to work within the system we have now to further push that way. Which I don't care if people call me a leftist or not. That's not important to me. But like,
would you say that socialists have? And sorry if I'm not addressing like what you're talking about, but I'm curious 'cause based off what you said is would you say that like leftists or socialists or communists have kind of like alienated you further away from their positions?
It's honestly from listening to them. I don't know. Like they don't seem to agree on much, and it's all because I spend all my time on Twitch. Honestly,
That's totally
I'm sure if
fair.
I did research, actually, I was more left when I was just watching YouTube. I guess. Actually, speaking of the serfs, I actually knew who the serfs were before I even got on Twitch because of YouTube. I used to watch Three Arrows, watch Sam Cedar, all that stuff. And I'm always on Twitch, so when I hear people discuss it in conversation, I'm like, wow, we really don't know what's going on. We don't know how to
Have a conversation with me about that anytime. Come by my
absolutely.
stream.
I'm so down. Like I stream 5 days a week. I love one-on-ones. It's way easier to have these conversations one-on-one, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Your perspective, Freems, is very important, and I think it's something that a lot of people should listen to on the left, because I feel like oftentimes people that have these concerns that you do, or maybe like this experience with like leftism, when they voice these concerns or their experiences, they oftentimes get dismissed, and I don't think that that's cool.
You're not about
By
to
my
like,
stream, I talk
argue.
about that in pretty big spectrum all the time.
You're not about to go the whole optics route again, are you? There,
I mean,
Mindwave.
optics are.
I mean,
important.
yeah,
I mean they are.
absolutely.
That's exactly what this is optics,
Yeah.
right?
That's why saying things like ACAB like probably aren't good in the grand scheme of things because it doesn't really accomplish anything and it makes you
Well,
like
yeah, but
untouchable
ACAB is
by...
like legitimately reductionist, though.
Yeah, but I mean, for other people that like don't understand the point you're trying to make, and even for people that do, it definitely just doesn't look good. I don't know. It's just bad optics.
This is gonna be a real hot take, and I don't mean it negatively necessarily.
Don't say any
negative.
gamer words.
No gamer
No
words.
gamer words, yeah.
I feel like a lot of
Please.
people that are super like ACAB and stuff like that are
Yeet
trying to
the
keep
rich.
that leftist badge of honor to amongst their peers. But I could be
Well,
wrong.
to me, a lot of the more angsty leftists, I would call them, are. I've been there. I've been in ACAB, like
Me too.
fucking,
Me too.
you know,
Absolutely.
like all that shit. Yeah, but I feel like it's sucked into like this idea of like group identity. They found like a community, and a way to like identify themselves, and to some degree it makes them feel good or whatever. And
Out of curiosity,
that's what
Mindwave,
they run
what
with.
do
Not
what
at
do you
all.
identify as?
Totally.
I would say I'm like a market socialist.
Okay.
Yeah, like I still believe in markets for like luxury goods or whatever, but I want to abolish like privatization of like housing and whatever, right? So yeah.
I was gonna say what you were saying, Mino, was about people finding like sort of like an identity and like sort of like, well, maybe not necessarily an identity, but like a group and something to like belong to that they kind of like do believe in, you know, like in like a leftist space. I also think there's like people are afraid of, I think there's a lot of fear and that people don't want to like go against those kind of things when they start saying things like ACAB and stuff like that. Like they don't want to get pushed out of those spaces.
You mean like opposing gender critical?
We mean opposing gender critical. What do you mean?
Right.
Yeah, probably.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter like what kind of political group you're in. There's always going to be some sort of like posturing and like purity testing, right? Like there's always going to be people in whatever group. It doesn't even have to be political. They're like, I'm a Cowboys fan. I know other Cowboys fans that try to one up me and be a better Cowboys fan than me, you know? Fuck you, Freebs. I could talk shit to you when we beat you by 30 points.
Do you know what your problem there is, Micro, with that whole thing? Is that you
I'm a
like
Cowboys?
football.
Oh, football is amazing. Football, hockey, baseball, basketball, love them all. But
Wait, are you talking about football or are you talking about rugby?
I'm talking about the real football, the greatest football.
Good old
Very good.
American
Very
football.
good. I like that. I like
I'm
that.
talking about
Well, here's a technical name
right?
for
Okay.
American football. What is it?
Pigskin.
I
Not
actually
rugby.
have a
Rugby
genuine
has
question
its
about
own set of rules.
gridiron football.
Yeah, a
Pretty much
gridiron is
rugby.
what the Australians call
Can
it.
I ask Micro though? Back to the point you were making.
Not at all.
Yeah.
When it comes to like purity testing on the right. Like, what's that
And-
like? Like this, like I don't have a lot of experience with that, but I've always wondered like how like do they have to do the same things? Is there much as infighting? Because people always talk about how the right has like you know they're very insular. They basically like they don't fracture the same way the left does.
Yeah, no, I mean, this would probably be a better question for Brento or somebody that like is on the right, but like, I think definitely, and this comes down to more like interpersonal relationships between like small groups of people that actually know each other. And it's more like, I don't know, maybe somebody who might be more socially liberal about things like gay rights might feel like they can't, you know, tell their friends these beliefs because they might get dogpiled on or something. Or
I think it's pretty easy to
opposite.
purity test people that are on the right with just like, hey, do you hate gay people? You know,
yeah, but
do you
nobody will ever
support
say that
Trump?
anymore.
Yeah,
You know?
there's
Yeah, I
right,
mean,
I think
there's
it's pretty
right-wing
easy.
gay-
Like,
but
you
I
know,
mean amongst
hey, do you have an
straight
issue
players,
with like?
It's
you
not
know,
the
Leftists
right
hate gay people too.
culture on the
so-
right the way you get on the left. Is there like is that even a thing?
Well, I mean, I know that I've talked to people and I've heard people that'll say things like the opposite of, you know, not feeling like they can't be pro gay rights. They might want to come out to all their like alt-right friends and be like, oh yeah, I hate, you know, these F slurs and these queers and all these blah, 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 just to like show their friends like, hey, I'm not afraid to say these words because I'm edgy and oh, who's going to be the edgiest of all of us? It's probably more like an edgy thing, I would imagine. Than
I feel
like,
like the reason why there's
Okay, gamer, by the way.
there's the reason why there's not as much, in my opinion. I was thinking about this actually earlier today. Why there's probably left infighting in the right is because they're working within a system that we already have and have had, where people on the left are trying to come up with a new better system, right? Does that make sense? Like,
yeah,
totally.
We're trying to move somewhere else where they're trying to stay the same, so they actually have one thing they can latch to that's already there and it's already concrete.
I mean, I kind of see it. I see the infighting on the left as sort of like a result of, and I know this will be my hot take, but like the concept of like diversity means difference. So if diversity is like the central value of the left, that means that you're going to have more differences, and that means you're going to have more disagreement.
maybe is diversity the central like value?
I
of
was
the
like, I
left?
don't think it is.
It's one of them, I
no.
think, but I don't think it's the central one.
That's
Saying,
sort of like a liberal sort of view of like what like that's like Kira, go ahead.
So wait, so what you're saying is that everyone the same?
Are you gonna
I'm
talk
not
about
saying
the-
collectivism. I didn't say the word collectivism, so no, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Collectivism, yeah. Well, no, I'm talking about the concept of diversity within the left.
Like that's
But you're
one
saying
of
collectivism.
one of the biggest point I've very often heard. In fact, someone brought that to me in a debate I had lately with a user on Twitch. User told me that, you know, collectivism, the left if you're a socialist, you cannot be a liberal or you cannot be libertarian because that's
right.
That's damn it, looking for the words. That's that's to the contrary, whatever.
Contradictory.
Sure, contradictory.
Okay, thank you. That's contradictory, and this is kind of funny to me because it plays into that whole, oh, the left and the socialists, they want to make everyone the same, they want to make everyone look the same and shit like that. But if you for example now say that problem with diversity, then I would say that is the complete opposite of that, isn't it?
I'm saying that the concept of what? I'm saying that the concept of diversification creates differences, and where there's differences, there's disagreements. So you're going to have more disagreements on the left.
I don't think that the right faces that this is something the right doesn't face.
Yeah, that's my point. That's the point.
That's his point, Kiara.
Well, it seems to me like you're counting this as like a disadvantage, where to me at least, having like people with different ideas, different ways of thinking, looking about things, different experiences, I think that makes us stronger.
It does too. That's true. But you have to hold like a central value and a central tenet. You need to be united by something. You can't have nothing like centrally uniting you.
Well, I think what you're pointing towards is an issue of like leftist unity, right? Which I would agree with you that is kind of a problem, in the sense that like diversity or like people of color or whatever, right? But like that having diversity doesn't really benefit you at all if you're not able to incorporate it into your toolbox, right? Like if you're not able to like incorporate it into like a bigger picture. So like for instance, like a shit ton of like diverse different like people of different like ethnic backgrounds in the United States, but they were all segregated in their own little spots. Like that doesn't really do anything. Like like diversity isn't a virtue in that instance, right?
That's right. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the definition of collectivism is.
It mostly refers to the organization in
how it applies to this situation.
That's the thing that I was talking about was a debate about with someone who didn't understand collectivism in the first place, and obscured collectivism to be something that we want to turn everyone into the absolute same being, and there's no individualism in socialism because everyone will look the same and stuff like that, which is the wrong definition of it. Collectivism essentially just means and mostly applies to the way that socialists, for example, would handle the privatization of the personalization or collectivization of a workplace. For example, we say we oppose private property, we oppose one boss running a company or a few people running a company. Instead, we want to democratize workspaces, and that means collectivizing them, as well as collectivism applies to private property. That means we want to collectivize private property and of production. So when we say collectivism, we often mean that we want to collectivize the means of production. We speaking mostly for communists and social and most socialists at least.
Kiara. Benötigen Sie Hilfe bei der Übersetzung?
Come again.
Benötigen Sie Hilfe bei der Übersetzung?
No.
No? Okay.
That's good.
Is that good? Okay.
Can we get a translation? Come
yeah,
on.
I'd appreciate if you could keep it to English so we all understand.
I literally just asked her if she needed help with translation, is all.
Oh.
No, all good. I can do it.
No, I think the English is great.
Gotcha.
So, Raincloud, I didn't know you spoke German. That's cool.
A little bit.
By the way, I'm doing a German language teaching stream soon with I hope I say her name right. Polyglotopus.
Yeah,
message her about that, and we're gonna do some
cool.
streams, one or maybe a few more streams where we're gonna teach German, because shit how to teach a language, and she knows that, but she doesn't know German. So
just to let you know, since you're on Twitch, you're probably going to be talking to a lot of gamers. We already know the words Unterseeboot, Steelhandgranate. Basically anything from Call of Duty 1 or 2, we got it.
Perfect.
Good. That's good to know.
And of course, Blitzkrieg.
No, Blitzkrieg. Yeah, we got that one. So also, Kiara, you mentioned if you're not done, please just interrupt me and go ahead. But if you're you mentioned something in there about like the abolishment of private property. How do you convince someone who is, I guess, socialist curious like myself, or I don't know if I'm near communist like you, but if I'm somebody who's socialist curious like that, how do you convince me that like abolishing private property is a good thing? Because that sounds like an inherent bad to me, just like visceral.
There's a difference between. Hold on a minute, and I'll answer this. There's a difference between personal and private. No one is saying you don't get to have your house or your computer or your toothbrush.
All right.
What we're saying is you don't get to own a mine with the only access to all the ore as private property. You don't get to own a factory as only your property and nobody else's. Mm-hmm. If Kiara wants to, like, there's a difference between private versus personal. Okay, that's the issue with language and specific terminology that we're dealing with. I think when bringing people more farther to the left is like,
lady, can I ask you a question?
Like,
go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to ask.
Who assigns personal property?
Personal property is
personal
everything
property.
Yeah, where does that line, I guess?
That's my question, where the line is, yeah.
CEO could own like 15 houses and then get 14 of them claimed, and then actually get like half of their last mansion claimed because it can house a bunch of people. Like that, you'll have personal property doesn't really say anything to us.
Yeah.
Or like, what if your personal property like lies on a mine or something like that, lies on some natural resource that we need, and it's yours, but then I guess you would have to move off of it, and then it wouldn't.
Do you realize the United States has a thing called eminent domain? And
an eminent domain is pretty garbage. And like, I'm just trying to like, I'm literally trying to poke holes in what you're saying because I don't know. So being a devil's advocate is like, I'm trying to poke holes.
Trying to like define it's like you can't own a factory, but like you can own a house. But it's like, oh, okay, well, what if I like convert my house? What if I like start using my property in my house as a means to like run a business, and now I get like
kind of a factory, isn't it?
Yes, that's my point.
That's
my point. So then when do you lose
convert your house to that?
No, you wouldn't, but you have the right
have
to.
it anymore.
You have the right to. It's your house. You do whatever the fuck you
guys
want.
don't live in a factory? Wait, hold on.
You can do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I mean,
okay. Hold on.
If you own something,
this question was directed to me in the first place. I would love to settle it.
Sure.
Okay, so what about if I want to convince somebody that abolishing private property is a good thing? Well, Mindways, for example, is already convinced that we should abolish private property when it comes to living space. And to be honest, yeah, fair assumption. I think that's a good idea. The thing is that people are already convinced in one way or another. When, for example, you take the housing, crisis on the housing market into account. Take Berlin. In Berlin, there are already a lot of examples of people calling for big housing companies, property in many and like in a big sum that buy like hundreds and thousands of properties on the Berlin market. Those companies make it more and more harder to get living space in Berlin because they want to maximize the profit. So they get rents into they push their rents into oblivion. Push it wherever they want to because nobody really restricts them on that most of the time, and that creates a situations where most workers, for example, have a hard time finding a flat for a price that they can afford, and that makes the whole thing of gentrification a lot easier for companies who, for example, only want rich people to live in their flats in the first place, because then they can raise the rents even more. So first of all, I would probably go towards the people who already live in those kind of situations, and tell them, start with possessing, but what is the term?
Like buybacks or something, like giving them compensation for their.
Oh wait, give me a second. And Eignung in German. Yeah, depossession, pretty much.
So would that be just like taking it from them, or would you
Dispossession.
compensate them? Dispossession would mean you're not compensating them at all. Right?
I honestly would say that depends on first of all on who owns that flat.
Yeah.
Really pay companies for that, because they have maximized their profit for years and years and years because of that. More than enough. However, I would say that, for example, there's one worker who saved up the entirety of their life to buy a flat, and then they rent that flat out and they have something to live off. And I would say, sure, why not compensate those people? They worked hard for their fair share,
Yeah.
but that doesn't necessarily apply to companies who profit and who do everything and get out of their way to go there. One of the aspects is going towards the people who have already experienced a problem with the system of private property in the first place, and telling them problems you have can be solved. For example, abolishment of private property. When it comes to question of personal property versus private property and who gets to decide this, because of course, like, always asks this question when it comes to that subject. Of course, it's an inevitable question.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a fair question.
Well, and that the question is pretty simple. It depends on what kind of system you live in. Who gets to decide what is personal property and what not? One indicator is, for example, what you use. And if you live in your current flat or if in your current house, then I don't really see any reason why you should not keep your house, because you use it and you live in it. And that's personal property, just as your toothbrush is personal property because you brush your teeth with it every day.
But if you
sometimes
stop,
every other day.
If you actually have like a factory in your house and you also live in your house, that doesn't work though.
Well, if you have a factory,
house,
have a factory in your house, then it's a factory.
I gotta call that out as what I think.
You live there.
However,
that is so disingenuous.
No.
If you live in it at the same, okay,
it's not.
But are you using your house to mine ore? Like, do you have a little mining factory underneath the basement?
In the basement, dude. We gotta get all set up, bro.
Okay, listen.
Do
It's
you
just
realize
pretty much
how
the same
easy
thing.
it is to like make chemicals and stuff? It's a
want
factory
an-
thing,
do
and
you
you
want an
literally
answer?
don't need anything to do it.
Your question?
Answers.
Here you go. So, it's pretty much a very similar thing with the question of class. When you have a business, but you work all on your own, I would say, yeah, class. Really, you're not really or necessarily possessing means of production, and you do not really profit from other workers' work. As soon as you employ people, at that point, for example, let's say you have a house in the ground floor. You live in the first floor or first two floors, whatever. Have a little repair shop for bikes. Why you should lose that?
It's not a factory.
Employees, for example, and you don't have any employees, for example, then I don't see any reason why that should change. Why you should lose that in that term.
Well,
You turn your
I know
entire
you're going
house
still,
into
but,
a.
I mean, like, why should you lose it if you do employ people? Doesn't that just disincentivize employment?
and easier.
That's the point.
There must be a miscommunication there.
Yeah.
The thing. So one singular person can mass produce enough LSD for the entire world, and with almost no equipment. And this person can do it exactly by themselves. This is a real life situation. How do you handle this person? They're not hiring anyone. They're doing it in their basement where no one can see. Like, how do you get this person?
I want your sources on
Use
that.
LSD as a
If you're using
resource
LSD,
on
that's
that, or as
more
an
of a
analogy on that.
Like, we're
See,
talking
why
about
is that? Why is that disingenuous?
You're not going to have a
do you
fucking
understand
vehicle
how LSD is
manufacturing
made?
facility in your basement, for fuck's
We're,
sake.
we're not talking about those
there's a
people. Though. We're
difference
talking
here.
about the
Talking
individual
about
people
vehicle
who make the
manufacturing. We're
product in it.
talking about drug manufacturing, mass drug
This is ultimately,
manufacturing.
like, oh,
The whole
God.
point of this is like trying to poke holes in it, right? Like it's trying to
All
find
right,
things.
just for the sake of argument, change LSD to widgets and say you can make widgets by yourself. That'll help further the
Right. You
argument.
can you can
say
mass
fidgets?
produce the
Well, yeah,
entire
anything.
yeah, you
Fidget
can mass
spinners.
produce the entire
Fidget
world's widgets. All right. This
Thank you,
person can
Freeze.
mass produce the entire world's widgets in their basement by themselves. How do you stop them from doing that? Do you repossess their property because they're making all the widgets? What do you do?
The means of production.
Doesn't sound very
cut out
So
libertarian.
you would repossess part
It's
of their
not.
house.
The means of production if I want to produce widgets. Sorry.
Basement.
Really?
No.
Open just as well. You don't necessarily need a basement for that, right?
You would argue
Sure, but this
taking
is
vehicle
what I'm
production into
giving you. Wait, you're trying to wait. You're
What are
literally
you- what are you-
changing
okay.
my hypothetical and then trying to turn it on me.
It has
Don't do
other
this.
aspects
Yeah, because your
on it.
hypothetical's
What do
full.
you need? What do you need to produce those fidgets? This is right.
It's in the basement. Whatever's in the basement.
The basement. Then you run
It's
out
not
of resources, and
The
then you
basement.
run out of resources. Then you're not sure as shit not going to produce all the
Run
fidget
out of
spinners in the world.
resources.
Same goes for LSD, because what do you need to make LSD?
You really
a
just
lot of
think you never
resources,
run out of
right?
resources, unironically?
The
Basically,
Hypothetical,
abolishment
my
of
dude.
private.
What if someone like
You're
supplies this
hypothetical.
person all the shit? Like supply them
Stop
all
that
of the shit
supply.
for their entire time. Like
Stop that supply, because those are the means of production. The resources are the means of production, and they can, in a socialist society, they wouldn't mostly not be privatized.
So what's the benefit of stopping that person?
Yeah. Why shouldn't they do that?
really though, it just seems like they should be able to make all the widgets. What do you
No
mean?
fucking shit. Yeah, they should be able to do that.
I want to make it clear though here
Okay,
that we're not
are
like,
they
trying.
then in that case you have to answer the question: are they profiting of that?
Even if they are, why? What's
Or why
the problem?
shouldn't they?
They profiting of that. They make a lot of money of that.
But they're not
Yeah.
exploiting anyone to do that, right?
They're not
doing it
even
right.
extracting the surplus from employees either. That's the best part. They're doing it all
They're
by
taking
themselves.
They're
as
taking
far
all
as
of those
I'm-
resources, right?
This is such bullshit.
Little I understand of actual theory, okay?
That's a great start to any sentence.
Stay with me.
Oh god. Mind waves talking now.
So I don't know what I'm talking about, but here we go.
I have somewhat of an understanding of this. It's because we're having a fight over what is or is not the means of production, right?
part of
It seems like we have different definitions. But like when Karl Marx was talking about this, he was talking about one dude working in his own basement with like his own resources, right? This only has to do with means of production in relationship to like labor, like the the laborers, the infrastructure, or like the instruments that they use to make the products, the factory or like the land itself in which they work. This is what like the means of production is. It's not like one dude in his basement using his personal computer to create widgets, right? Like
It goes back to my original
By the way,
argument that,
because
like,
Karl
you're getting
Marx
different
didn't came
answers
up
again.
with
no,
Marx
Frank.
didn't come up with some hypotheticals where people magically pull widgets out of their ass for the entire world with only
It's
one
not a
person in
valid
the basement
hypothetical
or
considering how
LSD.
exorbitantly unrealistic it is even as a hypothetical.
life example, all right? Someone in the Netherlands who has literally a fucking infinite supply of all the chemicals because it's completely fucking legal. They start the LSD lab. They can make the entire world's like the entire world's drugs.
Oh my god.
What's your
Go
drug?
ahead.
I
You can
would
mass
love to
produce
see
that
that.
easily. It's the only you're like saying
Sure,
that I
but
can't use widgets.
Can your
So
isolated
now I'm not
example?
using widgets.
Can you
So now I'm
extrapolate that
actually
to
trying to
things like
fucking use
oil?
a
Can you
real life
extrapolate that
example.
to
You're like
like
trolling.
Thinking with
minerals?
LSD, but
I
I
don't know
would
what
love to
anybody's
see your
saying.
thoughts on that, to be honest.
Wait, Synth, can you tell me
wanna
how to
see
do it?
how
I'm gonna
much-
take some
You
notes
want to see
here.
how
No,
much
no, no, no.
Don't do that on
Since
Twitch.
it's right. One,
person can make in a
the
very
entire
small
world
amount of
supply of
time?
LSD is made by a very, very small
I want
amount
to
of
see
people.
your
That's
thoughts
entirely
on that.
true.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
That's
you can't
absolutely
extrapolate
true.
that
That's
for other
absolutely
things,
true,
right?
yeah.
That's not the same as trees or oil, minerals, everything else that has
Yeah,
bountiful
it's
supplies, right?
like legit
That's
trolling
one
at this
specific
point.
example where yes, a very tiny amount of
Yeah.
chemicals can
For
make a very
business.
powerful drug that can be used by a lot of
Sure.
people.
The
Yeah.
real discussion. Go ahead, Micro.
Oh, you go ahead. You're good.
Well, I was gonna say the real discussion is over like it's like there's these general terms like public, private, and personal, and then we're asking like, well, where's the line between those two? And then it's like, well, it's kind of where we need it to be depending on what you do. And it's like, so once you have a personal house, then once you start producing something in your home, then it becomes like public and you can't own, or then it becomes private and then it's you can't own. There's no private property. You can have a personal house, but not private property if you're going to make something.
That difference.
No, not really. We couldn't really
Yeah, really.
describe
Yeah,
the difference
so you
between them.
completely ignored my example with
No, I
the
didn't-
repair shop.
Go ahead. No. Like,
So I
well,
have to
I
repeat
disagree
that
with
for
you.
you.
I don't
You
agree
just
with your
didn't listen,
example.
and now I have to
I don't
repeat
think there
it
should
for you.
be. I don't think there should be a distinction there. I think it's a false distinction.
You think it's a distinction without a
Okay,
difference.
if I
which is not
answer your
correct.
question and then you come up with, well, it's a false distinction, then you're never gonna get your answer to.
Well,
be
you never
honest.
stop talking, so it's really hard to talk to you sometimes when you're like.
So
giving
don't
your
answer me a
answer.
question if you don't want me talking.
Well, no,
I mean,
but
yeah.
just, like,
Sometimes, I mean, I don't think you do it on
talk.
purpose.
You go on for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, you
You
just
go on these
fucking
like big
talk and,
monologues, and
like,
you
Only
bring
time
out
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
say
talking
anything about
points.
it
yeah.
is like I feel like if you chopped out, if you did like the Destiny thing where like you chopped out everyone's talking, be like you for a long time.
Mind waves.
Well, you're like, well, you
Are
didn't
you taking
respond.
some of this widget LSD right now?
I might, dude.
micro,
If this conversation keeps up like this, I might have to find out how to make my own LSD in my own basement.
Me too, because I can't take it anymore.
Hey, fuck the Clintons, am I right?
There we go.
We're unified. Epstein didn't kill himself, am I right?
That's
All right.
That should be the left.
We can all agree on that, right?
It's like, am I a leftist? Like, I don't know. Do you fucking hate the Clintons?
That's a good segue. Do we want to move on to something else? I feel like this
Oh,
is
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
God,
sure.
yeah,
Please,
this
you know,
is-
fine.
Please.
that was like
Capitalism versus communism for 2 more hours at least.
Oh my
right?
god, we
Christ,
could, but-
please. Oh, on a video
In
game.
a video game.
I mean, we can. Let's see. What have I got? We can keep talking about drugs if we want.
No,
Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Okay.
Well, Amazon's been selling them online, so
Oh yeah.
What?
move on.
They
Move on to
selling?
something
Talk about
else.
that.
yeah, Amazon's been. This comes from the Washington Street Journal report. Amazon's been labeling some illegal drugs with their Amazon's Choice products, even when it violates their own marketplace rules.
Like what drugs? I wonder.
Psilocybin, magic mushrooms.
Ooh.
Yeah,
There's
apparently.
Psilocybin.
Psilocybin, but
Oh, sorry. I've never even tried your marijuana, so.
Bad. Okay. Marijuana's bad.
Just if you inject, you can't even inject one. Okay, it'll kill you.
Yeah.
Injecting the marijuanas, right?
But
I don't.
sorry.
Is it like products like the when you say psilocybin, is it actually like the mushrooms themselves, like cultivated, or is it just like the spores of the mushrooms that you would like cultivate yourself?
apparently they're in capsules.
Oh, okay, then
I don't
yeah.
know. I can
Oh, wow.
I can put in chat what I'm looking at right now. This is from Business Insider because WSJ wants me to pay money and screw that.
Well, you can buy nitrous oxide.
I'm missing out. Try
Sorry.
it. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff on here. Apparently they can they've been like It's not that they even sell it; it's that it's actually being like highlighted by their company.
It is, yeah.
I'm like
Yeah.
3 weeks away from being 2 years clean, and you're gonna destroy me.
Oh, sorry.
Through Amazon. No, I'm just
There's
kidding.
other ones talking about a bunch of like energy drinks and energy supplements. They even like they're against Amazon's rules of service, but they're still like publicly available. So yeah, you can find anything on Amazon, including illegal drugs.
Wow.
Actually, very.
Yeah.
Not only that you could buy them off of there, but
Thanks, it looked
more
pretty
so the fact that they would, I guess maybe their algorithm determined that these products should be labeled or like approved by, like, I don't know. It's like, yeah.
Imagine if the packages got mixed up.
Yeah, it's supposed to be an algorithm, but Amazon's actually facing like a federal antitrust investigation because it unfairly favors its own products on the site to edge out
You know what?
competition.
Bezos ain't that bad. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
The government should be. I hate companies that like shit like this happens, and then they just blame it on like, oh well, I'm sorry, it's our AI. Our AI is just it's just an oopsie by our AI. You know, there's nothing we could do about it, but we'll fix it for sure in the future. And then like they never face any consequences for any of this shit.
Okay,
It's this sort of idea that like AI is gonna solve everything, and I fucking hate that.
Give me a sec. I tried to share the link with the serfs, and then I realized I got timed out.
Oh my god. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, sorry. Let me. Here, I'll put it in our Whereby chat so they can share it with you if they want to when they get back.
Saw those.
Yeah, I got permission. I'm still timed out. I'm still timed out. I can't link it.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Here, the serfs they can link it to you. I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry,
trying.
what?
Yeah, I see you're giving me permission to post links for 60 seconds, but I'm still timed out, so I can't post anything.
Oh no. What happened?
I put it in Whereby chat. If you want to share it with your chat, you can go ahead and just do that. It'll be easier. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I don't know why I thought that would work. I just instant banned. Or not banned.
I missed the topic. What were we talking about?
Amazon selling illegal drugs online.
Oh,
And they're in Amazon's choice products, so they're getting like highlighted.
Okay.
That's cool though.
I'm just reading it now.
Wow. Okay. And okay.
Yeah, so they've been apparently doing this for a while. Even certain things like Redline Energy Drink, which aren't illegal, they go against their own like Amazon's TOS to sell.
Does Amazon manufacture LSD?
Actually, some I don't know if LSD specifically, but some of them actually are produced by Amazon.
And though.
Yeah, with one
Bezos-
person. With one person, by the way.
Bezos makes it on his
All
nesting
good.
yacht.
That's all good.
Bezos basement.
Business Daddy Bezos makes all the world's
Well,
LSD in
it's
his
in the
I
basement.
wouldn't doubt it, dude. That's actually something that I could believe. I'm not
Basement,
gonna lie.
It's
all
in the
LSD.
basement.
That would be a perfect song, by the way. That would be a great song.
It's in the basement of his nesting yacht.
So wait, what's the problem with Amazon
Bezos.
selling or people selling drugs through Amazon Marketplace?
I mean, some of it's illegal. There's also a problem with them going against their own TOS, which is not illegal. But
Mhm.
you know,
Yeah.
if the government's going to
Oh,
make
is
magic,
it like a safety issue that you're worried about? Like people are going to get something that they don't know has like mushrooms in it? Is that what's going on? Or are people buying mushrooms through Amazon's Marketplace?
apparently people have been buying magic mushrooms through Amazon's marketplace.
I would argue that it's like definitely not okay. Like if you're talking about a controlled substance, like for example, like anything like a Narcosset or Percocet or any of those types of things that are like controlled substances, like that you probably shouldn't be able to sell them to another individual legally, considering that you had to get a prescription in the first place to get a hold of that substance.
But what about mushrooms?
I don't know anything about mushrooms, so I don't know. Mind waves?
Yeah, drug What are mushrooms like mind waves?
Got him. No, I'm kidding.
Well, it was a good one. So First of all, I think it's hilarious that like anybody would even buy mushrooms off of Amazon. I can't think of a quicker way to get a fed on your ass than fucking buying it through Amazon. Nonetheless, but should Amazon be allowed to like legally, or should like is this something that like we should be concerned about or crack down on? I would say yeah. I'm not against illicit drugs. I just think that and this is a form of unregulated use of illicit drugs, so I don't know. Yeah,
someone in my chat said this is actually pretty smart because Amazon delivery doesn't go through the feds.
No, it doesn't. It should. It doesn't.
Yeah, but you think that
Amazon was just shipping like a bunch of like narcotics and guns all over the place and we didn't even know.
Nobody.
Apparently, yeah, they are.
Yeah, Amazon drone delivering like an AK to your door. Like here you go.
Oh.
For that paper to be what's it called when something's declassified? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
There was something. This is years ago in Louisiana. I don't remember. I think he was charged. I don't know if he was fully like taken to court for it, but he actually did put he mounted a pistol on his drone and went hunting in the woods with it.
Oh, that's fucking alpha right there, brother.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
James, was that you?
No, I hunt with a spear in the nude.
I didn't know you were an Amprim. Damn, that's cool.
But yeah,
Lance, when are you going to make the roundtable on Star Wars?
The roundtable on Star Wars? I hadn't actually planned one. I don't know. I could any time.
Wait,
be
the
sure
new
to
Star
invite
Wars?
Lexi. She's got
We
some
could
crappy
do
takes on
it
Star
right
Wars.
now if that's something everyone wants to talk about.
I haven't watched the new one yet.
Or the new one.
Even the game.
No, they don't count anymore. They're not really-
Imagine seeing a Star Wars film and
books
be
aren't
like,
canon, though,
I
right?
want to read a book about it.
The books are not canon anymore. Remember, it's Star Wars
I
Legends.
love sci-fi, and you know what? Mind waves. The rule of two is completely applicable. Okay,
The
rule
Star
of
Wars
two,
universe is
completely
really cool, and space magic and like space like lightsabers, all that shit. It's cool, right? You know the concept of a Jedi. Film,
okay.
Not so much.
I've only seen the
I'll
porn
take Star
parody.
Trek. Thanks, it's better.
Consider the best work in the entire Star Wars universe, and that's the holiday specials.
So boring. Have you ever actually watched it?
They're painfully bad.
Surreal, yeah.
Yeah, they're unwatchable.
Dare you? The holiday specials are the best.
They
Hot take: Star Trek is better than Star Wars.
Is the best thing to come out of the
Probably
franchise. Let's
I
be
think
honest.
it's probably okay, actually.
Yeah.
Boomer.
I feel better.
36. What do you mean, boomer?
Hey, I get called boomer all the time.
Elder millennial, I'll have you know. So, like,
Any of the
CR
new
36,
Star Wars,
right?
but I will say it's really fun to watch like Star Wars fans like eat alive their own fan base every time a new film comes out. It's like actually one of my favorite things to watch on Twitter.
Now I'm always saying like
Every time the threads are like, it's not
Yeah.
canon anymore. Why did they go after? Why did they stop doing the canon books? Why didn't they bring it back? It's so great. Every single time a new one is released.
I'm sorry, but the greatest science fiction movie of all time is Frank Herbert's Dune, and if you disagree, you're wrong.
I haven't seen the movie.
Did you say movie?
The book
Yeah.
is sick.
Yeah, the book's great. The movie's a bit of a joke.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, since that was before your time.
My dad made me read. I read the Dune books when I was like very little, so I remember almost nothing about them. I remember that like it's a fantasy. It's like a fantasy, like kind of sci-fi, kind of fantasy. Like there's some real weird fucking planets and shit. I don't know, dude.
There's
That's
big
so
worms.
much-
That's all I gotta know.
There's some weird racial like undertones to that book.
A lot of it has to do with families and class and nobility and monarchs and spices
Yeah, the
and
Lon-
drugs and David
Yeah.
Lynch made the movie though, and it's really weird.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Love
Yeah,
that
that's
movie,
weird.
though, Lance.
You love it? Oh, that's a
I
strange.
love it. How are you not going to back me up on Frank Herbert's Dune, dude?
Yeah.
Great.
How you gonna do me like this? You're doing me dirty
Yeah,
on
how you
Dune.
gonna do me like this? Damn.
Next, am I gonna hear that you liked Hitchhiker's Ultimate Guide to the Galaxy?
Good
Good
film,
movie.
unironically a good movie.
Amazing book, terrible movie. Terrible movie.
Oh, the movie is so good.
Yeah.
Have you seen Eraserhead?
See, I can appreciate things as they are as separate
Eraserhead.
works rather
Yeah, I
than
think
being
it's much as
pedantic about whether it meets the books or not.
I don't know. I saw the Aragon
Have to
movie.
meet the books. It just has to convey the actual meaning. That's all I care about.
Or just be a
I
good
would,
movie.
I would argue that it did.
Get like as in depth as like the books for like Ender's Game is another really good example, right? That like they literally couldn't make like half of the movie because the kids were like 7 whenever they started in the training, and like they were naked in the showers, and like the book wrote about it, right? They're like and then like in the movie they obviously couldn't keep to that, but when they introduced, you know, like the games, they only did like 3, 4, maybe 5 games, right? In the book they did like hundreds, and more time in the game room with all the really older kids, and he would fucking beat those kids, and he was half their age. Like and that's like the level of in-depth that they couldn't show in the movie. But while they did like get out that Ender was pretty fucking smart, and that Ender also had like a really good or like he had some sort of goodness about him, right? That like he didn't really want to kill the bug peoples, he wanted to save them. And he didn't realize that it wasn't.
No,
Yeah.
Just
Hey,
start.
but,
Is that like how the
Starship
movie?
Troopers, it's so good. Starship Troopers is unironically a great.
Oh, it's
fucking
no, it's an
movie.
amazing film. Oh yeah, no.
By the
it's-
way,
Starship
by the
Troopers
way, I
is
found
it slaps.
Hey, I just want to say
horrible.
Even wait, what?
Horrible
The book or the movie?
Oh.
book, but the movie was fucking horrible.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
can see that.
This whole thing about little children
but
going on this authoritarian shit and like military ranks. That was so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
You guys ever
right.
see Tokyo Drift?
No.
Oh yeah,
answer
I
the
drift.
question, though.
I
How
drift,
many of you
bro.
like
I
Babylon
drift.
5?
On Solo.
Babylon
book
5?
series
I don't think I saw that.
Okay, what about Space Above and Beyond?
I doesn't ring a
No?
bell.
Never seen it.
The original Battlestar Galactica?
Babylon 5. I think there was something, but
Sunshine's a really good movie.
Battlestar
You are all
It's good. I like
uncultured swine, Every
Sunshine.
last one of
I've heard
you.
that's good.
I swear to God.
Sunshine. If y'all haven't seen it here, y'all should see it. It's really good. It's
Oh,
a,
Sunshine is great. Yeah, sorry, Danny Boyle.
Totally
Danny
agree.
Boyle
Oh,
was
yeah.
good movies. I like Danny Boyle.
I know most people I know have never even heard of Sunshine.
Oh,
And I'm
Sunshine's
like,
great.
damn,
I just think the
it has a
Wow.
great cast.
crazy.
Like,
Oh, Sunshine.
I
Awesome.
like the fact that in Sunshine there's like a lot of I mean there's a lot of crappy science, you know, like flying like for example just the basic plot, the sun getting cold and then flying so close to the sun without burning up.
That makes everyone in
Uh,
like crazy.
it works within the logic of the movie. So
Yeah.
Also there's also a lot of very interesting science in that, and I like that. I think with there was still noise in space and shit like that, but there was a lot of very interesting things about, you know, like how a long space travel, and how, for example, what I found very realistic was the model of the spaceship. That you know, if we actually would build a spaceship today, I talked about this in my stream when I talked about Mars colonization. That, you know, it wouldn't look like in most sci-fi movies. It wouldn't look like a Star Destroyer in Star Wars or something.
oh yeah,
It would
no, those are totally from the.
like a module with the
Yeah,
how
we're
do you
talking
call
too
that?
much.
Okay, okay.
No,
The problem would be that those would be hoisting it off of the Earth. We would build them in space. So theoretically, yeah, if we built like spaceship, we could probably build it in space and build it exactly like the sci-fi shit, and probably make it look even cooler. But like that would be a huge waste of resources and time and money.
You can also build a
whereas we
space
could just build
elevator,
a
right? Which
pretty
uses
much-
the natural gravitation of the Earth to pull things into space.
That's
No?
theoretical. I
really.
think you can do that, can't you?
Well, I mean, this is all theoretical. We're not,
Well,
not building
but
like
the
Star
space,
Destroyers.
space
yet.
elevator is like theoretical within like 100 years, maybe. Not like within like, you know, traveling to
But
restart
that's
the
much
sun.
more effective.
The space hook. Explain the space hook.
Oh, Space Hook's a great idea.
Oh,
Cool,
space
yeah.
hook, yeah.
In that case, I really have to talk a bit.
Well, can you do it in
Just
like
warning
30
you.
seconds? Can you like just be like, we hook it?
Earth slingshot. You could just say it like that.
Yeah.
We tried. I forgot the other name, but you find it pretty much on Space Hook. It's pretty much a rotating thing. Imagine like a slingshot that goes around the orbit of Earth, and that can at the hook a spaceship that goes towards a certain point in the atmosphere. It picks it up, and through the gravitation and through the swinging of that space hook, zip, can catapult it into outer space.
What's it affixed to?
It's nothing. It's just in gravity's pull.
It's a.
Oh, so it's just a random hook going in the rotation of the Earth.
It's basically like a giant like rod that's like neutral in gravity and like Earth, and it just swings and it like uses the momentum of throwing and of catching to like keep itself going within gravity's
We'd have
pull.
to like keep
exactly. Yeah, throw. It's like it has to be, for example, a throwing and catching at the same time.
How does it catch things though? This sounds so difficult.
We hook onto it.
We hook onto
just, like,
it.
stick rockets on a big pole.
But wouldn't it be going in like obscenely fast?
You're already going in everything in
not
space.
Not that fast.
Yeah, not that fast.
In space, it doesn't really matter that much.
Huge that like it's technically moving like slow for you, but like
main thing about it is that it's low enough in orbit that it can pick ships up easier. Have to leave orbit in the first place because that costs a shitload of resources.
Yeah, of course.
So the space hook would do that work for them, but to keep the space hook going, it wouldn't need to not just only grabbing spaceships or grabbing vehicles that come from Earth and throwing them and catapulting them into space, but also grabbing them when they come into Earth's orbit and then slowing them down and using that momentum to keep it going. It's very interesting.
Are you familiar with Kurzgesagt on YouTube or like in a nutshell? Yeah, they have a great video on the Skyhook that explains.
That stuff is like YouTube crack cocaine.
Someone just linked it.
Great.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So this is a debate show, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, wait. It's a political podcast.
Oh wait, I have an
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
Go ahead. I was just gonna say I just saw Star Wars yesterday, and I'd love to talk about it, but I don't know how many people here saw it or how many people in chat. So just kill that, right?
Yeah,
kill it. Yeah.
Wait. Are you about to spoil things? Because I haven't seen it yet.
Spoiling nothing, dude. Nothing. I won't do that.
Okay, good.
The Titanic sinks at the end of the movie.
Brento, are you gonna argue about it being SJW propaganda?
No, I'm not gonna say anything because I told someone about a review I heard before and I went and I saw it and they said I was spoiling it for them, so I'm just gonna say nothing.
Yeah,
so,
don't say anything.
Let's do the SJW propaganda aspect. I want to talk about that. That's
okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Wait, the new one?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there anything that you can say from the new one that's supposed to be SJW propaganda?
I don't know, but actually, I mean, like, even if there was, no, I don't want to talk about the movie. I don't want to spoil it for anybody. I'm sorry. No, stop it.
There's the first lesbian kiss in the Star Wars universe. I'll say that.
Which was half-assed at best.
Oh yeah, it's so far in the background. It's just I remember noticing it without even reading about it though, because it's like, oh, that's unique. Like it just stood out because like you don't see that in Star Wars normally.
Fucking queer baiting. Fuck them.
It was literally queer baiting, and it was literally half-assed. And
of course,
well, I heard someone say that they had to do it in a very subtle way so that they can cut it out when they ship to China.
Actually,
actually,
or
true.
maybe
I saw
don't
that as well.
sell the movie in China and just tell China to screw off, like we all should. I don't know.
You know what? I said this yesterday. You know what I heard? The highest grossing movie I think maybe of all time was Transformers 3: Age of Extinction. The movie that maybe almost no one saw, but it fucking like made billions and billions and billions in China. So if that tells you anything about what a movie has to do in China, like that's it. The highest grossing movie was Transformers 3.
Just because of the spaces
Good.
Just the spaces I maintain on the internet where I look at the shit, but I see all this stuff and I talk to these people on Twitch that say like, basically what like Lance was saying, that this is all SJW propaganda. I had one guy messaging me, like privately messaging, saying that like they tried to feminize all the men and blah blah blah. They're saying all these changes. It's pretty wild.
That's what I'll say.
Well, they complain about all these changes being done for the nebulous SJW, but they don't talk about like how our movies have to fit these strict standards in order to not be taxed when they go to China.
Oh, absolutely.
So they have to like in China, they have to have. They
They have
can't
to
have
feature a
like
Chinese actor, like that at least has a semi-prominent role. Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah.
has to be involved. There has to be scenes in China,
And
I
there
think
can't
that's
be
why
any
The Dark
lesbian
Knight takes
kiss.
place in Hong Kong, or has like scenes in Hong Kong as well.
in a movie takes place in China, it's because they're trying to get past those restrictions.
Yeah, of course.
By the way, since this is a hot take podcast, here is a hot take. I think that capitalism in various ways destroys art.
I
think we would all agree.
I agree with you.
Incentivizes us to create it.
Capitalism
To create it because then you make money off of it.
Sure.
You don't
The
think
same
people would make
incentive,
art if they
incentive
made it?
incentivizes you to like strive for freedom, right? Like, sure.
It might enable some people to do it, but then it gets bastardized, or at least if at a certain extent it gets bastardized or at a certain level to the point where it's not even your art anymore.
I want to engage with that.
I wouldn't say that
quiet.
it destroys art. I would say that it influences art, and especially the way that it's been distributed. That's the problem, right?
Back to like pop
You have something,
music
lady.
and fucking like mumble rap and shit, right? That like there's really overtuned shit just like to appeal to the human ears. Like that's generally what people
I'm not
do.
gonna
and then,
lie.
like,
Every
they
time
just release
somebody
it because they
complains
know they'll
about
make
mumble
money.
rap, I immediately dismiss their opinion. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but like, yeah.
Anyway.
They don't like screamo, do you?
I don't know what it is.
Can I engage with this by a little bit?
Everybody, when people complain about mumble rap, it's usually like some nebulous idea about like some like modern day rapper that they don't like. I don't know.
Go ahead, lady. You were saying.
No,
Yeah, my issue here
I
is
don't want
with-
to have a music debate, but that may be
yeah.
another day. Yeah.
my
I
issue here
don't
with
wanna be dismissed.
Okay, Synth, go real fast and then Lady.
Basically, I only have a problem with the content of songs. If the content of the song is actually meaningful and it has good lyrics, I care that that's a good song. Like I
What
really
you
don't
value,
care.
That's not like an
about,
objective value of music, right? Like just because you like deep meaning in your music doesn't mean that everybody does, right?
Who gets to decide that?
What? Well, that would, but that like necessarily plays into that it like it's overtuned for the human ear. Like that's what appeals to most people, and like I just don't have that same appeal. I want a different appeal, right? I don't want to just listen to music for it to like sound good. I want to like actually get something from it, and that like I admit like I'm probably different than a lot of people, but like it doesn't make it untrue that like it is pop music is and mumble rap is pretty much just for the masses.
Music is stupid.
Well, I mean, in the sense that it's like the most popular, it's the most commercially viable like music genre in a lot of senses, right? Yeah, sure, but like that goes to like that touches on what I was saying is that it influences like what you're listening to or consuming, and also like the way that it's distributed, right? But that doesn't necessarily make it bad, right? It just means that it is influenced by it. Like there's a lot of good pop, a lot of good mumble rap, right? Like I don't think you could entirely dismiss these genres.
Metal. That's all I want to know.
Sorry.
Yeah, I have this
I think
theory
the
that
only
death
pop
metal
person
and rap
I
is like
actually
the
like is
two biggest
probably Taylor
influences.
Swift.
Go ahead, lady. What were you gonna say?
I like
it doesn't
her, but that's
matter
it.
now. Move
Okay.
on.
I'm sorry.
No.
I no, it's
Lady,
like music's
I-
one of my passions, and I get really triggered when like really like I don't know, like, and not to like insult you, but like dumb takes as far as like critiques of music or I don't know.
I was gonna say you were saying that someone I can't remember who said it, but it was that capitalism ruins art, and it's like someone
that's
someone
scary.
said to me once. It was a girlfriend, and she's she's an artist who did a lot of different art and like music and painting, and I didn't understand it when she said it, but I understand it now that like some time has passed. She said like art has no purpose, and I thought I was like, what? That doesn't make that sounds terrible, but it's like art has like no purpose beyond itself. Like if you make art for something other than like to be what it is when you make it, then it's like a utility and it's not art. Like art is an expression of itself.
Exactly.
And
That's
I
what it's
literally have
about.
to believe that.
Yeah, and I'm a musician too, you know, and that's what it's about. That actual incentive towards making art is actually destroying art, because you're already making it for money, and then you want to maximize that profit because like a lot of a big thing in capitalism is profit maximization.
Sure.
And so if you make money for if you make music for money, if you make art for money, then you try to appeal to the most people because that means you can make the most money. And that is why I said K-pop all the time, because that is exactly how K-pop works.
But I will say exactly that
what K-pop is made for, pretty much.
Say that does come with a lot of negatives, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like that isn't art, right? Like even if like it has like all these, like even if you're like group testing these like tracks, it's like the most like radio friendly like pop music or whatever. End of the day, right?
True, but anything can be classified as art, right? Poo can be classified as art if you're like
like then
from it.
Dismissive of like I don't like the idea that you can like somehow like say that this is like more or less artful just because it's influenced by like capitalist forces, right?
It's actually
can I give an example of that?
Yeah, I have an opinion too. I'll wait till you're done, Nick.
I make it quick. Okay, so art in terms of paintings and sculptures and so on is often not really a subjective value in terms of it's not really subjective to the people who watch it or who buy it. It's way more subjective to the people who own the galleries who make those prizes in the first place.
Okay, so I think that you guys, I actually was gonna unironically agree with Lance there for a second, but I think y'all are kind of thinking of art too narrowly as well, because I know that
talking about my poo theory.
Hey, Micro,
your poo theory.
Frames had something to say first.
I'll let Micro finish since he's like talking directly to a point.
Okay.
But yeah, generally, like, so I'm like a local comedian, right? And I know a lot of other local comedians, and I know for a fact that we would like to get paid at some level for what we do, but it's like not really an option, but it would also enable us to do more comedy and to like go out there and create more art instead of just like, I mean, at a certain point, sure, I'm sure people get like sensitized to their art form and like only in it for their money. So I don't know. At a smaller level, I think art can or money can definitely enable people to create more art.
Yeah.
So like had enough, you would if you already had enough money, for example, for you to pay every bill, for you to live the way you want to, wouldn't that enable you to do more art at the same time? Go out and do more comedy.
So,
not saying.
Hold on, I didn't make my point before I forget it.
Let Frames go.
Yeah.
So just because someone's making art to make money doesn't mean 100% of the content they're making has to go towards that crowd, right? And I also think that a lot of times the most successful artists are successful because they didn't do it for those reasons. Like the market went towards them because people liked it because it was authentic.
Right. If I can have a little bit of a take on this from my wheelhouse being a game dev, this happens a lot in the games industry. You see something that's a generational, like Minecraft, for example, or say Kerbal Space Program, or market trends like, for example, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds with battle royales and things like that. You see something that comes out, it's inspirational, it's revolutionary, it innovates and renovates within a genre, and then all the other big AAA studios are wanting to copy and mass produce games, and then before you know it, the market is saturated.
Yeah, I get that too.
I'm drawing direct inspiration from those like small house like passion projects, right? Yeah.
It also depends on the type of art you're making, I guess, too, because there is. I mean, even cooking food is considered art, like culinary art. So I guess it depends on what you do.
I will say one thing related to this, and I'll try to say it as quickly. I'll do the Destiny thing for you, Cynthia. In that the other problem with capitalism is that its inevitable thing is going to be infinite growth, right? So you're going to see these things like monopolies, for example, forming. So we now live in a time when 6 companies control all the media we consume. Just 6 companies. Which is like, I think that's a huge problem, especially when it comes to like making art. Like Disney owning everything, fucking everything, owning Hulu, owning what is it? They just bought Fox. They own Marvel. They own Star Wars. Like eventually, Disney will own all of us. They'll own this stream. Like, and please, Disney, pay us. You know, we can all use them.
And that's why I'm for forcibly breaking up monopolies like that too. So.
But wouldn't you say that you can still be successful? I mean, not everyone, obviously, but you can be successful through like an independent label or independent production company, things like that.
Absolutely. I think
not
your
not
upward mobility
within
is
not
gonna be
within an
limited.
environment where the larger, more powerful entities are capable of strangling
Yeah.
strangling. I can't even
strangulating.
With the larger, more powerful entities are capable of pushing you out of the space, for example.
Yeah,
So, like,
I mean, I feel like
Impact
coming from games is different though.
It's less of a problem now that we have the
it's
internet.
not
but-
necessarily, because again, the games industry is a technology industry. We're $180 billion a year industry, which is almost 4 times what Hollywood brings in on average. Hollywood brought in less than $50 billion for all the movies they made last year, where games brought in almost 163 or $64 billion worldwide. So it's a much
They
larger
still
industry.
want more.
Yeah, and they still want more. But I would argue, like, especially in this sort of case, like, as a Steamworks developer, I've worked on 4 projects. The project I'm working on right now, we're so like buried under the mountain of what's on Steam. When there's like 30,000 titles on Steam and we put our game up, we're so buried because it's such a free marketplace where everything goes on. Like, the chances of the algorithm catching us is negligible at best. But say Bethesda puts a game on Steam, you're gonna know about it, right? So it's that same sort of an environment where, we're a team of 6-7 people trying to get our game noticed, and it's not going to happen because we're being stifled and controlled by a system that, if we want to succeed, the only other way is to go to external things outside Steam, like Epic or Good Old Games or other sorts of storefronts and providers. So, like, that's the situation that we might be dealing with like, say, Disney and them taking everything over, is that eventually it doesn't matter if you're an indie, they're going to have so much capital and so much control over things that even if you are an indie, you're going to have to work with them to get noticed. And of course the fact that Valve takes like 30% of everything we make to begin with. But this is a big thing that is dealt with, I think, in a lot of industry, is like,
okay,
force them to break this stuff up.
The thing well, just one second, I'm just really quick. The difference though is, like, the video games culture has gotten themselves to where they're going through Steam and those places, but when it comes to movies, there's tons and tons of different places to find out about these independent films. That's why I feel like they do better. Is that fair?
I don't know, but again,
I work in the film industry, so I can actually tell you some firsthand stats on that. They have more exposure now than ever thanks to the internet, but they make less money now than ever through the distribution mechanisms that are in place. So, like, the company I work for distributes through, Amazon Prime, Netflix, all that kind of stuff. But the amount of money you'll generate as an independent, you kind of get steamrolled through the process, unfortunately. But you will get more eyes on your work, and you can even do it for free now. Like, ever since YouTube came around, you can get eyes on your indie projects, right? Like, that's a beautiful thing. I love that.
Yeah. I want to just add up on something that Lady Raincloud said, or the point in general, basically, because a friend of mine, for example, was a with a studio. He was pretty much in the position of a creative director, but he still didn't have like all the entire ability to decide what's going on in his game, because there was always the boss ahead of him who owned the company, who said, like, we can't do that and we have to do this and that because that makes it more profitable. Very similarly to, for example, a production studio of movies saying that we have to change that about the movie and that about the movie to make it more profitable, and inevitably often cutting into the artistic visions of, for example, directors, screenwriters, actors, and so on, and fired from his job because his boss eventually thought that the idea that he had of a game was not profitable enough. And I think that this way, many, many, many great ideas and many great games that could have existed will never go to exist in the first place, because it's just not deemed something that is, that could make a buck. And I think that this is exactly what I'm talking about when I say, for example, that money destroys art. because oftentimes something like that gets completely lost, and it's an absolute shame.
That's true. What you're saying is true, but in the same sense, many things that may suck, that maybe just weren't going to be that great. Maybe they just didn't get made as well, right? It's kind of like it's a filter. It's like you got to make it through that filter.
But unfortunately, it filters out some of the good.
The issue with the filter there is
everyone gets made, but the incentive will be more on an artistic vision than on profit. That's what I'm saying.
I think your response there kind of shows an insight on how like a lot of people think about these things, and that you think of like, well, if it's not profitable, it's obviously like just not good.
No,
right?
I'm not saying
but that's not necessarily true. No, not you. I'm saying Brento, because he was like, well, why, like, because like he was saying like, I think you were insinuating that if it's not profitable,
I understand. I think you understood my point. Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying it. Well, it does feel like, well, many good games couldn't get made simply because there's like, they just didn't get the approval by the company because they weren't going to be profitable, right? But it's like, if we don't have infinite resources and it takes big teams to make games, not every single idea that has the potential to be a game is ever going to be made, right? So it's a system for like facilitating certain ideas to be made. Yeah,
what you're talking about, there's an adage in the industry that is ideas are irrelevant, implementation is what matters. And that basically is, the whole ideas are cheap type of a thing. And it's like, well, you can have an idea for a game and pitch that idea, but if your design, your plan to implement those ideas in a way that like allows for good gameplay and user interface and user experience and things like that, it doesn't matter because no one's going to look at it. But you could say, for example, taking a look at Star Citizen as a game that would not have been made because people would not have, like, in the industry, the AAAs would have never dumped that kind of money on a project. Outside of people like Rockstar, who dumped $270 million in 6 years onto Grand Theft Auto 5 and like $250 million plus and whatnot onto Red Dead 2, but that's because they knew exactly the types of project they wanted to make. But I would argue, like, the situation we're dealing with in the games industry in particular, I bring up my my list on Steam of the games I've seen. It literally is 30,400 games, and like there's so many of them that are hentai games or like click adventure type things or text-based choose your own adventure type games, and there is no curation there whatsoever. And I would argue that like this, what Steam has is this like true limitless free market actually de-incentivizes people from wanting to be on Steam, because we know as developers we're going to get lost in all the crap and no one's ever going to see our project if we're not good enough.
Yeah.
Huh?
Why don't you just make hentai games?
Yeah, we should just make hentai games. No, my CEO would definitely not be okay with that. No, so that's definitely not a thing that my lead would be okay with. But I mean, we've talked about selling out and making mobile games because why not?
Star Citizen actually
just add in like a really long wait time to some like
or we could add loot
timer
boxes to our game, because apparently gamers love loot boxes, right?
Citizen has raised or
added like microtransactions.
Go ahead, Mindwaves.
Funding for Star Citizen is over $250 million.
Yeah, and it costs $270 million to make GTA 5. So like,
yeah, no, I know, but like the amount of like, well, because like it says 200 million pledged by more than 2 million backers. That's insane.
2.5 million, like 2,400,000 and some odd thousand, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I've been a Kickstarter backer since 2012. Myself, I've been part of Star Citizen since like day one. So I was actually just playing it and exploring the new planet that came out.
Is there any hope that it'll ever leave alpha?
Yeah, it will at some point in the near future. But the thing that people don't understand with Star Citizen, and this is a developer's perspective here, is that like they think that, well, like we started in 2012 and we're in 2020 and it's taken 8 years to make the game. No, it hasn't. You're looking at almost 4 years of engine tools and technology development, pre-production, like design phase, like from inception to pre-production. Like you're seeing a project go from conception to alpha to beta to release candidate to release, and games don't show you that. Like, again, I bring up GTA. Like GTA 5 took almost 7 years several hundred developers and $270 million, and nobody knew GTA 5 was a thing until it was there. And with Star Citizen, you get to see everything. And there were, 2 engine switches from, CryEngine that forked off into Star Engine, and then now they're on Lumberyard. Nobody is used to seeing engine technology and tools development and research and development, for server-side object container streaming and occlusion, network occlusion, network bind calling, and all this other new tech that has to be developed to make this game a reality. So yeah, it's taken a very long time to get where it's at as a game, but the people that are calling it a scam are just legitimately ignorant when it comes to game development. It's definitely not. But it would not have been made were it not for gamers as a whole, literally almost 2.5 million people coming together and saying, we're going to put money into this project because we want to give a finger to the AAA studios and we want to see it made, because you're not going to tell us as a AAA studios like EA and Blizzard Activision and whatnot. You're not going to tell us, you're not going to dictate to us what can and can't be made anymore, because you're going to make Call of Modern War Duty 37 and we're just fucking sick of it.
So, I mean, early access is not a complete new concept. That was around before.
No, I was there for early access. My first project was Kerbal Space Program. I was there for early access when it first came out.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that wasn't the first case of early access. Early access was there before. But by the way, I just wanted to say something that which you already kind of touched on. That, for example, Steam that has a huge problem with moderating the content that they let on the platform, which, of course, as we all know, in the past has led to several instances where games that were absolutely horrible and should not be there in the first place made it to the platform.
Yeah, the game that's about literally sexually assaulting women. That's the whole purpose behind the game. Yeah.
And the thing is that most of the games that towards that are also games that are very quickly put together by often very small teams.
Well, there's a big problem with asset flippers and people just buying stuff off the Unity asset store and throwing shit together in Unity, which is where I have most of my experiences is in Unity, which Unity's gets this bad rap as a bad engine. It's not. It's actually a really good engine. It's got its problems. It's got things it can't do, but it is a good engine.
Not everyone loves Unity.
Yeah, Unity's actually far better than people give it credit for. There are a lot of really good projects coming out in Unity right now.
It's free too.
Yeah,
it is. Yes,
free is nice.
But and again too, I also have an issue when people talk about this from a capitalistic perspective of well, if somebody else would just make a better store, I would go there and I wouldn't go to Steam anymore. And then I'm looking at GOG Galaxy and going, well, this is a better storefront and you're not using it. So
what's GOG Galaxy? I don't know what that is.
GOG Galaxy is from Good Old Games, and it's basically their version of Steam, but it's basically I don't know if GOG Galaxy is open source yet or not. It may or may not be, but it runs native on any operating system and allows you to amalgamate all of the games on your computer, no matter where they're from, into one launcher. So if your games from Origin, from Uplay, from Bethesda.net, which don't use Bethesda.net, it's garbage. It is. Okay. And Bethesda's going to be putting all their games back on Steam soon, hopefully. I mean, they said that a couple months ago. We'll have to wait and see if they can stop screwing up 76. But there's GOG Galaxy allows you to basically take all your games from Steam, from Origin, from Uplay that you buy on Humble Bundle or whatever, and put everything into one place as a centralized repository of all the games and all the software. I think it also tracks things from your Xbox Live Games service, tracks things from pretty much everything, including Epic Games Store, and puts everything in one place. And to me, it's a demonstrably better piece of software, and people don't seem to use it.
My favorite thing about
where I'm against decentralization. Sorry, go on, Mike.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's fine. I was just gonna say my favorite part about Steam is all the hentai waifu games I scroll past when I'm trying to find a new game.
Yeah, there's that's what we're talking about, right? is you know like there's 30 some. I'm not sure what's worse, right? Like
You're just history full of all these hentai games. What's happening here?
Why does it keep recommending these to me?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's worse, that there are 30,400 games on Steam, or that I know there are. Like, because I spend a lot of my time in the discovery queue, just like seeing what's going on. And on average, I like about 2.6 to 3% of what Steam shows me, because everything else, it's extremely hard to like explain to your spouse when she walks in and it's like hentai game, hentai game, hentai game. It's like, I swear to God, I'm not like, this is just what I swear, honey. It's just what's being shown to me, you know, because it's like it's there, you know, at all like the click, choose your own adventure stuff. It's all text based and. You know, like I hate hidden object games. I don't know why people like them, but whatever. They're allowed to like what they like. But like all the hentai waifu games, it's ridiculous. And it just shows that Valve doesn't care. They don't care. And then you go and you look at Epic, which is a much more curated experience. And it's a much more curated storefront that I would argue as a storefront, it doesn't need all of the community-based tools and features that Steam has as a storefront. Because when you go to like Walmart or Meijer to pick something off the shelf, do you need like a community thing and screenshots and guides and all that kind of stuff? Not really. It's like, you know, Epic is like just a storefront, right? It's just like digital shelving. Go ahead, Lance.
I have to ask you a serious question related to this. And that, like, if you're trying to make this argument that capitalism ruins art, then how did we get the fantastic children porno known as Cats that just came out?
What?
Talking about the movie Cats?
Yeah, has anyone heard about it? It just tanked, absolutely tanked.
I've heard it's
a
did
it's
it really
so
tank?
Weird. It's so
Oh
strange.
yes, it's.
Judi Dench like licks her own asshole in the movie multiple times and other weird stuff because
Hey.
they're cats.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
cats. It makes sense. They're cats.
So about that,
Judy,
eat my
hey,
whole
Judy, what did
ass,
they do to you?
Yeah.
Lance, I am
This is just
extremely
Hollywood
disappointed.
trying to destroy Christian values and
Yeah.
encouraging ass eating.
And
Yeah.
Christmas.
Actually, I think that's the
Warm
kind of thing
Christmas,
that would
everybody.
drive people towards Christianity if they saw it.
Amen, brother.
Recruiting tool.
Hey Lance, isn't it like legitimately losing like 90%
much
of
money.
the budget?
It
It's
only
like
made like $6 million
hemorrhaging money.
in theaters, and it cost $100 million to make. And keep in mind, that's just the movie's budget. The marketing budget for a film is usually almost double that, so probably $200 million, and it's only made $6. Yeah,
And they had
6
so
million?
many high-profile actors
So
and,
many
and
big
otherwise
names.
celebrities.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
T Swifty's in there.
That
and-
looks terrible.
yeah, it looks so creepy.
Terrible.
Oh, it looks creepy as fuck.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know what I'm
That's
actually
terrible.
excited for?
Yeah.
I am actually going to watch the new Sonic movie because they listened
I'm gonna watch it too.
and updated him, right? They listened
Yeah,
to community
at the
feedback.
cost of us, all the VFX artists working on those movies.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah,
You know
weren't
how
they,
much French
didn't
was
their
for
company
that?
just go out of business?
Hot take. Sonic was a completely overrated game from the get-go. It
Oh,
was
God.
never
Okay,
that
leaving.
good.
I'm leaving.
Okay,
That's
I'm
not
banning
even
you.
hot
That's
take.
absolutely
It's
no.
not.
Yeah, PR, I don't
Like,
want to
alright.
No, no,
I'm
no.
not-
Quite
I'm-
wrong.
I'm
no,
canceling you.
I can't do this.
Mm-mm.
Bad take. All right. Go. Okay. I'm really tired.
Yeah, so do I
Okay?
actually.
Yeah.
I have bed.
I actually did have to leave, Gary. That has nothing to do with that hot take.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted
Lance,
to
when are we
feel
getting
terrible for
together? When are we getting together?
Oh yeah, totally nothing to do with the hot take.
All
right.
Hey,
do you want
Lance,
to say?
when are we
Do you want to
getting
sound off
together?
first, Cynthia?
Hey, podcast.
Is that what it's called?
Literally ignoring me. Lance,
Yeah. Sorry.
when are we getting together?
Yeah. Let's. I don't know. Message me off stream. Cynthia just trying to say bye right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Synth.
See you
It's
soon.
fine.
You gonna shut yourself or?
All right, so I'm Synth. I do politics, philosophy stuff, mainly philosophy stuff. I run a podcast for philosophy every Thursday. We're gonna do something different this week. I'm not really gonna say anything on it until like I know for sure. But if we do like it'll be a little bit later than Thursday because that's the day after Christmas. I enjoy philosophy stuff. To me about anything at any time. TV/Cynthia.
For hanging out, Sense.
Bye, Sam.
Yeah, I'll
Good night,
see.
guys.
I'll make sure
And
to check it
I
out.
guess I'll sound off as well. I'm a donkey-brained dumpster fire of a human, and if you want to come check out what little respect I have left, go to twitch.tv/thesurfstv. And sorry, Kiara and Lady, we'll set up that chat you keep talking about. And Freems, I'll message you too about talking, because I think I had some answers to some of the serious things we were talking about, but we didn't get a chance to go over them. But
hey, sounds good.
Okay, and it was really nice to meet all of y'all. Bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
hey.
Yeah, see you.
Bye, Lance.
Okay.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what Destiny said. If he was spawnless, he wouldn't be able to sit up so straight.
What?
Talking about we talking about StarCraft, Steve.
No, you guys didn't get the meme there?
No, I got you.
I'm guessing he called him
I'll feel
spineless at some point.
Yeah,
There's a
That was
callback.
like
Yeah,
huge.
like-
That was huge. Not read Destiny's manifesto.
I
Oh,
know.
Yeah,
Howard.
I read that.
I'm still a firm believer that everything that comes out of Destiny's mouth is bullshit. But whatever. Moving on.
Yeah. Be careful. We've said the name too many times.
Oh yeah,
now.
that wasn't
No,
a knock.
no, I only said it once. It doesn't count.
I'm
Gotta
checking
say
if he's
it 3
streaming
times
right now. Wait.
Here at
By the
midnight.
way, if you
Hey,
say
Possibility
it,
that he'll come here if we say his name enough.
No,
Let's
he
see.
did his last stream yesterday.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're
times
safe.
in the mirror, he might appear behind you, but you can also get him away again if you turn around 3 times and sing the international.
True.
The International.
What?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know either.
Yeah. Well, if you guys haven't seen, look up Cats trailer Annihilation, and they put the trailer for Cats to the soundtrack for Annihilation, the movie, and it fits really, really well.
No.
That will that's the feeling. It's the feeling everyone has. Don't do it now. Just...
Wait,
I'm not going to give that movie any of my attention or space or acknowledgement whatsoever.
All right, 1 sec. I want to see what chat clipped, because they clipped something just now.
Oh yes, talking
What'd you
about.
get?
Oh no.
Am I muted?
Oh yeah, we know it's clip. All right.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
That was
No, I was spineless at some point.
Yeah,
Flip
that
it.
was like huge. That was huge. Not read
Little bit.
Destiny's manifesto.
I know.
Howard.
I read that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, every one of us will get a visit from some people in the chat over the next day, and that they tell us that we have been summoned.
Oh.
Maybe.
Okay, let's see. We need another topic, don't we? I was saving some like U.S. politics stuff for other people, but I'm guessing at this point they're not showing up, so screw them.
You may message him.
What?
I'm getting in.
Okay. Which one? There's one on here. I guess I just looked at the date on this. This is actually like a little over a month ago. Trump was like using his networking to get some like GOP senators that are really in need of cash right now. So he's pretty much using his donor network online and stuff to fundraise for senators that have they've signed a resolution condemning the impeachment inquiries unprecedented and undemocratic. He's pretty much like fundraising for them if they agree to vote no on it.
Sorry. I can hear me, can you?
I
No,
can
we
barely
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
God damn.
I just
Sorry.
didn't know which question was.
By the way, I just want to say that I'm probably gonna head out.
Okay.
Already home, but
Kiara, I'd still like to have a one-on-one with you as well.
definitely, yeah, we
I
should
feel like it could be
absolutely
more
do that.
productive.
And yeah, so thank you for having me. It was very nice being here.
Yeah, we'll see you
Good
later.
night, everyone.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Good Nacht.
Good night.
Okay, let me fix all these.
Well, now I feel outnumbered.
Party of 6.
No, you're good. I'm just fixing nameplates.
Hey, Leon, you care if I pop my shirt off real quick?
You should turn your camera off first.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just
Please
joking.
do, Frames. I've been waiting for
Please
that.
do. I want to
Dude, you know what's funny? You guys, you know what's ridiculous?
What?
This is so funny. I have a huge. I was drunk. I got a huge chest piece tattooed. I haven't got it filled in yet.
Oh.
And it's a Harley Davidson logo with a Reaper behind it. This is Gnarly Davidson.
Gnarly.
Got her.
Gnarly Davidson. Wow.
It's fucking rad, bro. Nice.
Yeah. I'll tomorrow I'll post in the Discord. You guys can peep it there.
Oh, yeah.
Or my Snap Premium if you're already a member. You've probably seen it.
Yeah, you worried me when you paused there. I've got a huge.
You know what else is funny? I have a giant bong tattooed on my thigh, like big.
Oh yeah.
How much ink do you have?
I'd say about 75% of my body's covered.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I want tattoos, but I can't do the whole pain part of it. So
Yeah, I don't like needles.
When you grow up playing in hardcore,
Funny
bands,
aspect of it. Shit's too expensive.
I worked at a tattoo shop for about 6 years. So.
Oh yeah.
Awesome. If I
I
got a
don't have
tattoo, I'll change my mind immediately. So
Oh yeah, I have the ice cream cone. Gucci Mane has tattooed on his face. I have it tattooed on my leg.
Get started with tattoos.
I wanted to get tattooed when I was like 15, and I waited till I was 18 because that's what my mom asked, and I still wanted tattooed when I was 18. Started going to the shop. I clicked with them. Whenever I got laid off from the coal mines the first time, they needed a piercer, and they're like, "Hey, we'll apprentice you in piercing." So I was a body piercer. That's a whole other group of wild stories I can tell eventually.
Imagine, yeah.
Eventually.
Oh yeah, I don't want to dump them all at once.
Oh,
Some good ones
okay. These
Some
are
good
these
ones
are gonna
in
be
there.
like your sub goals then.
Yeah.
What was your least favorite piercing to do?
Honestly, probably. And this might, man, I hope this doesn't sound terrible. I don't think it would. Female genital piercings were probably the worst
Okay.
because of, not everyone's like the most clean. So when that wasn't clean, it was pretty bad. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I could do it.
No.
Yeah, I see chat saying penis piercings. Penis piercings are real easy to do because it's just like it's. Well, I mean, yeah.
At least
it's
if
probably
it
not easy
digs
to get.
dirty, you could just like wipe it off with something, right?
Well, that
You
and,
just, like,
and
I'm just gonna clean this real quickly.
If it protrudes, it doesn't go in, so you can kind of stay away from it easier too.
Well,
you don't have to like get in there.
I mean, if you're literally gonna pierce their genitals, right? And it's like, and you're down there and you're gonna do that. Is it like that hard to take an extra step and be like, could you
literally
like,
what guys talk
could you, like,
about?
take a shower or something? Or, you know.
No, I actually have gotten to the point where I've had to do that. Be like,
Yeah,
you need
right.
to.
Yeah, no,
I was gonna-
I think chat wants another topic now.
Oh,
Next topic.
Chat will get what they get. You get
Yeah,
what you get. And you don't throw a fit, chat.
We're making dinner and you're
Hey.
eating it, or you going to bed.
Hey, chat! Someone send Leon, send Leon one of those Twitch proms, and I'll stop.
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
It's
Yeah.
learning, hell yeah.
Twitch proms.
It's
So there's
time to
this one
stop.
woman. I'm kidding.
Felt like I was too ginger to get tattooed. Like I am fucking covered with freckles.
I mean,
So I always felt like it would fuck it up.
But the
Get 'em
people
connected.
being rude was way worse than any type of like grossness.
Mm.
I'm just saying, like on a that made a piercing way worse if people were just like not
If
nice.
you want to talk about grossness, I did complicated OBGYN in the Navy when I was in the medical field.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I can imagine.
Want to talk
my
about that?
experience with piercings
And
are
maternal
like-
infant child, so I can tell you what it's like to bring a newborn into the world if we'd like to go over that.
Oh, that's
not
fun.
do that.
One day I'll tell you guys about my Louis Vuitton tattoo.
Really?
Just
Wow.
did technically.
Yeah.
Oh no, but it goes deeper and better.
I bet it does.
Oh my god. Anyways, yeah, let's change the topic.
Yeah,
I'm
I
saving
almost
it.
wanted to become a piercer. I'm not gonna lie. I've done a lot of piercings of like myself and other people, but
Yeah,
time to
I mean,
get an apprenticeship or
How?
anything.
the pain, the potential infection issues. Like,
I don't feel like it hurts that bad, and you can keep it clean pretty easy.
how do you even like? How many do you have?
Me?
I have 2 on each ear. I have both. My upper lip has 2. I used to have my nipples pierced. I don't have them anymore, and that's it. I think. Oh, I used to have my bottom lip back in middle school, but not anymore.
How do you do the stuff that's like you can just see like the stud? Like,
Oh, the subdermals.
Like the subdermals, yeah. Like, how do you even?
So what you do? There's a. If you know what a biopsy punch is, like when they take a skin biopsy.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
You use like a skin biopsy and you punch a little hole in the anchor. 1 foot of the anchor is longer and the other one's shorter. So you put the long one in and then you stretch it up vertical to where the short end can go in and you slide that in. And it's got 2 little holes in it and the skin grows through that.
Okay.
I actually had one right here for a long time. I pulled it out myself to get an MRI.
Wow.
Yeah.
This all sounds horrible.
Yeah, I'm not down with it.
Yeah, I thought looking at like some of the
There's
comments
a-
in chat, I'm
I don't
not
want
down
it.
for any of this. I don't like it.
Oh yeah, look at my earlobes. Hold on.
Your hands in
At
the
one
way.
point they were 1.25 inches.
Oh,
really?
I see.
So wait, are you like a punk rock?
Yeah, I grew up in the punk rock
God.
scene, like from
punk
like
rock country guy hybrid combo thing?
so.
That's just called Appalachian.
Yeah, I'm only country by virtue of where I live. I don't listen to country music. I don't. I don't know. There's some Appalachian culture that I've gotten into as I've gotten older, but like I make moonshine obviously for a living, but that's kind of like in the last few years. I don't know. Yeah, there's West Virginia there for a while had a really big punk rock scene. Like almost every band came through here. Even crazier, I was in the pop punk as well.
The hell,
which is
hell yeah.
92 is great.
My band opened up for like Man Overboard, The Wonder Years, Newfound Glory.
Dude.
Yeah, I've played with all those bands.
Sounds
I mean, they were a lot. Yeah.
Like stuff like 4 Years Strong and
Yeah,
shit like
4 Years
that.
Strong is
Yeah.
awesome. Yep. Like if you look at the tattoos on, whoa, I said that weird. The
You said it
tattoos-
super ick.
Tattoos. If you see the tattoos on my right leg, I have like a black flag,
My skin
and I have like
pictures.
Alkaline Trio. It's weird. It's a big mix. Real Big Fish. I like ska a lot.
Oh, Real Big Fish is great.
Big Fish, yeah.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
They played West Virginia.
Mm-hmm. You know,
like tattoo themselves with bands, and not like any of like no movie fans, no stand-up comedian fans are like tattooing their
Not
favorite.
even
like,
true. I've seen video gamers get tattoos of like the video game characters.
Video games is another one. That is
I have a
true.
Tom Segura tattoo.
Nice.
There's another drunk.
That does exist then.
Yeah, it just says,
Possible
it
level.
just says bikes! Exclamation point. I don't know if you're a Tom Segura fan, you'll get the reference.
I haven't watched a lot of his stuff personally, but I've heard he's very good.
We're talking about pop punk. I was gonna say I don't think I've ever talked to or met actual Jake, but every time I see him, I always want to call him less than Jake.
Yeah,
because I'm like, I hope he knows who that is, because that's gonna happen if I ever talk to him. I hope he doesn't like something.
Someone's asking what instrument Frames plays.
I played bass and I've done vocals in like hardcore and metal bands. I can't
Oh,
sing.
I don't know why you had to ask Frames. He looks more like a bassist than anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I
Believe
can
it or
see,
not,
I can
though,
see
I was-
Frames on vocals. That fits. Yeah.
I was actually like back then too. Like, okay, so I'm a bigger dude now, but at one point before I was injured, I wasn't. And when I was a frontman in a hardcore band, I was a psychopath. Like, I would throw the mic stand in the crowd, throw trash cans at people, climb up in the rafters and try to drop down on them, like dumb stuff. Come
Some
back, hit
Norma
sick.
Jean shit, dude.
Yeah,
Gene.
Norma Jean was awesome. Yeah, I was pretty wild.
Not all
back then.
Christian.
I always told people I wanted to start a Christian band called Job for a Cowboy.
Oh god.
Fucking good. Doesn't get that, you're missing out.
Yeah.
Dude.
Did it?
Yeah.
I used to pig squeal all the time in high school. Holy shit. It was a running meme.
Yeah, I was never really into it, but I think I was into the meme of it. Like I made fun of it.
Meme.
I remember one time I broke my collarbone in a car wreck, and the very next day I was like, what did they use? Crab moshing while I was breeing, and I fell over.
Like attack.
Yeah, like attack. And I went collarbone first into like an entertainment center and snapped my collarbone the rest of the way in half. There's like still like a big like lump there.
At least you didn't break it doing something dumb.
No, I did actually. The original breaking it, I fell asleep driving on the interstate and flipped my car off an overpass.
How are you alive? How do you
That's
exist
dude,
as a human being?
I didn't even go to the hospital until the next day. Until the very next day with my collarbone, I realized it was fuck. No, it was a different car wreck. Collarbone was a different car wreck.
Two car wrecks.
I've been in 2 car wrecks. No, 3 car wrecks. But only one of them I was driving. The other one I got hit by a drunk driver. The other one I was a passenger. And oh man, it's such a long story. Basically, somebody was on drugs. I didn't know because I'd actually just got back from band practice. They were already in the car going to the gas station. I didn't have a car, so I hopped in the car with them and shortly realized they were pretty messed up. We wrecked within like 3 minutes of leaving.
Damn.
I was like trapped though, and I like that time. That's when I broke the collarbone. But I got so knocked out that like I like woke up in the hospital confused as fuck.
I know that feeling. I've gotten into cars with people with who like like they're like, no, I'm fine because maybe they like smoke or something like that and they do it all the time. But I'm like, oh shit, I just don't want to. Yeah. But I can't get out. I can, but fuck.
I mean, I couldn't get out at the point I was in unless I just wanted to like bail out of the car.
Right.
I've only ever been in one accident where I was in control of the vehicle. Every other accident in my life, I was sitting in the passenger seat, including the accident that I was in when my friend took me to take my driver's license test and spun the car out on the off ramp. So that was fun. That was lots and lots of fun. The accident that I was in, that I was in control of the vehicle, we got hit in a movie theater parking lot by a kid who was joyriding in his dad's car. And took off before we could do anything with like insurance and whatnot.
Damn.
Yeah, I've never been in any car accidents except for like minor like fender benders. So
that's good.
Be like scarred for life if I ever gotten like a serious one. Damn.
I was in a real. The one that I was in that was like really serious. I was with my dad. Before he passed away, and we were sitting at a stop sign, and a vehicle that was coming this way, another vehicle had ran the light to turn, and they struck this vehicle and pushed them into us, and then knocked us back, and they struck it full speed, and so they slammed in, and then this car bounced off and went that way, and the other car hit us and pushed us back like a foot or two. It's kind of rough. And it's like, if you've never been in like an actual like legitimate high speed collision or seen one, it happens so it feels unrealistic how quick it happens. Like you just see 2 vehicles collide and it's just instant, and like you have no control over what's happening. It is freaky stuff.
Oh shit. 4 car wrecks. My bad. I've been in 4. But go ahead. I just remembered another one.
This is part of why I think that we should put a huge focus on like public transportation and like try to get people off of like being like solely reliant on their own private like automobiles and or cars or whatever, and then like that would be nice.
How rural is it where you live, Mindwaves?
Or it'd be hard to do it here. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna say, like, it takes me with my own personal vehicle like $30 to go to, or $30, 30 minutes to go to the store.
Yeah.
So public transport would make that take like what, an hour and a half?
Absolutely. That's why I said like it'd be really hard to like get everybody off of like a car, especially in rural areas. But I think that for some of the more populated cities, I think if you have like a 6-digit population, you could probably do some sort of like public transportation, right? Like,
and I think something else frames like to take into consideration there with public transport is the argument of, well, it would be hard to do in rural is not an argument against, right? It's like, well, yeah, and it would be, but the goal is to reduce the amount of vehicles on the road and the amount of pollution and the amount of potential for accidents, etc., not to completely remove people's rights and abilities to like take their own personally owned vehicles.
Okay, my bad.
Know?
I thought the thing was said that tried to remove personal vehicles.
No.
I ideally that's what I would like, right? But I don't think it is practical, at least not in the foreseeable future. That's why I think the goal should be to get more and more people to switch over to public transportation, not necessarily put a wide ban on.
What if we actually had more efficient cars, like if like electric cars became a thing, or
you mean like
it just seems
like they are
portable to where it's like an everyday. I don't know, like I watched The Watchmen, and in that show they all have like nuclear powered cars or something.
Problem though, right, is affordability. I almost view like this need for like each individual to own their own car as being almost like a sort of tax just to fucking exist in this fucking world. Like you have to basically invest in a car to be able to exist in most places in this country, right? Like I don't think that should be like you shouldn't have to do that. I think.
Sure.
Problem too, like you look in cities like LA and like look at how many people are driving in a car by themselves, sitting in the freeway bumper to bumper, because we have this idea that like everybody needs to own their own private car and this is the best way to transport around cities and like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like the other stuff that we were talking about earlier in the stream before you got here, like the idea of diminishing the amount of meat being produced and taken in is not the same as abolishing all meat production and the ability for all people to. It's like this is why I hate these kinds of counter arguments. Is like, well, we want public transport. Yeah, well, what about people in rural? You just can't do it. Well, you would do it in cities. You know, I'm not talking about you like directly, Freems. I should clarify. I don't mean you. But I have spoken to people who like they're counter to let's do public transport is, well, you can't do it in the rural, so you can't do it at all. Like what? So no, you probably can't do it in a rural environment without more infrastructure. So that means you shouldn't do it in the city at all. Like that's just
the flip side. If somebody is genuinely like arguing for like an automobile ban, like full stop, like it is a genuine concern to have as far as like the rural places and stuff like that. So I understand why it gets brought up, but yeah, you're right. Some people weaponize that to just shut down the idea entirely.
No, I love the idea.
And instead of looking at what would you call it, maybe like a more holistic approach to things, like when we look at transportation, when we look at food production and things like that. Well, if you had the ability, for example, to have a vertical rotary farm in your house, like a rotary hydroponics thing in your house that cost you maybe $1,000, and you could make crops all year round and wouldn't actually have to have any pesticides, and it would recycle water and things like that, and you could produce your own vegetables all year. You wouldn't need to go out and buy them, and you would be a little bit more self-sufficient. Like you'd only need to buy the seeds maybe at most. Is that an argument like
want to do that though?
I think a lot of
you can implement it via the state, which is something. It's funny you touched on this, because this is like a pipe dream I've always had. Is that I would like the idea of like a government-backed system where we into localized vertical farming facilities that are it creates jobs because people obviously have to maintain it and blah blah blah, and then you can grow fresh like locally sourced vegetables and otherwise like food goods, and then have a distribution program for those localized communities. I think that would like do huge things for like people's diets and just like the availability of food.
Are you in the chat? Are you in the chat?
You're talking about?
Yeah, that's an example. Omega Garden is vertical rotary hydroponics, and there are several of these systems that are being kickstarted. They're coming out. I'm sure I didn't actually know this, but it's actually kind of cool to know that Mindwaves and I like have like some sharing and like advocacy for rotary farming and hydroponics, and I'm assuming you're on the same page with me with like aquaponics as well, like full
anything that accomplishes the goal of like getting fresh foods in the hands of people that need it, especially like locally sourced foods. Yeah, it's highly important.
Yeah. So so the reason I bring this up, Micro, is like, imagine you had like this device in your basement that
I live in Texas. We don't have no basements. I'll tell you that.
Well, okay, yeah, I live in the Midwest. We have basements, but put it wherever in the house.
Worm cellar,
right?
maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, imagine it takes up the same space as like a TV or whatever, and you could grow fruits and vegetables in your house all year round for the same cost as running a couple LED light bulbs. Like, would you?
Probably not. I don't want the extra
lazy
work.
ass. I'm just
work.
Yeah.
I mean, the pictures from there looked like it was way more than just like an average TV. It looks like it takes up a little extra space. And by the way, I'm not saying this isn't a good idea. I'm just trying to holes in it again thing,
Why?
Whenever you have a good idea, you got to test it out, right? Like you got to have answers to these questions.
Right, like a lot of people, when you give them this sort of solution, it's like, oh shit, I have to put in work. Like, fuck, I ain't got time for that.
Take
like,
how much room in my? Because I don't have a basement. It's gonna take how much room in my apartment? Like, I already don't have. Well, my apartment's a good size, but I already don't have enough room. Like,
well,
this is why we outsource the work, and we basically have government employees that can do it all, and we have government facilities that take care of it.
Let me ask.
That would be my goal, right? Like that's again a pipe dream.
It is a pipe dream, but let me ask you this. Like, what if, for example, we could take 1,000 acres of cropland and with vertically integrated rotary farming through hydroponics and say a warehouse the size of a Meijer or a Walmart or like your standard superstore. We had vertical farms that we could grow crops all year round with an extremely low energy footprint. Make sure that the building is like, solar, takes rainwater, et cetera. And if we could grow the same crops without pesticides year round, like the without having to do soil rotation and things like that, and it's this one building gives us the same output as 1,000 acres of land. And then I'm a big reclamationist, which I think Mindwaves is on the same page with me for reclamation. What if we could take that 1,000 acres of land back and then do like, legitimate terraforming on planting trees and, reclaiming the land? Like, I'm a Native American, so I'm a big reclamationist, right? I'm reclaiming the land. Like, I think that would be something that would be entirely viable, and I think it's something that we should do. And that would, you could argue it would put farmers out of business. Like, maybe one farmer is,
No, I mean, if everything goes exactly the way you say and like all these problems are solved by that, then sure, that sounds like a really good idea. I just wonder if it's not happening already. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's because there's some problem that we
right
don't know
now
about.
it's in early technology phase, and
maybe this is the
like,
future.
Yeah. Well, right now everything's in like, technology demonstration phase and like proof of concept phase and concepting phase and things like that. So you're getting early adoption rates, and then as the early adopters get in and they put more money and we get more research and development, and we get better and better, more efficient versions of these farming systems, you'll start to probably see an uptake in people that are coming on board with it. And like any new technology, it's gonna take time for it to be adapted and pushed into a more mainstream, commercially and economically viable sort of situation. So that's probably
lobbying efforts. Well, I assume there would be lobbying efforts against this. I don't actually know that for a fact.
It'll be real.
No, there actually are. Like there are a couple instances where like, for example, there would be lobbyists that are backed by farmers who wouldn't want me as an individual to have a rotary farm device in my house because insert reasons, like, some sort of thing about how it hurts their business and their bottom line. It's like, I literally don't give a shit. Like, I would want to be able to grow my own food in my house, like in my property. So
if I'm going to just play devil's advocate here a little bit more too, it looks like this might be a good idea actually for things like lettuce or for vegetables that have like that don't take a lot of soil space, but for things like tubers or like carrots or like potatoes and stuff,
You're not
it seems
taking
like I don't know
scalability into account.
Maybe not. Again, I'm just trying to poke holes here. I'm just literally doing whatever I
again,
can.
it's footprint and it is scalability, and that's where you would get devices that, for example, some of the most recent rotary farming applications for internal hydroponics are like, like I think we're like 2.5 to 3 feet in diameter. Some of them mine waves. Do you remember?
Sorry, I'm trying to read something. I didn't follow the conversation.
Oh, like the size of some of the rotary farming systems, like some of
Actually
them.
don't know too much about the actual technology other than like I guess yeah.
Well, and it's not about economic profitability there, TPY. It's about doing the right thing,
which is all politicians care about.
Yeah. So yeah,
right. The best way to get stuff passed is to show how profitable it is.
Mm-hmm.
To help stuff get funded a lot easier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, like other things too. Like for example, how many people in the chat are familiar with aquaponics and like what that actually entails?
Yeah, like
if you know what it is, Twitch Prime
it's
right
like
now.
that's like raising fish, right? Like
yeah, well, it's fish with crops basically.
Pyramid that feeds off of itself, right?
Yeah, it feeds off. Yeah, it's self-sustaining and feeds off of itself. Yeah, so you would have the the plants that would sit on the surface of the water and would provide the sustenance to the fish, and the fish in turn providing whatever to the plants. And it's like a thing where it's like again, it's all about like sustainability, scalability, safety, energy and resource usage efficiency, and things like that. Land reclamation, again, it's that one of those things like, imagine if we could produce X amount of food, in X amount of space compared to X amount of food being in X amount of space. Like we would probably do that. And again, like a lot of this stuff with hydroponics and aquaponics and rotary farming and vertically integrated rotary farming and all of this, you're not seeing an uptake yet because a lot of it's still new and new technologies and new developments. And we, as a society, we need people to become investors, people to become early adopters, to put into this, to see it move in the right direction. And I would argue, like, being as we're stuck in capitalism, I would argue that there's a lot of jobs here as well. Like, people becoming technicians, people getting into the technology industry to help, push research and development forward. The fact that these systems will need to be produced. So, factories producing these systems, recycling and automation and things like that. So there's a lot of good things moving forward here.
It'll be real helpful whenever we don't take care of this climate control thing and the sun just burns all of our plants, so we have to grow inside.
Yeah. Well, again, a lot of this stuff is about reclamation and, like, saving the environment. And, like, even if you're dumb enough to believe climate change isn't real, you probably would still want to at least treat the land that you've got somewhat decently, and maybe not turn into Flint, Michigan, where the water is toxic and entirely undrinkable. But capitalism, and hey, whatever.
I'm gonna say it, dude. Like, unironically, and Prims make a good point sometimes, in that like as we know it today, it kind of has like a lot of negative fucking consequences, actually. Like, it really does. Like, as far as like taking up large swaths of land, using chemicals on it, like just like the amount of resources that goes into it, how like you end up like interrupting migration patterns and like other like animals and stuff like that. Like, nice to be able to use less land for agriculture in general. Yeah.
And for the rest of the people in chat, like, a lot of the stuff that I advocate for is a holistic, full spectrum approach to things, which is why I don't like Andrew Yang, for example, because he's like, let's fix things. Okay, yeah, cool. How? I don't know.
$1,000.
$1,000. Let's just fix shit. No, that's no. Like it's just not how it's gonna work. Like, hey Andrew, do we want to talk about subsidizing farmers and subsidizing the average citizen and putting money into rotary farming and vertically integrated farming and putting money in research and development into aquaponics and things like this and sustainability and scalability solutions for current farming and I don't know, maybe designing and developing electric vehicles that are industrial and agricultural in nature. Do you want to talk about the whole spectrum solution to this problem, or do you just want to throw money at it and assume that that's going to work because
his answer is that people will do this if you give them the means and the resources and the potential. And for him, that's to give everyone $1,000 so that they can
really
do these kind of things.
I mean, I would like $1,000 a month right now just for breathing. It's not going to fix all my problems, right?
Think of it this way: $1,000 is 200 Twitch subs.
That's true.
The potential of $1,000 on Twitch.
That's actually what I was about to say. If 401 of you guys donate your Twitch proms to Leon, he'll make $1,000 his cut. So you guys can be the Andrew Yang to Leon Cypher's world.
Please do.
I haven't even cracked over 15 subs yet, and
be my Yang.
Please be my Yang. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. I'm actually surprised to see that Brento and I agreed on something. That was kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
We can both agree that Andrew Yang's principles and not principles. His principles are okay, but my issue with him is he's a corporatist, and he has absolutely no experience in politics whatsoever, and it kind of just throws me off when he's I'll just fix it by throwing money at it. You mean the other capitalists try to do and fail? Really?
Well, if it's not Bernie or Warren, I might as well go with Yang. Fuck it, dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he gets the nomination, which won't happen. And I thank God Andre and Cassidy aren't here because they would absolutely hate me at the moment. But
I invited him.
I don't know.
Huh?
I did invite him.
You invited him? Okay.
You,
but yeah, when did capitalists try to give people free money with no conditions?
Yeah, I mean,
he's still a capitalist. He's just not he's an anarcho-capitalist, sort of.
Yeah, which is it's strange. It's like a weird anarcho-socialism almost in a sense because he's getting money for it to feed capitalism, right? But it's uncontrolled, so it's it's interesting. It's unique.
It is a unique perspective that he has, but UBI type programs have been tried around the world. We have almost 24 examples, and they don't really work all that much. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's for other candidates within the running at the moment, it's I look at them and go do they have a more holistic, full scale, full spectrum approach to fixing problems?
Sure. I just say I still give Yang the wild card spot. I still think he has potential. And when people are he can't win, he won't win. It's I don't know. I think counting him out.
I'm firmly in that camp of there's no way in hell he could win.
Really?
I really do believe that the running will be between Sanders and Warren. I mean, because creepy Uncle Joe's whole campaign is I stood in the room when Obama did stuff. Vote for me.
Right. That is pretty much. Yeah.
And it's a garbage campaign, and I'm kind of concerned about the fact that he kind of looked like he had a stroke while when he was talking. That and the whole munching on my wife's finger on live TV thing.
That was a little bit creepy.
Biden's creepy. He's creepy.
That's the sniff.
I really wish we would just stop all this crap and just have Sanders get the nomination. Bernie Sanders get the nomination. Elizabeth Warren become the vice president, and just
a lot of longtime Democrats that are a huge part of the Democratic base do not like Sanders.
Oh, of course they don't. He's too he's gonna upend the whole Democratic Party and actually make them put their money where their fucking mouth is.
Yeah, well, essentially. Now that's not to say they would vote. Well, some might. They just wouldn't vote. They wouldn't vote. They wouldn't vote for Trump because they hate Trump too. But I don't know if they would actually vote for Sanders.
Pretty
so
easy
Sanders,
to hate Trump.
Sanders would have to like cinch the nomination completely. Yeah, I don't know, but no, I don't think it would be a little hard. We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Warren has a better chance of hitting that centrist vote, I think.
Bernie's gone up even more though, right?
Well, no, Bernie's too far left for a lot of the centrists.
No, I meant like in the polls today.
Yeah, I mean, but the problem is like mainstream media is intentionally trying to yet again like silence and derail his campaign because they don't like how far left he is.
And
like, there's a legitimate media blackout on like Bernie Sanders. Like they're legitimately trying to like.
I still think that if Warren and Sanders are both still in the election when the primaries come, neither one of them are going to win it. I truly feel that. I hate to say that because I really would like Bernie to win it, but I feel like they might take a lot of votes from each other.
Yeah,
I'm only voting for Bernie because Warren cowarded out and backed out of Medicare for All, which I was going to vote for her, but then it was like, well, if you're going to back off and like give any ground whatsoever to the Republicans, then you're not going to get my vote. So
they could do the fusion dance, and they could do one party, and like I think I don't know. I don't think Warren.
Let's do it, Brento. Fusion.
So
perfect.
Yeah, other way. Yeah.
I don't think
they're too separate in mine.
Yeah. I would fuse with Micro, but it would create just the most beautiful being that I don't think it's a good idea.
Your eyes would probably burn out of your skulls of just seeing the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. So
yeah, it would. The two of you would fuse and just create the most generic, nondescript white guy I've ever seen. Good job.
Giant hairball is basically it.
Super ginger. No, I don't know. I can't see who would be president or vice president if they ran on the same ticket. I think Warren would want to be president. In fact, I think Warren would have to be president. Wait, how? They're almost the same age, aren't they?
No. Yeah, they're close to the same age. I'll look it up.
They're not like. I mean, they're close, but I don't think they're like actually the same age.
No, I think they're both in their 70s though.
Yeah,
Warren's
I just want our
77.
first female president, and
70.
anything's better than Donald fucking Trump. So let's just move forward.
Yeah, she's 70 and Sanders is 78.
Okay, so there's an 8-year age difference.
Oh, okay. That's young for the presidential.
Bernie walks up to her. He's like, "What's up, kiddo?"
I just want to see us actually like, we've had 45 dudes in charge, and 44 of them were old white guys. Can we, have a female president now? I think it's.
But I mean,
time.
doesn't it matter that she's like a good female president? Because we could have Sarah fucking Palin as president, and that's not like
that's true. But
not like
I
a victory for
I think
women's
Elizabeth
rights.
Warren would be a good female president. Like,
I'm with you too.
And I do feel like that's a kind of like a legit sexist take though, because it's always that, right? It's always like whenever somebody's like, I would like to have a female president. Well, how do we know it'll be a good female president?
I mean, that's not sexist at all to say like because
no, it is, but you wouldn't say that with any of the freaking male runners, now would you?
Because nobody says I want this male runner because he's a man. Because if they do say that, then yeah, that is sexist. But saying like I want this person because she's a woman, and saying like, well, there's a huge hole in saying that, and that is that woman might not be like a good fit at all. Wouldn't you just want like the most effective person? Like I want Bernie more than Elizabeth Warren. I think Elizabeth Warren's great and I like her a lot, but I want Bernie more specifically because of Bernie's policies. And like I wouldn't be willing to give up on something like healthcare for all to have like a symbolic victory like the first female president. Like I'm down. I would like a female president. I think it'd be cool. But like,
but I literally also did say that I'm voting for Bernie and not right.
All I do, but I'm only supporting Bernie.
Our first female president, right?
About it, sorry.
Squad W.
Squad W.
Oh my God.
What were you saying there, lady? You cut out a bit.
Just that I can say that I would like a first female president, but then again, when it comes to Elizabeth, I have issues with her policies. And I have issues with her being a coward when it comes to being willing to back down to the Republican Party.
She took money from Raytheon.
So
Yep,
that's why
taking-
Bernie gets my vote, because she backed down on Medicare for all, which I'm a big proponent of Medicare for all. So
I would really like Warren as a Secretary of State, not Vice President, because I feel like a Vice President is almost like it's like a do nothing job, right? Where Secretary of State can actually be getting out there, being face to face, shaking hands, like getting shit done.
Yeah.
I think she would be a more effective Secretary of State than a Vice President.
my audio is messed up. 1 second. Can you all say stuff?
Hello.
Lady.
Hey, baby.
John Delaney.
I'm a Delaney-ac. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Delaney.
I think
we can't fix any problems, okay? We can never do it.
Hey, wait, what are you guys gonna do if come Iowa, fucking Michael Bloomberg, boom, just takes it and he takes the first place?
Go back to Australia and say fuck this country.
Yeah,
I'd still vote for Bloomberg over Trump. I'm not gonna lie.
100% of the time, I'd vote for a rotten, moldy sandwich over fucking Donald Trump.
I'd vote for bread toe over Trump. That's saying something.
At least the sandwich can't be racist.
Choice.
Yeah, at least the sandwich can't be racist, sexist, misogynistic.
Berg have
Only-
like no support right now, anyways.
Mhm.
Like,
They're billionaire in the race.
especially not one with the name they recognize. Let's be real.
Yeah, I was shocked. I mean, like the day that Bloomberg announced, or the day that it was like announced that he's going to announce or something, like it kind of came out before he like officially entered the race.
Oh yeah.
And I was reading like people's takes on it, and I was reading comments, and a lot of people were kind of pumped. A lot of people were like, "Whoa, I think you beat Trump," and it was like that's the most important thing. Like all the other policy positions and everything, people care, but they're also like, can this person beat Donald Trump in a race? Can they sway the country? Can they get centrists? Can they like put together a good platform? And a lot of people seem to feel like Bloomberg could, although everyone resents him for being super rich and essentially trying to buy the election.
Fucking Cuban than Bloomberg.
I do put part of the blame for that on candidates that are on stage in these debates when they constantly say that their number one priority is defeating Donald Trump. That's really, I don't know. To me, it's really disrespectful to like all the people suffering from like real issues in the United States to say that like the number one issue is defeating Donald Trump. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. I don't know. I don't like it. I feel like this is kind of an extension of the vote blue no matter who thing.
To vote blue no matter who, but I have to because whoever's red is so incompetent and unable to earn my vote that like I by default have to vote blue. Parties to choose from, but effect.
Yeah.
Two is multiple.
Like ranked choice voting, which apparently Yang actually supports, by the way. But
all should.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I haven't heard anybody else talk about that.
Yeah.
Well, it's got to start in the States and then just kind of move out, I guess,
Mhm.
Before it moved to a national system.
Yeah,
Most
I
of
know
these
some
things
cities
do.
are trying it, but that's still going to be years away from a state doing it, probably.
Shit moves fast.
Yeah, vote Bernie no matter who. I don't agree with that take. Yeah, there was someone when I first started stream was saying vote for Bernie no matter what. If Bernie doesn't win, I'm gonna vote Trump to troll the libs. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
My healthcare premiums just went up. Troll.
I can't I can't imagine the Democrats producing a candidate worse than Trump. Not saying they'll be great, but
Would be like if the Democrats could put a candidate worse than Trump, who would that be?
I mean, here's the thing: if there was if it was a Republican versus Trump and there was no Democrat, I would vote for that other Republican.
For sure.
Like, that's how bad I think Trump is.
Slimy.
Michael Bloomberg. Yeah.
Well, like who
don't
would
know.
be on the left that like everyone would hate? I mean, maybe Marianne Williamson, but she never had the fucking clout that Trump ever had.
Joe Manchin
still in the race.
Is she?
Really good interview with
Jimmy
Dave
Dore.
Rubin. It was funny.
With Dave Rubin.
Yep.
Fucking, that was so funny. He thought that he was just gonna run over her and make her look like a kook,
Hell
and
no.
then she like kept like making good points and making him look like an idiot. Which he's basically like, "What do you think about racism?" And she's like, "Racism? Like, is it real? What are you talking about, Dave?" Like, oh, it's fucking beautiful.
She had a really good interview with Trevor Noah too. She had like a 20-minute interview on the Daily Show with Trevor Noah, and it was fantastic actually, and kind of made her seem reasonable, like she could be a reasonable candidate. But then, she's just out. So talking about dark energy too much.
Yeah, she does some really weird shit. She'll like make a great point, and then she'll come out and be like, "Fairies are going to power our energy systems." Like,
What's
the
wrong with
fuck,
that?
Marianne? I guess I don't really have a defeater for that argument.
Thank you.
A logical defeater.
Checkmate. Next topic.
Falsify the existence of orbs. Can you?
I
No,
can't.
you can't.
I can't. And officially got my vote. Y'all convinced me.
You'd vote for Marianne, you know it. Come on.
For Trump? Hell yeah, I would easily.
Yeah.
I don't really think of many people that I would vote for Trump over.
Well, duh, you set the bar at a moldy sandwich. So
Yeah, that's right.
you guys see my poll in the chat earlier?
What poll?
I said, what's grosser, the white part, the non-orange part around Trump's eyes, or Mitch McConnell's chin or neck, or not neck?
His face neck, or his
Yeah.
face
Trump
becomes his neck.
Mitch McConnell butterfly kisses on his.
That sounds horrible.
Uh,
I don't want to Google that.
I'm gonna change my Twitch name to Butterfly Kisses.
I love it.
Yeah, that's cute.
Well, what does everyone think about wrapping up?
Wrap up before I go in.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's good praxis, dude.
Well, I actually found the news article I wanted to mention real quick, and we can go.
Sure.
The Philadelphia Eagles defeated the Cowboys 17-9 to take over the NFC.
What the fuck? Good. You can get the terrible draft pick. We'll get the better draft pick. While you get swept in the fucking wild card round.
Hey,
Fine with me,
Eagles
dude.
Eagles do pretty good in the playoffs, unlike the Cowboys. You guys are used to going to the playoffs and losing.
Well,
We get to the Super Bowl, so yeah. Well, she's an Eagle.
Damn. You win.
Williamson has some weird ass fucking tweets. If you go back like 8 years or so, like there's this one from 2011. She says, everyone feels on some level like an alien in this world because we come from another realm of consciousness and we long for home."
Marianne.
Oh god.
She just to confirm, she is pro marijuana legislation, right?
Yeah.
Or legislation, if anything.
Are you kidding me? Of course she is.
Just had to make sure.
Did she used to write like hold on? Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think she's like a writer. She's the one that wrote a bunch of stuff with Oprah, right? Or for the book club.
She's read a lot of books.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, she's an author.
Jeez. That's what we need. Oprah 2020.
I write Western themed romance novels under my pen name.
Hey, dude, they're fucking great.
Sick. Whether you're joking or not, that would be cool.
Shit, dude, she believes in the Kennedy assassination conspiracy. Oh,
there's so many.
This is in 2017. She tweeted, for those too young to remember, trust me, who killed Kennedy is indeed a big deal. A nation like an individual is as sick as its secrets."
Marianne's
Damn,
the
dude.
best.
I don't know. A lot of people from that generation, from the older generation, they do think Kennedy was like assassinated, and I don't think they think it was Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, dude, fuck it. I mean, I believe it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Presidential candidate.
Government's
though,
above
saying
that.
this. CIA, right? Because he was going to like curtail a lot of power to the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That it was one of the guardsmen behind him, like accidentally discharged his gun from his head off. And
Twice?
so, yeah, well,
What?
maybe, I don't know. I don't know. These are theories, all right? It's not from smart people.
Oops.
Although I did meet a homeless guy in Dallas once, because I fucking live here, who said that he was standing behind a fence near the grassy knoll when 2 men in suits came and told him and his friend to move, and then JFK got shot right from there. It's later.
Wow.
Bullet theory, personally, but you know.
The one that like melted or something.
Ooh, that could be a good Twitch name. Ice Bullet.
Damn.
Ice Bullet, yeah.
Just edgy
Hey,
enough too.
Some gamer shit right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super sick. Ice Bullet.
Already.
That also sounds like a flavor of Bang energy drink. So
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Hey, I got rid of the old ball and chain. Ready to talk some more politics.
what you do to her? All right. I think we're about done.
Rid of her.
Yeah, we're actually like about to wrap up.
No. Let's talk about what are you guys talking about? Are you talking about
Talk
He's
about
like, the fuck you
Kennedy
are about to wrap
assassination.
up.
Kennedy assassination? Yeah.
Which of the Fast and the Furious franchise is your favorite movie?
Tokyo Drift. Come on. Are you serious? Is that
Only
real?
because of the Teriyaki Boy song in it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's the only reason.
Boy.
For sure.
If that's not your answer, you're fucking, I don't know, you're a
None
communist.
of them. They're all garbage.
What?
That's
Oh,
why.
Fast and Furious.
Oh,
dog.
you guys were talking about fucking drag racing. No, you were talking about driving, right?
Hey, you mean you don't like a bromance movie with cars? Oh my god. Come
You know,
on.
that's one good
Shit.
thing about like public transport not taking over. This movie probably would have never been made.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I think people would still make it. I mean, there's a video game about playing like as colonial soldiers. It's like the most basic thing ever. Like they'll make games out of anything.
They made a
talking
fucking
about-
game about fucking just moving out west during the fucking expansion. Like, they'll make a game about anything.
It's like being a piece of bread. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
followed the Oregon Trail to where I am from Florida. It's a good game. It was inspiring.
If you're talking later, we can't hear you. I saw you wave, but I don't hear anything. Wrap it up, Domi. Exactly.
I know Leon's wrapping it up, but if anyone wants to like hang out in a Discord or something, I don't have any in real life friends, so if they wants to hang out. If they wants to hang out in
laundry and
Discord.
stuff. So like,
You don't do laundry. Look at you, dude.
I have to do.
I'm
don't
going out
follow
of town
me.
tomorrow, man.
Mark,
Hey
Mark,
guys,
I-
it's